Good Kingsway and John looked out on the feast of Postmas. Fans were tuning in throughout. The time has come to toast us. Mark Shapiro took the stage, with jargon flowing freely. Frothy markets are all the rage. They rolled their eyes discreetly. WWE fans beware, the schedule's getting hearty. 3 hours here, 3 hours there, a 6-hour weekly party. But wait, said John, we must allow that 3 hours is child's play. Compared with the N.W.A's powwow, they'll go till Christmas Day. And lo, the postmarks stood in awe of every year's creations. The forums buzzed, the takes would draw grand wrestling revelations. From raw reviews to dynamite and throwbacks rich in glory, with Wai and John each Christmas Eve became a posting story. From the cafe to the marks, listeners came together. Through snow and rain and frosty parks, they braved the winter weather. With humour, heart, and Wai's quick wit, the whole Post team shone brightly. A wrestling chat, a festive skit, they wrapped the year up tightly. So cheers to Post, from near and far, wherever you are dwelling, a merry time with no bizarre, industrial logic selling. Let's raise a toast, let laughter ring to wrestling's highs and lows, and may next year bring you everything except more 3-hour shows.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. Welcome to the annual Post Wrestling Christmas Show, where 7 years ago, on this date, Wai and I gave birth to our first child together.
Christmas miracle.
Like baby Jesus arriving on Christmas Eve.
Oh,
there were Wai and I in Bethlehem, sent to a manger and delivering you Post Wrestling. And
that's not what I said.
Our three wise men, Braden, Nate, and Davie Portman, all together, giving us their gold, frankincense, and Frank Myrrh.
Frank Myrrh.
Remember, that's how Brock Lesnar referred to him once. Says, "There you go. That is your Christmas story." Hello, Wai. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you and all the people that you must have just offended by that great analogy. But thank you very much for welcoming us. Thank you all of you guys for making time on your Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, whenever you're choosing to listen to this. Maybe your Boxing Day. This has become an annual tradition for 7 years in a row now. And get ready for the next 13 hours of your day spent with us.
Look at the runtime we're looking at on this video, and there's more. If you're a video viewer, stay tuned. Okay, there's a plus size version of this year's Post Wrestling Christmas Show, which I have to say, over the years, it is a bit of a weight off my shoulders, where I can lean back and Wai does some of the heavy lifting when it comes to putting together this fine looking video. I know my strengths; they're audio. Wai is the video master, and that is why you have such a beautiful looking video. And Wai Ting, I don't know how he does it, but you come through, Wai, right in the clutch.
There's really not much at this point to do. Thank you for giving me that credit, though. But you put a lot of the work in scheduling our guests. That's really half the battle here. And boy, do we have a roster tonight.
I think some 22 guests will be joining us on this year's Post Wrestling Christmas Show. So buckle up and get ready, because Post Wrestling is turning 7 years old today.
Sure. Yeah, I guess so. I think so.
Roughly.
I think that's how it works. Yeah. If it was 7 years ago, then we're turning 7 now.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
How do you look back on these 7 years?
It feels like a long time. I mean, it's like I remember very, very clearly like starting this, and in some ways I would say, oh, it doesn't feel that long ago. That's what everyone says. But when you really think about it, I mean, you and I have had monumental life changes during this time. I have had a second child. You have gotten married. You have had your first child. When I think of like 2017, when we launched, tell me how different the landscape was in professional wrestling. There was no AEW. So much has changed that it feels like 7 years for me.
Yeah. It feels like 7 years when you're talking about all of those things. Certainly it feels like 7 years when I talk about my personal life. But like when I talk about the day-to-day operations of this, I don't know if it's just because I focus so much on just like what's ahead of me that I never look back, but I just feels like I've been doing this for so long. I just don't. It feels like yesterday in some ways, that I feel like we started, and maybe it's because we haven't, like, my life hasn't, at least my work life hasn't significantly, my routine, I guess, hasn't necessarily changed, because every Monday night I do this with you. Every Friday night now I do this with you. And I guess we've done Wednesdays, often enough, and all the other days in between, essentially, where there's really not that much time to reflect. And for that reason, it doesn't feel like it's been that long, interestingly.
Yeah, I would say for two people that like we do not like physically work together as we used to, like in an office setting, I would say
I talk to you way more now than I did.
I was going to ask you that. Like, I think we're in contact more now than ever. Yeah, and I still do have a certain. There are times that I balance work stuff with. Sometimes I'll just send you something stupid that's amusing to me, and I do weigh. Am I bothering this person with this? Because sometimes I feel like you just don't want to hear from me for a period.
That's so not true, and I don't know why you continue to say this. All the time, especially
it definitely is a me thing. It's not a reflection of you. It is me feeling like I am impeding on, like, this presence that is nonstop in me. That you do kind of enjoy the off switch that I can be put on.
Quite the opposite, actually. Like, if I get like more of a non-work text, that's just more of a fun text from John, and he is a fun texter, everybody. Okay, when I get a fun text from John, I very much look forward to that. It actually is very welcome.
Yeah. This is you though. You are a witty texter. Does that ever become, is there ever a pressure with that? Like, you always respond with something like really clever. And I always wonder if like you have to like put some thought into it, or is it just,
I feel it more with you.
Nature?
I feel it more with you than most, because I think like on the off time, I've just responded with like just a casual LOL, haha. And like that tends to dead the conversation, or like.
No, that's a nice out. That's a nice out.
Okay. Because I have certain friends that, like, if they text me, I'm just like, haha, and like that's enough, and we'll still continue, I guess, afterwards. But I think like sometimes I feel like the stakes could be higher with you, because I think you're a very high quality texter. You only reserve the text for like something very important or something incredibly funny, and I think you're a very witty response too. So I do think like there's a little bit of extra pressure, so to speak.
Yes. As we will probably get into on this show, the people like outside of my direct family that I have more contact with than anybody, like hands down, there's no closer people. It's you and Brandon Thurston. That you know what? Of all people, Brandon from New Jersey would be just below that level. Yeah. Okay, those that's the holy trinity of like post-related contacts in my phone that I probably communicate with. You and Brandon many times per day. Brandon usually daily. So
which Brandon are we talking about?
Brandon from New Jersey is
got it.
Pretty much daily. Sometimes we'll miss some days. Brandon from New Jersey is also like the most chill in that he could send me 5 things that go unanswered, and I have no pressure to get back to him. And likewise, I will sometimes, like, there is, like, he doesn't send anything. Nothing is in the form of a question. It's usually just some, out of context clip or picture or something, and it is just to amuse me, and it does greatly. It's like an app. I have the Brandon from New Jersey app on my phone, and it's amazing.
Well, for him, it's probably mainly to amuse himself, like thinking, haha, I'm going to send this to John.
The two of us do certainly have an alignment in our senses of humor.
So they do say what, like you're made up of, I don't know, the 5 people closest to you, maybe like the 3, let's just say the 3 people closest to you. So are you saying you're somehow a combination of me, Brandon Thurston, and Brandon from New Jersey?
Yes. Yeah, that is, those are the ingredients that make me. And what a dichotomy.
What an interesting experiment that is.
Yes.
Well, I'm happy to be here, John. I'm happy that all of our listeners are here. As is tradition now, I suppose, John. These being essentially our anniversary shows for Post Wrestling. We're not just here, of course, to bring you a whole day's worth of Christmas specialty interviews and content. We're also here to kind of give a bit of a sort of state of the union. A bit of like just sort of a hey, like, here's what to expect maybe in the new year, any sort of like differences, any sort of changes. And we've kind of teased this up earlier in the month of some upcoming, adjustments to our routine. And do you want to get into any of that now?
Yeah, we're going to tackle this right off the top because Wai and I have been vigorously discussing what changes we want to make for 2025. And we thought this would be the best platform to roll out stuff that we have put a lot of thought into. And basically, we are going to go over for those that are consuming our shows for free and for those on the Post Wrestling Cafe. So we're going to start off with basically taking a look at what our listeners will receive on the free ad-supported feeds, as well as on YouTube. And we know that most of you are probably listening to this for free. And we're going to be giving you more, but also making some adjustments that are going to create value and create synergy with the larger tier. And we're going to be creating a moat. Wai, do you want to talk about these changes? And I will pipe in because Wai is the ringleader in this division.
I'm sure this will all sound very frothy to most of you.
The marketplace is frothy. The marketplace is frothy.
Is this a soundbite you guys have now loaded in?
It's just here for. I have several clips that are just going to be here as my permanent soundboard, and that is the quote of the year. So
maybe that's the biggest change in the upcoming year. We will now have a Mark Shapiro soundboard for all Post Wrestling Cafe, or really all Post Wrestling content. So expect that.
He's going to be the dream get for the Christmas show 2025. Maybe.
I love the fact that I think you're the only person at this point to have made a
Mark
thing
Shapiro,
out of Mark Shapiro. The rest of the wrestling world has yet to catch on, but I mean it's only a matter of time. So really on the forefront of all things journalism, as well as Mark Shapiro memeing John Pollock. First, just a huge thank you to all of you guys. Again, we started this 7 years ago, December 24th, 2017. Since then, we have seen a big expansion of what post wrestling is. We've seen, of course, as John mentioned, the birth of a new promotion that we started covering. We've gone through a pandemic through all of this. We've been able to foster the growth of a network of amazing podcasters, writers. We've been able to support our own families as a result of this. So just before we get into anything, thank you to everybody who supported us this far. Thank you for letting us have these jobs. So, of course, part of managing this whole thing is to make certain adjustments of what we offer and some differences in 2025. Our listeners on the free ad-supported feeds and also on our YouTube, our show reviews will now be kept to the reviews themselves. So they will no longer be bundled with news of the day discussion or feedback. And part of the reasoning for this is we want to make our shows more accessible to new people discovering us. We have a very, very loyal group of people that are listening to us, but because I think the shows have kind of been a bit more bloated, in my opinion, for somebody just discovering us who might not necessarily want to listen to 10 minutes of banter before every single podcast.
I don't care who this person texts with most times during the day.
Yeah, certain people who don't necessarily want to hear our thoughts on the big news topics of the day and just want us to get into the reviews. This is partially, some of the changes that are being made for that reason. They're making these shows a bit more easily digestible for people that just want the show reviews. We're looking to clock most of these shows in about like 45 minutes, so you just kind of consume them and then move on with your day. If you want to consume more, then sure, so be it. But for most of you, this is what it's going to be, and you'll continue to receive our reviews of Raw, Dynamite. But for the first time in 2020, for the first time in many years, we will be returning our SmackDown reviews over to the free feed. So a bit of a give and take, but for I think most of you listening on the free feed, this is probably something that is a big positive. Certainly with our hopes of maybe growing post wrestling, I think this will be an additional positive as well. So SmackDown reviews returning to the free feed, standalone reviews without news of the day, and also feedback. Plus, of course, on our free feed, we got bonus programming like the N.W.A podcast, Pollock and Thurston. Up next, our pay-per-view reviews for WWE and AEW will continue to be as is. So that'll all be there on the free feed. And any thoughts? Any comments, John, on that?
Yeah, I would just add that, I mean, why are we doing this? I think Wai explained that. I think that having a lot of people do seek us out for various features that we provide. The show reviews being one of them that I think is the most tangible for a lot of people to just jump onto. And I think that having like a 40-minute Raw review, it is like, you have to remember, it's not like we have some giant ad budget. YouTube is both a platform, it's also a way to advertise and find new people. So we're kind of using these reviews to hopefully bring people in. And yeah, there is the hope that people that listen are going to want more, and that's going to direct people to the Post Wrestling Cafe. And while we have kind of our sense of things, like the Post Wrestling Cafe, like that is the true hub for us. Without that support at a level, like that is what makes everything be able to rotate. And that's kind of the whole thought process behind that. And I think that is, we are adding the SmackDown review now so that people will have that on, Saturday morning, late Friday night. They can have a 40-minute SmackDown review. And again, for people that are on the Post Wrestling Cafe, we're going to get to that next. Essentially, nothing is changing for Cafe members. So if you like the shows as is and you consume them that way, as they would say, very little friction.
Thank you, Mark. Yes. So let's move on over to the Post Wrestling Cafe, which is, of course, the main hub of the source of support for post wrestling and the thing that kind of keeps the whole machine running. Patreon.com/post wrestling or postwrestlingcafe.com. Members of now what we are calling the regular tier. After 7 years, we have expanded significantly our offerings and also the time that we've invested into all of it, but we are still choosing not to raise prices. We're very aware of the state of things at the moment, and now really would not be, I think, a welcome time to introduce anything like that. So we're still keeping all of this at $6, and for that monthly pledge, you get full extra large editions of Rwanda Raw, Rwanda Dynamite, and Rwanda SmackDown, including what is going to be a 3-hour edition of SmackDown that we'll be reviewing every single week. This, of course, will include our news of the day discussions about basically all the top stories that John and I cover, typically for about half an hour for every single show, just kind of talking about the biggest stories of the day and getting our thoughts on it. Show reviews themselves, which will also, of course, appear on the free feed, but also, of course, our feedback and question period exclusively for patrons at the end of every episode. So we often receive feedback about the shows. We're really welcoming our patrons to include questions now at the at the end of every single feedback portion. So on Fridays, of course, we also do phone calls. So that's the only time of the week where we're going to be doing live calls. All of this will be commercial free, and these are now called XL editions of Rwanda Raw, Rwanda Dynamite, and Rwanda SmackDown exclusively for patrons. With the addition of that, it also means that only patrons will have live access to these shows. So after Raw, after Dynamite, after SmackDown, we will go live talking about these shows. but that will only be accessible to members of the Post Wrestling Cafe and also youtube.com/Post Wrestling member section. So all of that will start on January the 8th, the Wednesday after Raw's Netflix debut. And of course, if you sign up to the Post Wrestling Cafe, you get all of our additional content, including Rewind Away, our review podcast that will also see some changes that we will discuss a little bit later on. John and I's double shot reviews, where we've, for the past year, covered Dark Side of the Ring, Mr. McMahon, and basically any additional content that doesn't fit on the other shows. Ask Away, which is our mailbag Q&A show. Pollock and Ting Talk, which is our banter-only podcast, where we talk a lot about the experiences of running this business while also juggling parenthood and really any other topic besides wrestling. Collision Course, every Saturday with Kate from Montreal and John Siino. New Japan Pro Wrestling reviews with Bruce Lord and Karen Peterson. MCU later with Rich Fann and W.H. Park. Maybe they should amalgamate and become a...
They have not had a civil union yet.
They'll become an amalgam universe character called Rich Park, but they will also greatly expand their schedule in the new year. So, and changes to come throughout the course of the year. You know, this is our little playground to make changes with and revert back or change new things or add new things as we please. So stay tuned for the new year. That is the regular tier at $6 a month.
Yeah. So to boil it all down to the main takeaways for everybody, free tier, you're going to be getting specific show reviews of Raw, Dynamite, and SmackDown. And then for Post Wrestling Cafe members, you will get the full shows, which are the shows you are currently consuming. News, show review, feedback and questions, calls on Friday night. Really nothing is changing at the Post Wrestling Cafe. The price is staying the same. All of this, again, goes into effect January the 8th, Wednesday, January the 8th, where this shift will occur following the debut of Raw on Netflix, which will be our last show of the old format for everyone. And again, live listening, if you want to tune in immediately to get our thoughts, that is exclusive to Post Wrestling Cafe members. Pay-per-views will stay the same. So after an AEW or WWE show, we'll go live on the free feed. As those, we typically get right into the show itself.
And if we already thank you guys hugely, even if you're just a member of our free tier, please subscribe to the channel or sign up on our favorite podcast feed. We, of course, doubly thank you if you are a paid member at the regular tier. But we double thank you if you're a member of the double tier, which for $12 a month, this is sort of our ever evolving tier of our most dedicated fans. And there's going to be more to come that we will announce later this year, because I think we just need a little bit more time to flesh out what this tier offers. But we can definitely consistently say that we have been offering your name on the credit rolls at the end of each John and Wai podcast. So every Rewind to Raw, Rewind to Dynamite, Rewind to SmackDown, and all of our pay-per-view reviews, we have a credit roll on our YouTube versions of these, and you will see your names here if you're a member of the double tier. For our espresso tier, which is where for $50 a month, our patrons can help become executive producers of an edition of Rewind Away. And I earlier said that we're going to see some changes for Rewind Away. Starting in February of this year, for the first time, John and I will be expanding Rewind Away to include non-wrestling subjects. So this will include movies and TV series. Now, Rewind Away is like the longest, I guess in spirit, podcast that John and I have done since what, John, like 2009? It's when we've started this.
A long time.
And the one caveat we've had is that it needs to be wrestling related in some way. We're changing that this year. And for me, I think a big part of it is because we've reviewed like almost everything, a lot of like what at least wrestling has to offer. Another big part of it, of course, is the departure of the WWE network. And I think the inaccessibility of a lot of these shows that we'll probably have to end up covering. So that's part of the thinking. We also just kind of like maybe want to expand beyond wrestling just for our own personal consumption outside of this. So we're at the moment limiting options to Netflix and YouTube. If you have another suggestion, we could discuss that privately. We will ultimately have final say, John and I, about coverage, approval, and length. So just as a caveat, we're not going to sit down and like, if you want us to review The Office, we're not going to review like, all 8 seasons of The Office. We're not even going to review 10 episodes. Like we're going to review though a good section of it with your help and your input to have a manageable and worthwhile discussion about the topic that you've chosen. So that is the biggest change to come for N.W.A coming up. And of course, that show will be exclusive to the Post Wrestling Cafe at all tiers.
Yes, and yeah, we will be going back and forth with our espresso producers of different ideas they have. If you want to just stick with wrestling, completely fine. Like we are going to select topics. It's always like a collaboration where it is always in mind for us of what are the most amount of people going to have interest in us talking about. I know some will want to have obscure picks, and we'll kind of decipher like, is this essentially, we're not doing a show for one person. We're doing a show for an audience. So we're always keeping that in mind as well.
Yeah, coming up, for instance, Jake from the Windy City has chosen for us to discuss the Ricky Steamboat versus Ric Flair feud. And we've got a few matches selected for that. So we always encourage working with our executive producers to come up with like an interesting playlist. And we look forward to talking about more wrestling, but now also giving you extra options to talk about non-wrestling topics as well. So again, those are all of the changes coming to the Post Wrestling Cafe. For the free tier, ad-supported editions of Raw, Dynamite, and SmackDown reviews only. For our regular tier patrons at $6 a month, XL editions of those shows, live editions of those shows. For double patrons, everything above, including your name on a credit roll. And then at the Espresso tier, your chance to choose a N.W.A, now open to non-wrestling topics. The last thing I do want to mention is that Patreon now offers annual memberships. So only for the month of January, if you sign up to the regular tier this month and you commit for a full year, you will get a free month. So instead of $72 for the entire year, you can now pay $66 and get your subscription for the entire calendar year.
So that deal is good for all of January. So jump on. If you're going to be here for the whole year, it's a great deal to jump on, get a free month as well. Exhale.
Yeah, I don't know how Mark Shapiro does it.
It's about a land grab. And, man, the content business doesn't lose. And we're going to take an exhale because it is time. The door is knocking. Wai, do you think that we're ready for our first guest to join the Post Wrestling Christmas party?
Well, they've been waiting outside for about half an hour, so I feel bad leaving them out in the cold. I think they've been texting trying to get in. They come a long way here from, I think, across the pond.
It's more than a pond, folks. It's actually an ocean as we welcome in the first members of the Post Wrestling Christmas party. Well, Wai, knocking at the door at the post-wrestling Christmas party, bringing spiked eggnog and a wonderful British breakfast. It's Benno and Mike Hamflett who are joining us in our house today. Benno, Michael, thank you so much for joining the post-wrestling Christmas party.
So happy to be here, John. Don't know what Michael's brought with me. I've tried not to bring what Braden brought with him last time I was out with you two guys in Toronto. So trying to keep this a nice orderly Christmas celebration, I reckon, Michael.
Well, it was funny because we were going to have Mercedes Monet cater the post wrestling Christmas party for our British friends here, but you know what? She was asked not to provide such her breakfast choices as maybe the photo of the year. An underrated one.
It was such a letdown, wasn't it? I didn't feel like our breakfasts were like well represented across the world with her reach. Like there was so many options for her, and she's basically gone for a budget British breakfast. Like round two next year when she's yeah. It's like was it Sakamoto when she came over? We've had like all kinds of like bad experiences of like American or Japanese wrestlers coming over, and people just take them to like the local Weatherspoons. It's like when me and Michael in America / Canada, we'll find the local Denny's, and we're quite happy with the local muck, aren't we? But like I feel like when we bring them over here, got to treat them properly to a proper English breakfast, and it just never seems to happen.
See, I feel it's kind of similar to Benno coming over to like Toronto, and like the cuisine he chooses to go to is like Denny's or like I don't know. Like
I understand
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven, a big hit for Benno, and listen, the man after my own heart with like a Tim Hortons stop. I think a daily routine.
That was so
It's just
funny
like-
when we met up in we were at the Blood Brothers Brewery, weren't we? And then we went for something to eat, and Wai was quizzing me. You were going, so what have you eaten while you've been here, Benno? And I was like, well, chicken wings, big gulps. And you were like, yeah, but specifically, is there? I was like, no, honestly, I've not been anywhere good, or at least good to anybody with a cultured palate. That's where me and Michael got along, isn't it, mate?
This is the thing. Like when you're coming from the UK to America or Canada, it's like walking into the TV. So you just want to eat where every TV show or film has told you about for your entire sort of adult life. Yeah. Like that extends to you guys as well. We've got Tim Hortons in the UK now, and I'm having a drink of a coffee from there or something, and I'm just thinking to myself, nah, John and Wai wouldn't approve. It's just not quite the same. We get these like sort of half decent British versions of the brands that we know from TV and films, but we know they're not quite the same.
I mean, as Canadians, I feel like we're used to that, you know, like I feel the same way sometimes going to the US, like even we have different foods. Even our McDonald's is like slightly different. So I can totally relate. But I'd love to try a UK Tim Hortons at some point.
It's a bit, I'd say, classier maybe. I think that was my only letdown when I've been to Tim Hortons. We had a great cup of Tim's, didn't we, John, last when I was there in the summer. And it's good coffee and it's cheap. But it doesn't feel like it attracts the best of society. It's the only thing I'd say about Tim Hortons when I've been to. Maybe I've been to the wrong Tim Hortons.
That's kind of par for the course. That you can.
And it seems random. Like some nights it's open all night. Some nights it closes at midnight if there's been any trouble. It's basically our McDonald's. That's what all of our local McDonald's are like. The one in my local town centre had to shut down because it was just attracting teenagers on a Friday or Saturday night. It feels like me and Michael have built up Tim Hortons in our head, and it's like the coffee's good, but it's not quite maybe what we imagined. But you know,
it's an underrated aspect I have found unique to Toronto. That I would say if you're a frequenter downtown, on any given night, you are likely to run into a story that will have great retelling value. One of my all-time highlights was out with a bunch of friends, and this was late. I want to say 1 a.m, and we went to a coffee stop, not a Tim Hortons, but another franchise, Second Cup. And we go in there, and it's empty minus the woman behind the counter and this man who is moving all of the tables and chairs. And my thought was, oh, I'm sorry, are you closing? No, we're open 24 hours. He just does this every single night. This man that comes in and moves all of the tables and all of the chairs to one section of the store, and then they would have to reorganize them and such. So that's Toronto in a nutshell for you.
I'm just noting down Second Cup now. That's going on my list of things to do. I need to pick off when I'm in Toronto.
You got to make sure you write coffee time on your list. That if you want to see a show, coffee time is where you show up.
They're few and far between these days. I want to know a little bit about kind of the two of you putting the grapple and what culture powerhouses together for this kind of crossover podcast where you are diving into the In Your House franchise. I mean, tell me just a little bit about the relationship between your two sites and how you guys kind of spawned this idea.
Yeah, I think Michael can give the love on the In Your House side. I think that eventual idea was very much Michael, if I'm remembering there rightly. So. But it was like we had Michael on a lot of grapple stuff. You've been doing some 2001 Fed for your sins with us this year. We invited them on for one show and then we just kept him and wouldn't let him leave. So we kept doing those recurring shows. And then it was you, wasn't it, Michael? Came to me kind of like, you know, fancying maybe doing a little bit more. We bounced some ideas around. I think we're both big CM Punk fans, so we threw that out there as a possibility of a show we could do. Maybe 1994 is a little period we might visit at some point. And there's some other ideas we'll keep in the can that maybe we'll do at this point. But we were inspired by Pollock and Thurston. That's what it was. We wanted to have our own version, and we went with 1995 In Your House instead of stats and graphs, which was more our level, I reckon. Michael, but In Your House very much.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, like it was so nice because obviously with What Culture, it's all the weekly reviews and previews all the time, and it's all you know, as you guys know as well, it's just like a constant churn of the regular AEW and WWE stuff. But we don't have any retro stuff. There's not really a window of time for us to fit in the retro stuff at What Culture, and I think that's why. I managed to sneak onto Grapple with the boys to do just anything, and we ended up on Invasion era WWE. But yeah, it was. I remember messaging Benno. We'd done the first few, and I thought, you know, the chemistry's good. You do different podcasts with people, and you realize who you like recording with, and who you don't. I've been married for a long time, so I've kind of forgotten what it's like to sort of send that text out and sort of I'm going to turn flirting into something serious here, you know, and like, so suggesting to Benno after we'd done this that like there was maybe a podcast in it. I just, you know, when you're sitting and you're waiting for the dots to materialize on your phone, and the relief washing over me when the reply drops in, and Benno's thinking, yeah, I think I could do this too. And the new generation specifically, it was a greedy thing on my behalf, because of all the things, given the choice to cover anything, if we were going to do retro stuff at What Culture, I would lean in on the new generation. We sort of joked about it, and we know that like there's not as much as you would think online about this, and that's either a blessing for us or a total curse, because people have tried to cover it and don't want to, or there's just no audience for it. So we're sort of feeling our way through that, I think, as we go, aren't we? But it's been nice to catch an audience that seems to be as passionate as we are about this particular time period.
It's hard to come up with a new idea for a podcast these days, you know, especially in our space. But I love the idea. I mean, you know, speaking, I guess, of our age demographic, like I still feel very nostalgic about that particular period. And you guys are tackling right into, you know, the heart of things. Are things a little more difficult come January with the end of the WWE network for you guys?
That's the most common question we've had, isn't it? People saying, we've had a lot of helpful people kind of slide into our DMs like, oh, there's this place here, or have you tried this magic VPN here? And that was all well and good, but our biggest worry, it was listeners. It was like, what will we do? Like, we're doing a podcast for nobody at that point, aren't we? And we're fine with that, you know, I'm the Shawn Michaels guy, and Michael's the very much the Jeff Jarrett guy, and we get to do a podcast about kind of both of their pomps when we cover In Your House. So we'd do it anyway, but we were definitely worried. It was like, oh, what a great time to start a new generation podcast where you go through archives and then the archives are all gone. But it's sounding promising. I don't want to curse this, but I think we're going to be okay come January based on some of the other stubs that are on Netflix.
There's part of me that looks forward to like the meltdown that will occur when so much of this stuff is gone. But in the wake of this all, I have absolute faith that there is going to be an entire underground industry of replenishing these archives that's almost going to be a throwback to pre-network days, that I think you're just going to have a hardcore base that is going to seek out these shows. They will find their way, but you will have to do some digging. But that day when wrestling fans go to get their network or to Netflix and do not see their latest edition of Mid-Atlantic there, I mean, the fireworks are going to be extraordinary, and I'm just going to sit back, and part of me will enjoy that chaos of that reaction that will last multiple days. This is a multiple day insanity that we are all in store for.
It's so aggressively WWE at the moment. There's an In Your House, I guess, holding image. It's one from It's Time, Sid and Brett. And that bodes well for all of our seasons being added of In Your House or whatever. But this made me think, what about the WWE one-off shows? So if you search, for example, Great Balls of Fire, because there was only one, there is a Great Balls of Fire holding link on Netflix available in between everything else you can find on Netflix. So WWE, if nothing else, appears like it's going to be well catered to. It's, as you say, it's everything else. I think that's where the Vault channel is going to make people's days, weeks, and months, isn't it? But we've been talking about this, at work
JP
a lot.
He'll set up the boot of his car. That's how that's going to work. Go see him. He'll sort it out.
Well,
the Vault already, the decision paralysis that the network used to offer. It's crazy how anything that pops up on the Vault is something you can already watch. But the fact that it's being served to people as a surprise seems to be totally different to the fact that it's sat there on an archive for 10 years.
Well, Benno, let me throw this at you, and I want you to put your Mark Shapiro hat on about content consumption and getting away from the completionist fan that wants all the access to it. From a WWE TKO standpoint, do you think something like the Vault channel that has been really well received, do you feel that is a better format of introducing your archive content, where no, it's not libraries and such, but it's all these weird gems that they dig up, or it's in some instances complete DVDs, documentaries, full shows? Do you see this kind of being the model, or maybe a hybrid that they eventually get to, where maybe there is a subservice within WWE that those several tens of thousands of fans would pay for access to your old Nitros and ECWs and such?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first off, I'll hopefully the Shapiro hat will be available at choptees.com at some point, but
that's a value add.
There you go. But I think I think for me, having the network always there has been great, and I think it's always the idea of it, isn't it, rather than the reality, and that's always borne out in the numbers of what people are truly watching on those services. So it's almost like, I feel like when WWE is going to a Netflix or when they went to Peacock in the past, you're almost selling the idea of it, aren't you, more than the actual reality and the nuts and bolts of it. The us as fans might say we're interested in, and not the hardcore amongst us absolutely are, but again, the reality doesn't really bear that out. I think where the YouTube has been really good is this WWE Vault channel. I'm convinced it's got to be a hardcore out there. It's some kind of fan who thinks along the lines that we all do, because like some of the stuff they've been putting on there, especially the behind the scenes stuff, and just, you know, the appointment viewing of just throwing a old pay-per-view on, has been like really well thought through, and in a lot of ways is what a lot of us maybe
secret agent David Bixenspan is moonlighting.
I think it's gonna turn out it was one of us on there, and a name that we know that's behind it all, because it's the type of stuff we can really sink our teeth into, and it does take that choice away from you. It's just, you know, you might not think that on a Friday night you might fancy watching Survivor Series 1991, but when it's live on YouTube and there's people in the chat who you can chat along with and enjoy, there might be more of a chance of people doing that. So I think they will lean more on that. I think it's been notable, the amount of stuff that's gone on recently, and there's probably a line in the sand where they don't want to step on Netflix's toes too much, but I think the weird and wonderful stuff, it might not be complete, but I think most of it is probably going to wind up there. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. It's like you guys in your reviews have always pointed out how amazing the WWE documentary makers were at finding, if there was like somebody said something in a voiceover, like, I don't know, Shawn Michaels was feeling trodden on, and then they would have a clip of Shawn Michaels literally being trodden on, as if the archivists have got all the search terms. They've just started throwing that stuff up on the Vault channel completely at random, like backstage stuff that you wouldn't have never known the cameras were rolling. So Yokozuna meeting Chuck Norris before the Survivor Series. It's WWE 24 stuff, but for
those fans after the screw job outside the Wilson Center.
Incredible.
I mean, how that stuff has never seen the light of day in any of these documentaries, and they're sitting on this. Like, it's probably would blow your mind how much stuff is just there that they've just never uncovered, or they've just never thought that there's a project worthwhile. But I mean, that stuff to me was fascinating, just to hear immediate reaction, and the thought that they're sending someone out there to interview fans immediately after this pay-per-view.
Yeah. It's amazing how much, like, for all we say about there being too much content, the weird will always, or the very obscure will always attract some sort of audience, especially on a channel like this. Being that I don't know if we're going to have any other guests actually from the UK on this show. Do we, John? Other than
I don't have the guest list. It's a surprise every time.
Oh, never mind.
So.
I'm sorry. Of course.
British podcasting is dead, folks.
But I did want to ask the both of you, seeing how this year saw a lot more attention on the international scene from the WWE, WWE, and that seems to be a thing that, this company wants to be doing a whole lot more going forward. Shows outside of North America. You can't even necessarily call them TV tapings now, because they air live oftentimes, and seemingly, according to reports, will continue to do so when they're on Netflix, whenever the company does, like, a SmackDown over in the UK. Do you guys feel like the scene is finally, being catered to, and how has that really changed maybe your consumptions and also the attention that wrestling might be given in the UK, for instance?
I think for me, I don't know if Michael would agree, it continues to be underserved in some ways. I think AEW, for example, like, there's an open goal right there, to use a football term, for just, right now, or through 2024, there's been a lot of cold Dynamite tapings, and even when they do a good attendance, it's often in an arena that can hold many multiples more than what they have. If they want hot crowds, if they want, good atmospheres, if they want an excited, galvanized fan base, I think you're still going to get that here. Obviously, all in weekend, both me and Michael were obviously there, both doing live shows that weekend, and we were around it. And there was a lot going on, and there was the Dynamite in Cardiff a couple of days before, but you couldn't help but look around and go, well, it's great that a Rev Pro, for example, put on a fantastic show at the Copper Box that we were both at, and that's great that the opportunity is there for a company like that. But the opportunity was there for an AEW. You could have done weeks worth of shows. You could have done a month, like TNA back in the day. Back when TNA was and was often, weaker in other markets. It was always still strong in the UK, and those shows always looked better. You could have done full European tours with TNA back in the day. So I think that's where the opportunity lies. Like, I think we are being saved. There is a, WWE house show tour upon WWE house show tour with very high ticket prices at the minute, and they seem to still be selling those tickets. So you have the opportunities, from a WWE side. But I'd say, I don't know if you'd agree, Michael, where we're maybe underserved a little bit is AEW maybe not getting their teeth into that market first, and just taking too much time really to come round to the idea of running things other than All In. I think that's an opportunity that's right there for them.
Yeah, it's blown my mind, like last year and this at Wembley, how similar it is that WWE could run SummerSlam in 92, but were forced to go to the Manhattan Center for Raw as early as the following January. It's so weird to me that, all these years on, AEW was in an almost identical situation. And I went to my first WWE shows in that period, that 91, 92, 93 era. They were in arenas here all the time. Bret Hart always talks about how massive he was in Europe and Germany, and it reflects as well. It feels true. It's like we're a nation of Bret and Shawn fans, even if you fall either side of the divide, which to a point me and Benno do, but those wrestlers left a deeper foot. Those new generation guys left a deeper footprint over here than I think they did in America. It certainly feels that way. And I think the WWE thing, I would just say, like, it's, the sort of the broad brushstrokes point that when WWE business is hot, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything else is hot in wrestling with it. That kind of feels to me like what it's happening in the UK. They're running more and more house shows. They're running more TV tapings that start at UK time, but you're not seeing UK independents rise up on the strength of that. It's just WWE is massive again when it comes to town. I've got to be honest, I've got 2 kids now. It's like I will tell my grandkids about PLE starting at 11 p.m. at night with a tear in my eye. Like, it's been fantastic this year to have like a reasonable start time to watch WWE after your whole life is spent with a reverse body clock when you're trying to watch WWE. So it's been, as a viewing experience, genuinely, it's been fantastic this year. So long may that continue while it's in this boom, I suppose.
I always lament the length of some of these shows and such, but I always catch myself as I'm talking about this with an image of Benno rolling his eyes as I say this repeatedly. That tack on 5 hours, and I do feel for all of you over there. We'll end it off on this, and we're throwing this question out to a few people. When you summarize 2024. Doesn't have to be in any kind of order, but someone who had a great year, someone who had a bad year, looking, whether it be wrestlers, executives, even companies itself. I think it goes without saying, WWE, despite, the awful fallout of the Janelle Grant suit, like, this is a company that did not skip a beat all year. They had a tremendous year business-wise, but anyone that comes to mind for you, like ups or downs of the year as we go into 2025, I'll start off with you, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's easy to jump to Paul Levesque and Tony Khan, isn't it? But like trying to boil it down to maybe wrestlers and just based on performances. One that has stuck out to me lately is
Jeff Jarrett.
Jey Uso. Yes, every year, John. That's how he stays atop the industry. Jey Uso. Things
definitely.
were already pretty good. Things were already pretty good for Jey Uso, the way they booked him in 2023 when he first moved to Raw, and it felt like the entire show was shaped around what he'd done in the bloodline. But I just think he's been such a fascinating wrestler to watch and analyze in 2024, because I think we can all admit that there have been some, pretty deep lows when it comes to in-ring. Him and Jimmy's probably the WWE disappointment of the year at WrestleMania. Sure. But he recovers that. He has some genuinely like iconic capital M moments in WWE. And I would say this last iteration of the bloodline, he's done what Roman Reigns couldn't when Roman Reigns was with The Rock, which is stand next to a bigger star and feel on their level. Like, Jey Uso's had a tremendous second half of 2024. The main event thing doesn't feel as much like a nickname, so much as something he could actually carry off going into 2025. And as I say, the matches might never get there, but as a fan, I can't help feel really happy for him. He feels magnetic and a performer you want to root for, and you want to be in the crowds for the yeets and stuff like that. And I'm not saying it doesn't matter when the bell rings, but historically, like, the other stuff with WWE has been just as significant. And Jey Uso's, I think, mastered that against a lot of people's belief that he could never quite break through. It's just been nice to watch, earnestly.
How about you, Benno? Anyone that comes to mind, up or down, for the past year?
I think it is hard to, when you talk down, hard to avoid saying the name Tony Khan or just AEW in general. Like it is, Michael's definitely more on the WWE side, and I'm more maybe on the AEW side. And it's been almost hard to watch the rise of WWE while we see the simultaneous fall of AEW. If I was going to pick a wrestler that summarizes that, I think it's MJF. I think MJF has had a horrendous year, both from a point of view of being out and also just from a point of view of creative. If we want to track the fall of AEW back to any particular story, it is, the story last year with MJF and Adam Cole and the Devil. And it's almost a perfect circle, isn't it? That we're, coming back to World's End, time recording, coming up at the end of this month. And we're doing that story still, and Adam Cole is in a much worse position than he was. MJF is in a much worse position than he was, and you just feel like wall to wall, even the staunchest AEW defenders don't defend that story and don't defend that creative and that just muddled babyface heel dynamic. And I really think that was the big, maybe when I always say this about like Nitro, like there was a point where Nitro had fell off, and it wasn't quite what it was, but the presentation was still the same, and everything was kind of, we all kind of just continued to watch it and continued to stick with it. And then they changed the set and they changed a couple of the main characters, and it suddenly became clear it wasn't your Nitro anymore. I feel like MJF and like his story, the tail end of last year, was a lot of that. It was just that being rammed down a lot of people's throats was a reminder that this is not the alternative a lot of us came for. It was a lot of the bad tropes of WWE and the bad creative whims of MJF. So he'd have to be my bad. Quickly, a quick positive on the AEW front. At least we've still got Swerve Strickland. At least we've still got Ospreay and Hangman are in there as well. But he's been my big positive over the last year. Swerve Strickland, he's almost been booking proof and fixture proof and continued to rise despite everything around him. His particular creative, his particular little world that he's in with the hair business continues to be strong into the end of this year. And yeah, he's a bona fide main eventer now, whereas I'm not sure we all would have been saying that last December. So yeah, he's going to be up there in my Wrestler of the Year consideration, definitely.
And I'll end it off on this. The potential quote of the year, going back to a live stage show earlier this year when Bret Hart was discussing his WrestleMania 12 match with the Johnny Pro Show, and an audience member in attendance shouted out that the match was not that great, and Bret Hart, without skipping a beat, responded, well, actually, it was that great. Bret Hart. My favorite quote of the year from I
love him more than some family members, but I'm just glad that wasn't on In Your House. That's all I'm saying. Like,
yeah, get ready for that jump, the PCO match with Bret Hart coming up.
That's the one.
There you go, guys. Let our listeners know where they can follow the podcast and your own work, where they can go check out In Your House, and they might have to do some digging in the new year for archives.
Definitely. Well, yeah, we at time, it's obviously Christmas time, and Sunday the 29th is our next episode coming out when people are hearing this. That is In Your House 2 with me and Michael, just having a big love in on Shawn Michaels and Jeff Jarrett and the work those two gentlemen do in that match. Be able to listen to that on our Spotify. Just search for Benno and Hamflett In Your House on Spotify or on YouTube, which is youtube.com/@BennoHamflett. But just search those words pretty much anywhere podcasts are sold, and you'll find all that stuff. And yeah, for my other stuff, Grapple, you can find us on Twitter /X @GrapplePod. We're not set up on Blue Sky yet, but yeah, our YouTube is the same handle, and yeah, just search Grapple N.W.A anywhere that podcasts are sold, and you can get that too.
Yeah, Michael, what's going on in What Culture Land with you?
Well, we're not on Blue Sky yet, but we are, but we're not really pushing that yet. But I guess that might be coming. I'll plug my own Twitter for the time being, if that's even going to be a thing going into 2025. Who knows? But yeah, I'm at Michael Hamflett. You can search my name or What Culture for all our daily wrestling podcasts. It's like 2 or 3 podcasts a day, previewing and reviewing all the sort of WWE and AEW television pay-per-views, PLEs, all that sort of good stuff. And in the meantime, in between all that, the Benno and Hamflett feeds. Check out all the stuff that's coming. We've got more exciting stuff for 2025. Looking forward to going deeper into those archives, as long as they're kicking around somewhere.
Awesome. Well, guys, have a happy holiday season. Benno, I expect you to be applying for Canadian citizenship on one of these upcoming trips over here. I'm sure I will see you in a not too distant future.
See more of me than your kids next year, John. That's my plan. To get you two out again in the summer.
And Michael, we will cross paths at some point. We will meet at a mutual Tim Hortons.
Absolutely. I look forward to it. I'll hold you to that.
All right. Thanks, guys. And look at that, joining us in our house, Benno and Mike Hamflett of the new In Your House retrospective podcast, and of course from Grapple, and of course from What Culture.
Yeah, I mean, two very busy men, two very active men on the podcasting scene. Our first time, I believe, having anybody from What Culture on one of these podcasts, or at least our Christmas show. So welcome, Mike Hamflett, and of course, Benno. Always welcome.
Yes, Benno was someone we got to see multiple times this year. He is a world traveler.
That he is, yes. But I anticipate seeing him even more in 2025.
Where in the world is Benno? You never know, whether he's in England, Canada, the US, or even Thailand. I mean, maybe he'll end up in Thailand one day.
Spoilers.
Okay, well, we're going to keep the party going because next we are going to get down to business. The Christmas show continues, and here, making the trek all the way from Buffalo here to the post office, is Wrestlenomics' own Brandon Thurston, who joins us. Brandon, hello, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Happy Holidays, Happy Christmas, all of the above.
What does Christmas mean to Brandon Thurston? How are you spending Christmas?
I'll go to family. Yeah. Was there a follow-up there? Yeah.
Are you going to be doing any Netflix lurking on Christmas Day, seeing if any streams are down, if Beyonce's concert gets interrupted by buffering?
Is there a Beyonce? Is she at the halftime show?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure I'll be in a social situation where the game will be watched, and we'll see if there are any streaming issues at that time. No, I'll go to family houses and stuff. I'll go to my mom's house on Christmas Eve. I'll go to my grandmother's house on Christmas afternoon. And I expect I will be taken along to some significant other social situations as well.
Now you have a 2-answer option when you go to any of these family events. When they're like, "What do you do for a living?" Do you just go with the day job for sanity purposes? Do you talk about wrestling reporting and such? Because I try to steer away as much as I can from like any wrestling talk about what I do.
I don't know. Usually both get brought up, but it's mostly the reporting stuff because that's far more interesting, I guess. I have been called a watchdog, is how I've been described, not by myself, but by others. That is how my job has been described at one point. I do a podcast is usually what is summarized. Yeah.
Well, I'm curious, like, because I think we've all had a similar interaction. You know, the moment pro wrestling blank comes out of our mouths, you know, in these sort of social situations, and the usual response I'm met with is, "Oh, really? Like, there's a big enough like market for that to be a job," or like people will respond with, "Oh, I used to watch wrestling all the time." You know, like I mean, it's Stone Cold Steve Austin. Do you remember Stone Cold Steve Austin? Like sort of thing.
The memory bank of Attitude Era names always come up. I'm in a situation where when I am not having to talk about wrestling, it's like the furthest thing I want to talk about. And it's almost as though when you're in these conversations, you're defaulting to almost like defending or explaining why you do this. And I don't care. I don't want anybody to look deeper into what I do. I don't want anyone to find what I'm doing. It's like, yeah, it's wrestling. It's kind of nuts. That's all. And I just sit back because it spurs on so many questions. And I just feel it's a lot.
I did for about 15 minutes explain the entire Vince McMahon saga of the last couple of years to my brother on Thanksgiving. So got him up to speed on the latest events in the life of Vince and Kennedy McMahon.
How deep did you go? I'm curious.
And please tell me it started off with, did you hear about this lawsuit that was filed against Vince McMahon? Do you know anything about this, Brandon?
I forget how it came up. Like, because I don't know, something about me and what I do came up, and Vince must have been discussed to some degree. And then the Netflix documentary helps people kind of gives it a point of reference.
Yes.
But I have told family about like our front office sports story that we did in March, and all that. I went into quite a bit of detail about I think the Ring Boy lawsuit brought that up in passing as well. That he's being sued and he's being investigated for possible criminal charges, which have not come to bear, at least as of this recording. But yes, I went into quite a bit of detail. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
hopefully we don't get a Christmas surprise from the Southern District of New York on Christmas Eve,
Yes.
or else Brandon and I might have to do a breaking show on Christmas morning, which I think Brandon would be more than happy to do.
I'd be fine with that. Yes.
I would put the professional hat on Christmas morning. Yeah, I have had like real life scenarios that have come up. The most I've been asked about the last the last month or so, like Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, like, has come up so many times among different like parents at school or neighbors and such, or family members. That has come up the most. The Vince series on Netflix, I've had a few references to. The best being one of my neighbors when I was dropping off my son at their house. I saw your thing with your press conference with Dana White. I'm like, oh, wonderful. That's great. So there you go. It's always interesting what makes its way out there. So anyway, it's yes, I'm gonna just assign myself. I'm also the mood killer at press conferences.
Was this person scrolling through the right wing algorithm and seeing you get dunked on?
No, it was actually it's actually like a friend of my wife, and I think my wife sent it to her. So it was, it was all in good fun. But there you have it. You know, for this year, Brandon, like, you were kind of at the front lines of a lot of stories. Did you feel like this was a pretty significant for you, just in terms of like more breaking of news, reporting on news, and also getting the opportunity to go really in depth in a lot of these stories as well? Like, I thought you like has just been a real like consistent source of so many of these news items that I think a lot of them might be lost if you were not just keeping tabs on a lot of these like legal filings and stories that are really interesting and significant.
Yeah, I guess I feel like it's this year is just a logical progression of the years that came before. Some of the stories, I guess, like I don't know, for example, the Cody Rhodes, which is a much more innocent story relative to the other things that we've covered. The Cody Rhodes versus Wesley Eishold American Nightmare intellectual property lawsuit. Which did huge on our site. I've heard did huge numbers for Post Wrestling, huge numbers. But that did, I do think that's something that maybe eventually people would have discovered. And I know there are other reporters who at least occasionally are looking at legal filings and doing the searches that I do. But yeah, I guess it might have been a few more days before that had gotten out there. Yeah, and every once in a while, there's like I came across earlier this year like a Ric Flair old time Ric Flair lawsuit that like revealed his contracts from with WCW in like 1998 and stuff, and like that was just stuff. I think I sent that to you, John. I don't know. Like that was just stuff that was out there, you know, but nobody had obtained it, or somehow it was appearing in the search results for a Pacer search that I did for Richard Flair.
Yeah, I think as you go down the rabbit hole of stuff like Pacer, I mean, there's some hidden gems in there that can be discovered.
What is Pacer?
Do you want to explain Pacer? It's essentially like a court filing system where you can.
For those who don't know, Pacer is just a way to search federal court filings in the United States. You can search by party, so you can search for Vincent Kenny McMahon or World Wrestling Entertainment, and you'll find it's not free. To just do a search, it costs you 10 cents. And then there it is. And then if you want to go to the next page, it costs you another 10 cents. So you're paying a small amount of money, but it does make all these federal court records public.
So I'm very fascinated by this, and in particular, I'm fascinated by you, Brandon, because you I know you exclusively really as just like the guy in our space for this sort of thing, but you started off as a professional wrestler and at a pretty considerably high level, in like, to me at least, you know, in the independent wrestling scene in the sort of northeastern United States. Mm-hmm. Did you start off with this sort of interest? Like, how do you transition from being so into the art form of professional wrestling into the data guy?
Yeah, well, like when I was 17, I had a website that was focused on Japanese wrestling. So when I got into tape trading, that came, and I was following the translated news of Japanese wrestling throughout 2000 and 2001 when I was like 15, 16, 17. And then when I got in, so I feel like, as far as wrestling media and wrestling coverage goes, I was kind of in it then. And maybe that was the original thing that I was kind of meant to do. But I got into wrestling at age 18. I became a wrestler, independent wrestler at a certain level, and covering Japanese wrestling news fell off from there. So I don't know. I
kind of left the data side and went into the actual performance side.
Yeah, and there wasn't much data. It was mostly just doing Babelfish and Alta Vista translations of Japanese to English from the Japanese sports sites. Yeah, and I wrestled for a great long time, and I don't know. I was more cut out to do this, I think, than to be a wrestler. I think I had certain things to add to wrestling, and I really enjoyed being a trainer. But the travel, like the full bore commitment that you really have to have, and the extroversion that it really benefits you to have, to be an independent wrestler who develops into having pro wrestling as a career, was just not within my inherent skills and attributes. Yeah.
How much did sort of like what is now known as Wrestlenomics play into any of your training when you were doing it back then? Because I remember seeing a video from
there are
Grapplers
those
Anonymous
videos out there.
Yeah, of you like sort of like introducing the current lay of the land in terms of like just like hierarchy of wrestling promotions to your students at the time. Did any of that sort of thing make it more into your teachings back then?
A little bit, like that video that you're talking about, which I think people can still find on YouTube. I think it's called the economic ladder of wrestling. If you search YouTube for that, you probably find that.
Yeah, it's an excellent video.
But just to get, because I think what happens is you have young adults who come in to train how to be a wrestler, and they're really fascinated and excited about the world of wrestling and the notion of becoming a wrestler and performing, but they may not be that well versed in what constitutes this business. I think a lot of the people that we came to train barely knew what indie wrestling was, which was the frontline world that they were about to enter. They knew what WWE was. And they knew that there was other wrestling out there, but they didn't always have a great handle of what independent wrestling was. And I guess that was part of it to explain, what that video is about is like, look, there's independent wrestling at the local level, at the lowest level to start. And then there are sort of, especially, this is a video that was recorded in 2018. There are these buzz indies like PWG and Evolve. And that is like the pinnacle of indie wrestling if you can get there. And then maybe once you start working there, you would be on the radar for larger companies that actually sign people to long-term contracts and that you can actually make a living working for. So yeah, that was just one area. But mainly I was teaching people how to lock up, bump, do things safely, and have, really solid fundamentals when it comes to how to wrestle and how to make things look proper, hopefully believable and safe in a wrestling ring, and ultimately develop all these little tools so you can put them together and have a match that is emotionally captivating.
And even with that sort of background, you seem to have like no real interest in that sort of content creation.
Content is
analysis.
Dead to me. I have no interest in watching wrestling itself, really. Like, I will watch it, I will put it on, but it is a dead limb to me. I could
do you think that helps? Do you think that helps with some of it that you're kind of do have? I think you have a perspective that is a bit like removed than, say, for me, that is just so engrossed in all of it that sometimes I appreciate the fact that you kind of have that ability to take a much bigger picture view. Do you find that?
Yeah, I think I'm not, for one thing, what's ingrained in me deeply from being an indie wrestler is don't ever be a mark, which maybe it has its hazards. It's good and its bad sides, right? Which we've come to like, well, maybe it's okay to take a picture with somebody as long as you're respectfully and do it in a certain way. But there is a deep taboo ingrained and burned into me about don't be a mark. And it's deeply internalized in me, in like to the point where I think I don't think it's a bad thing. Like when I when I'm in contact with somebody who's a wrestler, maybe, or somebody DMs me, it's like, okay, that's just another human in the world. I'm not in awe of like these people's star power, which I think is a very good thing if I'm going to be a reporter and try to report neutrally on a lot of subjects. I do often, though, think, wow, there's probably a lot I could add as far as reviewing matches and shows. Passion's just not there, though, I guess. I'm not opposed to trying it someday, but I don't get excited about wrestling at all. John and Wai have been there. Like, we'll be in a press box and like we'll be watching literally WrestleMania, and I just am totally indifferent to it.
Yes, we got I got to see up close and personal, both at whether it be basketball or graph construction that I believe was in Philadelphia. The times Brandon's head would come up would be whether it be booze for Saudi Arabia or the Yeet, the entrance for Jey Uso, and
yes,
it did permeate the press box.
It sure did.
Your passion now is in like finding data, journalism, right? That seems to be what you're more excited by.
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking the other day, like, what am I doing here? Building like a table of Saturday Night Main Event TV ratings while people are far more, are originally interested in the show. And I guess I just think like wrestling conversations in general, not those in post wrestling, those are different, but wrestling conversations in general, just no one knows what they're talking about, or they're making assumptions as if they know what they're talking about, but often they just don't know what they're talking about because no one's actually done the research to put it all together and figure out what the facts are about things like TV ratings.
You and I have spoken privately about this, but how do you do you have any kind of thought on kind of the balance when it comes to like factual reporting and then, longer form discussions like we might have on the show or that me and Wai have where we're interjecting opinions and we're commenting on the news, and you are going to get opinion dispersed in along with like, factual reporting where it's not calling on your opinion. You have any kind of just deeper thought on that and kind of that balance? Because I do think in today's climate, I think you do have to be able to provide both for your audience because they do want to hear what a Brandon Thurston thinks about a story beyond just the nuts and bolts, the skeleton of the story.
Yeah, I don't have a strong decided opinion, but I feel like I know what the hazards are in that. Like, I definitely feel logically I can separate my opinion from my accounting of the facts. However, if you say, if you are reporting the TV ratings every day and you are responsible for presenting a ultimately arbitrary presentation of how I'm going to show you these TV ratings, what I'm going to put on the first line, the second line, the third line. I put the most important thing on the first line. I'm going to do percentage differences. All of these are arbitrary decisions that ultimately I have to make. So if you're doing that, which is really objective reporting, supposed to be objective, but then you're also, on another day saying Tony Khan maybe shouldn't be the head of creative, you should let somebody else do the job. There is this risk of like, I think I can do it and I can separate it, but there's a significant number of audience members who are super paranoid and will write you off as biased, and then it's not just biased against AEW, but biased against WWE all the same, if not stronger. So there's a trade-off there. Obviously, I still have these opinions and express them publicly.
I would suggest even if you simply stated factual information with no analysis, I think you would still get some of that criticism, Brandon.
Yeah.
Like we've seen not just in the wrestling space, but really just even choosing to report something.
Yes.
Opens yourself up to criticisms of bias.
And that's a decision too, right? Asserting something, it's not just how you say it, but let's say like this, if you say anything about Saudi Arabia and WWE's relationship, like just bringing that up is, well, it's reflective of some premises, right? That you think this is newsworthy or whatever you're bringing up about it. They have a $50 million per event deal, and you think that's even worthwhile bringing up. To some irrational people, that is, that is asserting an opinion. You're saying this is newsworthy because you're saying there's a moral judgment involved in that. You are morally saying the subtext of what you're saying that they think is that, and this is wrong. Well, we do have a lot of opinionated criticisms for it. That's true.
It's a delicate balancing act of kind of understanding that role you have of disseminating news, of trying to present as fair of a picture as you believe you can present to people. But the fact is, it's going to land so different depending on who is receiving that information, that already someone is just going to sort of like, if they're going to have that belief, I mean, it's very hard to remove that if that's already, like, so many different people are going to respond in the way that they do. And sometimes I take more of a just hands-off approach to it of,
you can't
it's going to land how it's going to land, and I'll plead willful ignorance to just try and avoid, like, positive, negative, whatever. You can't always do that. But I think it's also, like, you don't want to just, like, use that as a crutch as though it doesn't matter. But I think sometimes we are swayed by sort of how it is received by people, because these are ultimately your audience that you are trying to serve. You do want to, I think, have some feedback on whether it's effective or not.
Yeah. There's going to be a certain amount of, for some reason in wrestling especially so, there's going to be a certain amount of irrational response to a number of things. And I don't know. And that's acceptable. I mean, there's going to be, especially once you get to a certain scale, you have a certain sized audience, you're going to, I always think of it like it's like a public bathroom. If there's only one or two people using the communal restroom or washroom, as they say in Canada, you can probably keep it pretty clean. But once you get hundreds and thousands of people using it, it's going to get terrible in a hurry. That's kind of how I think of it.
What an analogy for online discourse. Wow.
And so, so there's going to be a certain amount of, horribleness that you can't control, that you have to clean up too, but that's going to happen. So you have to deal with that and accept it to a certain degree, but also try to moderate it. Yeah. And this is where I sort of, my catharsis and escape is sometimes satire, to just satirize these people because they're so ridiculous that they invite. And I think satire is like I don't know if it's even a form of comedy. I guess it is, but I sort of think it's the most effective form of criticism we have.
And I think you are, like, you choose your spots, but when you do, they're very effective. I think you have such a delivery that is like, when you will do one of your videos where it is like, the path that we are going to, like, there's going to be a great payoff here at the end, but there are so many people that are going to be sucked in and not read the sarcasm. And I think it's,
I think we have people who just not native English speakers.
Right after the Money in the Bank press conference, you had a really good one. And
I made a terrible mistake by not. I didn't name the actual chain. I went to Starbucks, in fact, and not Tim Hortons. But I didn't want to set off people's their triggers by mentioning Starbucks. And you do just go on and on way too long for like 2 minutes, and then after 15 seconds, people are already quote tweeting. So it's they deepen their own foolishness.
Let's end off on this. Let's do a light-hearted topic. What do you feel is your contributions, your connection to the wrestling media at large? Do you feel that this was a year where that became kind of just a clear outlook on things? Because I mean, there were a lot of heavy stories this year, and it's something that I battle with sometimes, is that in these certain situations, it's like, I don't know if I necessarily feel like I'm part of this whole world that exists. Sort of like, what exactly is the lane you occupy? And you can certainly, I'm trying to best formulate this, but I think there's a lot of incentive in this industry to not go after the hardest stories in as aggressive of a fashion, because the payoff is not there beyond like your own kind of belief that these are important stories. And that's sometimes what I look at is I feel pretty secure in the sense that whether it be access, whether it be, invites to various events and stuff, it's like, I don't need any of that to exist. That might not always be the case, but it's certainly not the case for me right now. And I think you kind of feel in the same boat. So if you understand what I'm asking, like, do you kind of like have any thoughts about this, like on a grander scale about your own role in media and sort of what you have opted to cover?
Yeah, I guess if I was mainly concerned with running as profitable a business as possible and nothing else, then I would probably, especially given the coverage of business that I do, I would just constantly be making videos and articles about how bad AEW is doing. And I would be making a lot more money doing that. But I think instead, I try to prioritize, and you guys do as well, prioritize what we think is important, even if it's not going to have, a million clicks to it. But I've been thinking about this a lot, and I've only been really doing what I would consider journalism and reporting for a handful of years now. But I think in an era, a decade or two ago only, before social media, there was more of an incentive for the subjects who we cover to cooperate with us, to give us comments. And I think even more of a justification for us to give them indifferent coverage and to cover positive stories for them, because they didn't have a media platform. And the media were the only ones generally with the media platform. But once social media became available and they created social media accounts, and they are far more famous and well-known than we will ever be, they have a stronger social media platform now than we will ever have to get out whatever stories they want. So on one hand, I understand why they don't want to comment on the record, because if they want to say something, they can say it at any time they want. But yet, on the other hand, I feel that it diminishes our need to create press that will be favorable to them. And therefore, our maybe highest priority is to cover things that people that the subjects themselves don't necessarily want covered, and to cause a lot of good bad trouble for them. So some healthy irritants for them.
The relationship is broken up, and we're not as reliant on each other for our own existences.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the healthiest way to operate, is that this is ultimately, there's nothing being held over you, that there's, oh no, you're not going to be able to, whatever the...
Go to our press conferences,
Like none of that to me is, like it's literally nothing that we put any kind of stock into. It's like being there, not being there is not the be all end all for any of this. Like there's, like being at one of these press conferences, even like if I was getting a regular rotation of interview subjects, like these are not like the distill things. These are not big money making things. You know what I mean? Like if I was just strictly looking at this from a financial standpoint of,
there are some people for whom they are. I mean, you can see
for some, for some it is. For me, it would not be though. Like I don't think I would be, such a force that it would be like that. That would be some game changer to have that kind of access. So I mean, I think that overall, like that is kind of the healthiest way is to cover it, is where it's like you are not beholden, and conversely they are not beholden to you either. So it's like it's that relationship that there probably should be a comfortable distance. You want to have a relationship, but I don't think you want a reliant one, and that is obviously easier said than done, because it's what constitutes that, and some are. Being present at these things, that is of importance, and does that play a factor in any of your coverage, or what you opt to look into versus not look into with the same vigor that you might if there wasn't some ripple effect to it?
I guess what I'm saying is, like, social media results in a situation where it's just more natural for the independent media to be not adversarial for the sake of it, but just to be more adversarial as a result of, you can tell your own good PR stories anytime you want with multiple times more followers than we'll have. So I think it sort of behooves us in this social media era to be more investigative and fair, but to dig into things that they don't want reported. I don't know. Do you guys agree with that? Is that a too negative view?
I think it depends on the outlet, and I think what sort of reputation you establish. Yeah. Like, I mean, I would say, like, certainly for you, and I hope for us, I feel like we've established maybe a level of credibility with people to the point where I think our audience is very aware if we bullshit, and I think they would be able to sniff it out. So for us, just even for our own financial sort of like success, it's our reliance is more on our audience feeling like they are getting something truthful rather than, you know, I don't know, something that's just there to make money.
Yeah, I think maybe much like they've put that meter in for the crowd volume on WWE broadcast, I want to see a mood meter for the press conferences that is sponsored by whatever it is, C4 Energy.
Yeah.
What is the energy in the room? The mood. You got to maintain the mood.
Can we get like a pulse rate monitor for Pollock?
That would be, yeah.
Heart rate.
I think it's pretty transparent when it's Happy Paul and perturbed Paul Levesque. But we'll end things there. It's always I always enjoy these kinds of lengthier, overarching discussions. Braden, it's been great working with you, especially this past year, where you know, outside of my wife, there are not two other people on the planet that I speak with as often as the two of you, on a daily basis, multiple times per day. So you two are a very, very big part of my day-to-day existence.
Yes, and more to come. More text messages and DMs. Just you wait.
Yes, as we enter the Netflix era, cannot wait. The big countdown begins as we will see how Netflix responds to us. All right, that's it. Happy holidays, Brandon.
Happy holidays.
Brandon Thurston of Wrestlenomics joining us. A man that is putting Wrestlenomics radio to the side. He is going to be introducing a weekly written report that will come out. He is putting his spoken word to the side in favor of more words, more content, and more graphs as well. But Brandon will still be heard every Wednesday with myself on Pollock and Thurston. Just not this week for Christmas.
Pollock and Thurston, now the exclusive home of Brandon Thurston's voice.
Yeah. How much of an ego did you think we had when we decided to name our show that?
I mean, none. I think it's the most clear, like, way of like telling the audience exactly what this is. I certainly don't think so.
I'm trying to remember. I don't even think we had a conversation. I think we started doing the show even like without a name. I think we just started referring to it as that, and that just became the name. I can't even tell you.
Let me ask you what would you have called the show if not Pollock and Thurston?
I was not going to come up with some witty name, and I just thought this is the most, like, to me, a title should be, okay, I know what the show is just based on what it says.
Let's come up with some ideas, okay? So list of suggestions, all right? Something like wrestling with numbers. Slam data.
Slam data.
Sorry.
Why? Where were you when we needed a name? How about
Well, I think we're on the precipice of something pretty special. And
no, never mind. Wrong clip.
Got to work on that soundboard for the new year.
It's still in development, folks. That's a phase 2.
I like Pollock and Thurston. All right, don't be tweeting these guys or blue skying these guys with your suggestions. It's going to be Pollock and Thurston forever.
Slam data, though. If we do get slammed with, I don't think there's a cease and desist out there that can prevent us from being Pollock and Thurston. So it is a very legal free titling that we have chosen.
Yeah.
So anyway, Brandon was someone I got to, obviously we're exceptionally close with this year, especially. So it was quite a collaborative effort this year as we were, we got to face the press conference posse throughout most of the year. Whether people were upset at me or Brandon, we definitely had our press conference moments this year. I think less so Brandon. I think I feel I took it worse on some of these press conferences this year.
Well, listen, okay. Who knows what 2025 has to offer? All right.
Yes.
You're there to ask interesting questions, and I think the both of you are very good at that.
Maybe that should have been the name of our show.
Interesting
Pollock and
question.
Thurston Unleashed.
Oh my God.
Let's keep going. More guests are arriving. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here, the man that's bringing us all the toys here to the Christmas party, he is John Siino, who joins us here on the Post Wrestling Christmas Party. Hey, Merry Christmas to you, Mr. Siino.
Merry Christmas to you two gentlemen. Yeah, I'm wearing the Santa hat. I got to bring the toys. Wai, I'm guessing you have Lego on your Christmas list this year?
I mean, it's the same every year. I'm very easy to shop for. Yeah.
Yeah, big on this side on the Lego front. It is Minecraft Lego and Gabby's Dollhouse. Those are the big ones. But I'm always curious this time of year, John. Like, what are from your observations the hot products this year that you're seeing in real time?
Before I go into Lego, you brought up Minecraft, and my son is pretty big into Minecraft. Is it your son or your daughter that's into Minecraft?
My son.
Has he seen the trailer for the new movie that's coming out with Jack Black? Because this looks like the weirdest acid trip in the world. It's ridiculous.
I haven't heard of this. I imagine he has not seen it yet. It's Christmas Eve, so this past weekend I took him to go see Sonic 3. So that was the late. He had kind of fallen out of Sonic, but when he saw this trailer, he definitely wanted to go see Sonic 3. But I wasn't even aware there's a Minecraft movie coming out. I'm not surprised, but I've not seen it.
Yeah, it comes out early next year. I want to say there it is right there. It's him as like the main character.
This will be gigantic. This will be insane. Like this thing is just it's so popular. Like every single one of his friends, they're so into this. It's all they play when they come over. It's just huge.
You mentioned Sonic. One of the sets that I got my son, I got to keep it quiet because he's about to open it anytime soon. But it's basically like the Shadow the Hedgehog, who's like the main character of the Sonic movie, but it's done like in this helmet form, kind of like my Boba Fett here, but for Shadow the Hedgehog. So that's been one of the top selling items this year. Fortnite is humongous. They finally signed a deal with Fortnite. There it is.
Look at this.
And
this is what you got, Siino?
I got him that, as well as literally the most requested item this year has been the Fortnite Battle Bus. I'm not sure if your kids know about Fortnite. If they don't, it's great. Don't let them get involved with that because
we have not entered Fortnite yet.
So they started releasing sets, and the main set is like the Battle Bus, which is like the main vehicle of the game, and it has every single character that's in the game in the bus itself. And I swear, every 10 to 20 minutes, we get a phone call or somebody asking for this bus. And it's been sold out since, I want to say October. There it is. That is the most asked for and requested item this holiday season, as well as this cat right here, this little tuxedo cat, if you can see it here, that I was able to snag, has been very heavily demanded as well.
Interesting. I didn't think the cat would be such a big seller, but a lot of people have cats. And
yeah, it was a slow mover at first, but like going into the holiday seasons, it's always like the niche things like this that sell. Like the Mona Lisa art set didn't really sell, but of course going into the holidays, that's a perfect gift for grandma or for dad. So the most obscure things, that's what I think Lego does the best at, is just like releasing anything. You're like, really, is that going to work? And then it'll find this audience. Every single set somehow finds this audience for Lego. That's the most wonderful part about them.
Interesting. I'm curious, like, are you finding more adults walking into the store? Like, what's sort of the ratio of kids to adults that go to the Lego store?
Definitely more adults, especially with some of the themes they've been targeting. Like, we can talk about F1. 2025 is going to be like the year of Lego and F1's like main partnership. They started it last year. They had a couple of the Speed Champion sets. They released a set based on Senna, and now with the new Netflix show about his life, everybody's been coming in asking for it. So I feel like a lot more adults were getting than kids. We obviously have our audience as well, but some of these sets they release, like kids either don't know them, like the Notre Dame, like who cares about the Cathedral of Notre Dame, but a parent will definitely come in and take a look at it. So I feel like a lot more parents, there's so many sets, John. If you see the amount of F1 speed champions.
It just seems there's such a plethora of them now that have expanded that it seems like this is, it's interesting with F1. It seems that though, kind of just has gone in these waves, but it seems to be one that is still, I think overall, it's still like one of the kind of more prominent properties that has been out there, especially as they've more and more integrated into the US. Like it just seems with all of these big races and stuff and, things like this that I think has so much crossover appeal to people. And all of this goes back to whether it's Senna or Drive to Survive. It's like, man, when Netflix waves their magic wand around you and you have something that hits there, like that is the gateway to a surging fandom.
They're releasing not only regular F1 sets for us adults, but also Duplo. If you know Duplo, like the big blocks for the kids under 4 years old, they're releasing F1 Duplo. When I saw that, I'm like, wow, they're really going like full in on this F1 partnership.
Yeah, I had this moment doing some Christmas shopping. I decided to drive to the mall, and I had to hunt for a parking spot. And as I'm coming out with my stuff, I get the, hey, are you leaving your parking spot? I'm like, yes, I am leaving. So he's hovering for it. I pull out another car. Like there's literally 3 cars that have now just they're hunched in behind their wheel, waiting for my spot. Guy gets out of his car to run to the other car to make it very clear that's my spot. I just was handed this spot by this guy. Leave it. I was like, I want to get the hell out of here right now. Never drive to a mall. That's my advice during the Christmas season. It is anarchy.
It's funny you say that. So I work in a mall, but I luckily work. I live about 5 minutes walking to the mall. So literally that's my exercise every day. I know you're speaking to a previous guest about the gym regiment, but it's me walking. I walk to and from work every day, which is like a 5 to 10 minute walk. And I avoid any parking, any ridiculous mall stuff. I just go in, I go to my store, I do what I got to do, and I leave. I don't have to deal with any of that. It can get pretty crazy, especially this time of the year.
You seen any crazy stories or like scenes at the mall this holiday season for you?
Not yet, but I feel like the last week or so can get hectic. People always get upset when they can't believe that things are sold out. Like, what do you mean it's sold out? It's like, well, ma'am, you and like 100 other people are looking for the same item on the same day. Like, what do you think? Like, you think you can just magically walk into the store and we can make it for you in the back? It doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
I just don't understand why people choose to, especially like 2 weeks out from Christmas, why they still choose to go physically to the mall to do their shopping when you could just click and it'll probably get here, by the 24th. I mean, people just, I guess, like the ritual, or they just like holding things in their hand. But the selection is just so much more vast when you're shopping online.
Yeah, especially for Black Friday. I know John was talking about how it had to go on Black Friday. I feel like people use that as like a tradition. It's like you're out with your family, everybody's wearing pajamas, you got your hot chocolate. You just want to go out there and just experience the Black Friday craze. Luckily, it's not as bad as it used to be. Like I used to work retail when I had to like leave at like 4 p.m. on Thanksgiving Day just to like open the store and work from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And then they pushed it back to 10 p.m. Then they pushed it out to midnight. Luckily now, since like one of the positives coming out of the pandemic was I think pretty much no retailers open until Friday itself. They might open early on Friday, but as far as I know, like your Best Buys and your Targets, they don't open on Thanksgiving anymore, which is a big plus because why take that away from anybody working retail? That you have to literally sacrifice half of Thanksgiving just to get ready for work is pretty ridiculous. And then you're not really selling much. Like you can see, like there wasn't people lining up for TVs at Best Buy anymore or for video game systems. It wasn't like it used to be. So why waste people's time and the holidays just for a couple sales? Doesn't make any sense.
Are you venturing to the garden show WWE is holding in a few days?
I might have to skip out on that. So December is like extremely busy. I'm still trying to figure out like what to do. There's the AEW shows at the Hammerstein. There's always your independent shows like House of Glories, GCW, and whatnot. I have gone there maybe once or twice when I actually worked at Best Buy. My store manager found out a couple of us were wrestling fans and gifted us for Christmas, like literally almost front row tickets to MSG. And that was the show where Vince McMahon, I think, opened up the show, and Ronda Rousey was involved in a steel cage match. That was like the closest I've ever been to any wrestling show, and that was at the Garden. So I literally felt like Vlad the super fan for that night. But this year I might have to skip out. But those shows are always fun to bring the family to. But as you guys have talked about, the ticket prices are ridiculous. That's one of the reasons why I was thinking about doing Saturday night's main event. I could have moved some things around and gone to that, but once I saw the prices, I'm like, it's not even worth it. Like WrestleMania is still like a big question mark. It's like, and I want to go because my son's getting into it. He has his favorites and whatnot, but it's like the time and the money, like to go to one of these WWE shows. I'd rather take him to like a House of Glory show, and he could probably have 10 times more fun because he's so much closer to the action and he's high-fiving the talent and whatnot. So I could spend a fraction of that price to go to a House of Glory show instead.
Compared to like a WWE, how do you think an AEW should be pricing their events right now? You know, can they even go closer towards the WWE, or should they go closer to an independent wrestling company?
Yeah, as far as like the pricing goes, I mean, they're having difficulty as it is right now getting people into the building. So for them to even consider like hiking it up, they better have like something like special planned to raise the price. But at the current stage, I think that would even harm them even more.
Is lowering the prices any sort of promotional appeal, for somebody like yourself?
Yeah, so it's funny because I was looking at the prices of the Hammerstein shows, and Ring of Honor had the cheapest prices. I think they were going at like $30. I want to say Collision was at $45, and Dynamite started at $60. And honestly, like, I know it's the Hammerstein, I know it's New York City, but I expected maybe more reasonable prices. So I was like, I think I might have to, skip Collision and Dynamite because those prices are a little bit more than I expected for AEW, because I've gotten to AEW paying like $15, $20, 25 the most. So when they start going above 40, like that might sound ridiculous for a wrestling show, but AEW, I feel like that's kind of high. So Ring of Honor was the one I chose out of those three to go to at $30. But yeah, lowering it might even, they always have like these deals like the 5-packs where I think they had a pack where it's $60 for 5 tickets at the Hammerstein. So that's a pretty good deal when they start doing things like that. But my main issue is finding people to go to these AEW shows. Unfortunately, like when they first started that Grand Slam show at the Arthur Ashe Stadium, I had friends that like didn't even watch wrestling, but they just heard about this show at this tennis stadium in Queens, and they just wanted to go. Of course, they recognize some names like a Chris Jericho and CM Punk at the time and whatnot. So they were all excited. And as the years went by, it was less and less people that even like cared about it. So it's very hard, New York side, to find friends that want to go to these shows. I have to talk to the family here at Post Wrestling, like a Davie or Braden, when they come down to go to these shows, like we did for Full Gear. But like your average fans that like I work with, like at my job, that know about wrestling, they don't even bother to go to AEW anymore, unfortunately.
Would you ever take Lorenzo to the Hammerstein Ballroom for the People versus GCW?
I don't know, because he's really been like on this independent wrestling kick. Like I took him to AEW Full Gear, and he did not like the show. He was like, "Dad, like I can't hear anything because the audio was really bad." He couldn't really see anything because where we were sitting it was blocking the screen. So he didn't really like, he loved Big Boom AJ. He loved that. The entire crowd was hyped for that. But like the shows, the fact that there was no break and it was like match after match after match, he didn't like that whole experience. He didn't wake up until Orange Cassidy because he just loved his whole shtick. The first time seeing Orange Cassidy, he like fell in love with him. But yeah, going to a GCW show, I don't know. I might. He loved House of Glory, and they're not like the most family friendly independent wrestling group. So I don't know. I have to see. A GCW might be a little tricky, but at least the New York shows, they're a little bit tamer than what you see like at Atlantic City GCW show, for example.
Yeah, let's not deprive Lorenzo of a doors, ladders, and chairs match.
Yeah, absolutely.
Every kid's wish list guest. Let's end off on this. Since we've spoken about Netflix, I mean, tell me what kind of your expectations are when WWE makes the move in a couple of weeks, and as well, what you expect the reaction to be among those that are going to be relying on Netflix for their new library. Now, I know this won't affect you in the U.S., but that's going to be a big shift, I think, for a lot of people that are going to be losing out on their historical episodes of Thunder.
Yeah, it's definitely going to bring in a lot more people. Like, for example, my brother, who doesn't really watch wrestling. He hasn't watched wrestling since like the mid 90s or so. He brought it up. He's like, "Hey, I was on Netflix the other day and I see that they're bringing Monday Night Raw to it." I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Oh, I might check it out." Because people they use Netflix now as often as like a YouTube. It's like always on in the background. You never go to somebody's house, there's always like Netflix playing. So for them to put like a live show on it, I think is going to be a big plus. I know people that are excited for these Christmas games that are coming up on Netflix. So it's more common now to just have Netflix as a regular channel. My parents, for example, I helped like set up their cable package, and you could just include Netflix as part of the Verizon package now. It's like an additional $10 a month. You even save money if you do it that way. So it's literally part of their package. You don't have to worry about like signing up for it separately or canceling or whatever the case is. As long as you have cable, you could have Netflix, and these smart TVs have a button right on it. They make it really simple. You literally press the Netflix button and you go right to the channel. So it's really easy to just use Netflix, as opposed to like 10 years ago where you had to log in, sign in, find a channel, do the input, whatever the case is. Now they make it so easy. So it's like literally just Netflix, you press the button and you're good to go. So for them to add like live shows to it, I think is going to be a big plus, because that's what's going to be on when you turn on Netflix that night. I'm sure it's going to be stamped on the main page like live and ongoing WWE Raw. So people are just going to watch it by accident, and they're going to see, Logan Paul, I know him, and The Rock, obviously, and John Cena's back. So I think it's going to be pretty huge for them. And hopefully I can see the same for Max, but Max isn't as used, I guess, as Netflix. Obviously, it's not the most
underrated
popular
service. I'm gonna vouch for it as through my ways and means that I've been getting access to it to Max. I'm gonna give out everyone a Christmas recommendation on Max, and that is stumbling upon a 1938 edition of A Christmas Carol that I did not know existed.
Ooh.
Highly underrated, fantastic version. Very different. It's got all the core tenets of A Christmas Carol, but when I found this, and an hour and 10 minutes, folks. I mean, my best find on any streaming service this month.
I wonder if this is the one that Davie Portman was talking about, because not to spoil it too much, but one of their Christmas picks for the Patreon this year is Scrooge with Bill Murray. It was picked by One Fire Frank, one of his favorite movies. I love the movie as well growing up. I haven't seen it in like 20 years, so I don't know if my feelings are the same. But unfortunately, Davie Portman did not enjoy it from what I've heard. I think he's more of a traditional Christmas Carol going as far as the movies go. I love the Muppets version. That's my favorite version of the Christmas Carol with Sir Michael Caine. Sorry.
Well, John, we want to thank you very much for stopping by on the Post Wrestling Christmas Show. You can hear John every Saturday night with Kate from Montreal covering AEW, Collision, and, of course, Shot in the Dark, your way to keep up to date on everything from WWE, TNA, to Women of Wrestling, which got more than enough coverage on the most recent N.W.A. podcast. So there you go. John Siino has you covered if you're not able to track down David McLean's latest venture. But thank you as always, John.
Absolutely. We're ready to put our names in the hat. If there ever is a Women of Wrestling pay-per-view that comes up, me, Braden Herrington, and brother Nate Milton will definitely cover that for Post Wrestling.
Well, that would be responsible for 3 buys for a Women of Wrestling pay-per-view, and that might double the entire total. But it is all yours if they ever make the jump to a pay-per-view. But thank you so much, John. Happy holidays, and we'll be looking forward to more in 2025.
Merry Christmas, guys. Take care.
John Siino, representing the great state of New York, a man that consumes way too much professional wrestling and somehow still has an ability to keep up on seemingly every drop of popular culture, from Sonic to Marvel to Lego. He's on top of just about everything.
For a man named Siino, he certainly does see a lot, okay? He sees pretty much everything that's on offer, whether it be on tape or live. Is really my go-to source of news, because he's so up to date on everything. And I'm saying like news as in wrestling, certainly Lego, certainly MCU related, hip hop. So really a man that I think is really all I need in terms of a Reddit subscription service.
Yeah, we always have lengthy offline conversations about the latest in hip hop.
Yeah, John. Wait, did you hear some of John's hot takes in our private chat about Kendrick Lamar? Wow.
I drop bars privately. I keep them to myself unless I decide to text Wai, and he responds with a ha-ha.
He responds in diss track, actually. Pollock does.
That's what I do. I know Siino got to see Sonic 3. I don't think this is going to be... Oscar is not at Sonic level yet, is he?
Not yet, no. But I know your kids are.
Yes. it's interesting because Max has kind of outgrown the Sonic phase. He was super into Sonic, but then this latest Sonic 3 came out, and boy, did he want to go see this movie. And we went to go see it recently, and it was more so. It was a fine movie. Like I was into it. I watched it. It was not something that necessarily I'm raving about, but it was a fun movie. But to be in this theater, which I would say was about half full, and I don't even know what I can say here. It's like the Sonic contingent that's listening to this. But there is a scene in this movie that generated like literal shrieks and screams. It was just insane. It was insane. Like I have been to Marvel films where you get reactions, and these are like adults of a certain level and heavily male. This was like wide range of ages, mostly younger, female shrieks at this one particular scene that I'm trying to tiptoe and be vague about. But it was just crazy. I was like, wow, the fandom here. It was nuts.
So I know very little about Sonic lore. Like I'm a Nintendo guy, never played a Sonic game in my life, but like that sounds awesome. Like that sounds like a reason to go see a movie.
It was anytime you get those kinds of moments in a movie theater, it is cool that you were there live like you can't replicate that watching this at home or when it comes out on Netflix or something.
You can't even replicate that like maybe in the second or third week, that's the type
true.
of experience that entices you to go on opening week because you're there with the most diehard fans who would react that way.
Yeah, you're right, because this probably would have been known after the fact. So anyway, there you go. That's John Siino, our resident everything here at Post Wrestling, and of course over at Poisonrana, the man behind Shot in the Dark, and you can hear him. He is Mr. Saturday Night with Cape from Montreal, covering Collision, which has been on a decent streak of late. They're coming off that Hammerstein show last weekend, and Collision coming to the USA Network. ... in Canada.
It's going to be a bit of a confusing mouthful, but yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I just got a text, and someone is waiting outside and is looking through the window. I think that's who it is. Is he walking away? Let's go grab him before he goes home. The party is inside, not outside.
This is a huge deal for me. I was very much on time. I was actually early, John. I was like 5 or 10 minutes early, just sitting in the studio.
Sorry.
No.
Wow,
me.
that early?
Yeah, just because I had nothing else to do. I was just editing podcast stuff and writing in the background. So I'm like, I'm excited to talk to my friends in a little bit. So I was very prompt. No diss on not being prompt, but I was just saying that's how excited I was to be on here today.
Minor amount of shade thrown there at
It's
one
okay.
waiting.
I deserve it.
I've made you guys wait for so many times over the years for so many things. So I think the least I could do is be offering Wai 10 minutes of leeway.
You ever watch I've talked about this. Have you ever watched the show Alone on History?
Is that the one where people are like alone in the woods?
Yes.
Are they naked on that one?
No, they're not naked. They're clothed. They have one set of clothes. But one of their things is they will concoct some fish gathering mechanism, and they put it out to water, and every day they come back with the hope that fish will appear and be caught. And that's kind of like sending a text to you, is that I send it out there, I know that eventually I'll get an answer. It will come back. It's reliant. It's just I'm not going to just cast a line out there and immediately get it back.
Are you hearing this shit, Wai? Listen, there's one person who never responded to our group thread to the point that they killed the group thread. And that is yourself, John. Let's go to the group thread if you want to go to checking notes.
So I'll say, I don't think John and I, this, John and I don't do well in group threads.
I do. You guys have talked about, you've made fun of me on air or texting into the group thread saying
let's recap. Let's recap. Okay. My invite, can you come on this particular day? That was sent Tuesday at 3:10 p.m. Response comes Thursday at 3:40 p.m. Sorry about the delay. I can come on. Then we respond with, are you free at this particular time on that day? That was a cool, that was a 17-hour delay. And then in the lead up, double checking, this actually, when I brought up the idea of lunch, man, were you prompt on that one. That was something of enticement for you.
You didn't leave out a bit of a detail. I wasn't invited on by myself. I was invited on with a friend who I had to try and coordinate with. And then when I was trying to coordinate with the friend, I realized, you know what? You hit me back and said, you know, you can come by yourself. You don't have to bring your much cooler friend.
We didn't want the friend on solo. We wanted the friend with you. Okay, you were the glue that we wanted. Okay,
you were number one. The other person was number two.
Hey, they're not here, and guess what? Invite was still out, and we were not going to give up an option on you. I mean, it would be really shitty of us to be like, oh, they can't make it. Sorry, Damian. We wanted you.
We still have to have you on, I guess, so you can still come. I'm still waiting for him to respond to the invite, by the way. So
save it for next year.
Maybe it'll run on. Maybe there'll be a run on, or run in, I should say. I'm out of touch.
In case no one has recognized his voice by now, Damian Abraham has been settled here on the Post Wrestling Christmas show. He is drinking from like a square coffee mug.
Minecraft.
It's a Minecraft, yeah.
Is it? Okay. I should know this because Minecraft is very big among my 7-year-old son. It is what he is obsessed with at this moment. Did you live through the Minecraft phase, or is it still ongoing?
No, I've lived through it, hence why I'm now allowed to drink through the mug, because the mug has now been cast off as new fascinations have been found. But yeah, we definitely went through the Minecraft phase, and it's a fun thing for kids to get into. You know,
what is the age? What is the Minecraft age?
I'm going to say, what would you say?
5 to
yeah,
infinity.
Yeah.
Sounds like it. You can know your age by the confusion over whether like Minesweeper has made a comeback, realizing this is something totally different.
The only time I think I ever impressed my eldest child with the podcast, like having a guest on the podcast, was when he said to me, or I had a guest on, Edmund McMillan, who does the game Super Meat Boy and Binding of Isaac, and so he does these DIY video games, incredibly popular video games. And I was lamenting the fact that I could never be cool to my kid. He's like, "Tell your eldest tomorrow that I met Notch and I played version 1." And so the next day I went and told Golden that last night I had a guy on the podcast. Golden's like, "Okay, cool." I'm like, "He designs video games." Golden's like, "Cool." And I'm like, "Yeah, he met Notch and played version 1." And Holden just shuts his laptop immediately and turns around like, "What?" Gets his younger sibling in there to hear the story over again. But I guess Notch is the creator of Minecraft, who has now subsequently been revealed to be not a great person, I think.
Aren't they all?
Unfortunately.
I feel there's so many ... turned out to be not a great person.
Yeah, I think that's the sad reality of...
You know what there needs to be, and maybe it exists out there. There does need to be a database for like every musician, every movie producer, like anything you consider investing your fandom into. You can do like a quick background check and be like, okay, here are the pros of the art that they are responsible for. Here are the negatives that you may have to be forced to defend if you say you are a supporter of this guy.
I would say just assume it with everything out there. Unfortunately,
preface everything with, I really enjoy this person's work. Don't know anything about the person.
Yeah, like I have no idea what they're like behind closed doors, and that is the sad reality. I say this as a person in one of these kinds of industries where...
Are you a unicorn in this industry, Damian? Because I will vouch for you. You're a pretty upstanding individual that I would, if you ran for office, I would endorse you publicly.
No, there are definitely cool people within this industry, but I'm not going to pretend like the majority are. I don't know. That's maybe not the case, but there are definitely enough assholes to make me fully admit that this is an industry full of assholes. And by that, I mean the music industry, but that could be extended to any industry I've been around. Unfortunately, I think anywhere where men have power, man, this is a real heavy Christmas. This is like as heavy as a Christmas dinner.
How do we get from Minecraft to this?
I don't know.
But this is interesting. I mean,
let me segue this, because out there aren't too many people that you can categorize as my hero. But this year, maybe Damian wants to abstain from this one because this is someone you have actually played on shows with their band, and that was Dave Grohl this year, who had not a great year. And I bring this up because you and I both read his book last year, and both of us are big fans of this book. I've always been a big Big fan of Dave
Grohl. Yeah. Yeah.
So this year, his controversy was he decided to disclose this publicly in a very bizarre post that he has fathered a child with another woman, and this, I mean, garnered him a ton of backlash. Am I missing out any key details here? Is that generally the recap of Dave Grohl?
That's what I like. Well, I think there's more to Dave Grohl than just this moment, but that's certainly what happened this year. And it's really unfortunate. In my experience with Dave Grohl, he was incredible. Like, there's never been a moment where I was like, wow, this guy is kind of a rock star asshole. Like, he's always cool. But everyone, I guess, has failings, and that's certainly not to say that this is on par with someone, doing something without someone's consent, but it's not cool, and I can totally see how it affects people's fandom.
It's bad behavior, but I will preface it with I am somebody that, like, I do not care about people's extramarital affairs, what they do. If it's consenting adults, this is not someone that worked underneath him. There's no power disparity to my understanding. It's just he cheated on his wife and had a child with them. Like, certainly everyone can have whatever opinion they are. That to me is not going to affect my opinion of the person, just me personally, because I don't hold people that I have no knowledge of like what they do on their time. If it's not illegal and it's not anything that is criminal, then you know what, people are going to do what they're going to do. But I was, in that sense, as I state that, I was surprised at just how much, I think, because people do hold Dave Grohl on this like very big. I think they look at him as someone that they believe would be not somebody to do such a thing.
Well, because these people aren't, just musicians anymore. They've taken their place of what spiritual figures would be in people's lives. So they're not just looking at Dave Grohl as a great songwriter. They're looking at Dave Grohl as this sort of perfect human being, infallible human being. And I think
if you read his book, I mean, the guy, like, the conversations being way, it's like this guy flew across the world in the middle of his tour so that he could be there, I think, for the father-daughter dance or something like that. Like, he just came off to me like, what a wonderful human being here in this book.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if Dave Grohl had been like, someone from Motley Crue and had presented himself differently or been presented differently, would people have felt as upset by this? I think there's also, and certainly even in the Foo Fighters catalog, there's songs that people celebrate, which is him talking about the times that he has cheated on other people in the past. Like, I think there's a certain level where we do celebrate this in our art, in our artists, where they are kind of like, I guess, flawed romantists that will always wind them up in these sort of like predicaments and these be able to make art out of it. But I think Dave Grohl, for a lot of people, occupied a special place to them. And yeah, I could totally understand why people are upset by it. I don't think at the same time, I'm not his kids, I'm not his wife, but at the same time, like, I don't feel like this would affect the way I look at the music that person makes, or, they're not irredeemable in my mind after this. But I'm not his wife and kids, and I'm
going to full out apologize for taking this. This is the heaviest conversation we've had on the Christmas show so far, but I do think it's an interesting one. If I was advising him, I don't think I would have advised him to even disclose it. Like, there is an aspect of privacy that all celebrities, I think, are due. We don't know his relationship. Like, this to me, I guess
if he didn't disclose it, TMZ would have.
I guess that's the case, that you want to get ahead of things. There's not like a great, and you have to also understand when you are in a spotlight such as this, you are going to be clinging to privacy that you're not, like, that is going to be a losing battle to try and keep something like that quiet.
Yeah, and I feel there's a part of just being in these sorts of positions, and I think wrestler is included in this, where you're on the road, there's tons of adulation, there's sort of these constant highs followed by these like immediate crashes where you're looking for a way to, I don't know, to feel good, to stroke your ego, X, Y, or Z. Not excusing any of this behavior, but I just think this is a reality of these types of jobs. And for me, this would never be something I would be able to do, because I don't think I'd be able to carry the personal guilt. I'm a very guilty person by nature. But I know a lot of people in bands that have done it. I've seen a lot of people in bands kind of behave in ways where I'm like, wow, really? Like, that's what you're going to do? But I never saw it from Dave Grohl when we were on tour with those guys. But then again, I wasn't around them 24 hours a day either. So I'm not going to pretend like I saw everything. But on that tour, we were treated, like, looking back on it now, that was like our one kick at the can of Rockstar Fantasy Camp, where we got to pretend like we were living that life for 3 weeks on tour with those guys. There was no sort of like, here's the way you guys are treated, here's the way we're treated. Like, we were kind of treated the same way as anyone else was on that tour, as this sort of like shitty little opening band. And it was a incredible experience. So from my personal perspective, I feel like, like, I don't know, it's a real hard thing to say, because once again, from my personal perspective, I haven't spoken to him since this all came out, but every other time I've run into him over the years, we've kind of maintained a sort of friendship. So I think, like any friend that does something that's not, like you said, criminal or so horrifically amoral that I can't come back from it. Like, if he wanted to reach out and talk to me, I think I'd definitely still talk to him. I think he's probably carrying a lot of shit himself. Once again, not dismissing any of the guilt that he should be feeling, or saying that his family is wrong for being upset about this, because they also are completely entitled to their feelings. But once again, on a personal level, I think for me, it's a bummer. I mean, really political? Did that sound like I was trying to dodge?
No.
Okay.
Well, no.
I'm not trying to dodge. I'm trying to be as honest as possible.
I mean,
no, I agree with what you're saying, and I'm someone that obviously has no relationship with Dave Grohl.
Yeah, I think political is an interesting word to say, because I feel like the double standard is very fascinating, of like what in society we tend to accept and what we don't. And I think back to American politics about what is acceptable versus like something like this that apparently is, like, again, we speak about, I think, what our expectations are for certain people, and if they somehow break that idea, then it's a bigger topic of conversation, at least. But I'm curious about the topic of just even redemption, more so like in terms of PR, what do you think are sort of like the necessary ingredients for somebody to rehabilitate their image? And obviously every crime, or not even a crime, but like every act is different. But are there any sort of like core qualities of like redemptive arcs that you've seen from in a public space that you can identify?
I think it's totally situational, because like you're saying, it depends on what the person did. What, is it a crime, or is it sort of a social misstep, or is it something deeper?
Let's go with the social misstep example, and getting away from anything where someone is facing like charges over. It's something that it can affect your livelihood, your income, because you have said something, you have committed to something that is against what your fan base wants out of you, and is something that is not going to put you in prison, but it is something that is going to you're going to pay in like social capital.
I think it depends on the industry. I think, I don't know if Hulk Hogan would come back in music in the way he's been able to kind of come back, I guess, time and time again, kind of even in wrestling. I think it also depends on the larger political climate at a given time. I don't know if they would be bringing Hulk Hogan back even under the Vince McMahon administration 3 or 4 years ago, because you didn't necessarily have the incoming president be who this incoming president is, and someone who's created a lot of political favor with the incoming president. It's interesting too, like ABC settled with Donald Trump, recently
for $15 million.
$15 million. And I don't think they backed down if the political climate was what it was a few years ago. I feel like
experts have stated like this is a very winnable case for ABC, but is this, and there's been speculation over why have they settled this case that they perhaps could have won, and one of it is, do you want to be at odds with the incoming president and just rather than just make this legal dispute go away? And for ABC, $15 million is not, that's not going to affect your next quarter.
Yeah, like I think it really comes down to what you feel like as the fan. Like, are there artists that I can't look at the same way? 100%. And has it affected their art forever for me? Definitely. Are there artists that I know, once again, taking out the criminal aspect of it, but are not great people that I still like? I'm like, well, I like this song in spite of the fact. Yeah, there's definitely artists that I give a pass to in that regard, but it changes the way I want to support that artist. Like, I certainly will not go out and buy their records or go to their show or buy their t-shirt or pay to watch them wrestle in some cases. So I think it really comes down to how you feel as an individual and what your limits are and what your lines for some of these people are.
Agreed. Well,
man, this is a heavy Christmas. Damian brings the worst presents this party.
Can you tell us?
Come on, John, you're throwing me the worst things. Right
I didn't even mean to go this direction, but it's just kind of organic with you, Damian. And I would feel worse if it was some other guest.
Already like the most hated
you,
uncle.
And I feel like we're leaving you with substance to chew on after this conversation. You know, and I hope Christmas morning you're just sitting around with your kids. And you're like, you know what, guys, I want to talk a little bit about. I want to talk about social justice issues.
People are like, fast forward, when the fuck is Neal or Nate coming on this thing? For Christ's sake!
I've heard rumors that people hate when we talk about this stuff. Like, absolutely hate when me and Wai talk about this. I've heard rumors, but there's no confirmation on
Let's
that.
give it to Damian.
I've heard people love it. Actually,
yeah, well, you know what? This is what you get on Christmas Eve here at Post Wrestling. Do you have big Christmas holiday plans? Are Wai and I getting an invite one of these years for the big brisket hosting?
You guys are invited anytime you want to come over. I really feel like you're both. You know where I live?
You've stopped by my place. I feel I should return the favor and stop by your house.
I've gazed longingly through the window at a party at your place one time that I couldn't get into.
The saddest story that I still feel bad about, but I also take very little guilt over because I feel like you could have just walked in, no problem.
The door was locked, John.
It was locked. You're right.
And no one was answering the doorbell.
And you did phone me, and I did not hear my phone ring because I was not holding it at the time. So
and I called Wai, and I banged on the door. Then your neighbors got a little weary of me as this large man peering in through the window, longingly, like Scrooge.
As there's a party going on, like just the visual of this. It's I'm going to do another party for my birthday, and I am going to I'm going to give you maybe I'm going to give you like the passcode to just come in. That's where our friendship is going to evolve to in 2025.
John, I told you I was 10 minutes early to come on the interview today. You know I'm going to be showing up at your house and on your couch one morning.
That's
hey,
fine.
buddy.
I'm going to task you with like making the meat.
Oh, I'm a pretty good cook.
Do you know this guy? He makes brisket for like 12 people every year.
I had no idea.
Yeah, I don't eat it either because I'm vegan. So it's just for
wow.
For everyone
else. How do you know it tastes good then?
You can tell these things just by following the recipe and the timing, and just got to season it right. It's like I think with the internet, it's easy enough to fake being a good cook. I'm also a failed Food Network TV show host, right?
That's a story for another time.
I've never told you that story where Maddie Matheson and I did that pilot for the Food Network.
No.
Oh my gosh. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's another whole story. Yeah, Emmy award-winning Maddie Matheson.
Yes.
Well, what happened?
The Food Network went with a different guy to be the other host, and we did 2 episodes, and it got canceled. Big mistake. Maddie.
Huge mistake.
Yeah. I was like, wow, really? It was actually kind of a different show that we ended up doing. But yeah, they didn't, and then Maddie, of course, is Maddie. Everyone knew Maddie back then was going to be a star. He was like one of those people that you just were like, damn, this guy's got something. Who knew how big, though? Never saw that coming. Guy's got to be the most famous person in Toronto now.
Do you have any
New Year's resolution
for us, Damian?
go be at John's birthday party.
Okay, that's a good resolution. we can definitely make that one happen. I promise. I'm gonna
try and give up Pepsi. Maybe finally give up soda.
Give up Pepsi. Okay.
Yeah, I've been drinking a lot of soda again this year, and I've gotten off social media, so that was going to be one of my things. But
what have you replaced all this with, and what are you going to replace soda with?
Anxiety, lots of anxiety, probably.
Okay.
I've been trying to work a little bit more and be a little more focused on trying to start some other projects in the background. But the social media thing, I just found like I can't control myself with that. And it just was such a huge time suck, like hours of just sitting there flipping. And then it was like going to the explore page and watching videos about shit I don't even care about, like Vanderpump Rules. And I don't know how I'd get sucked into watching something about breaking down the drama on Vanderpump Rules, but I'd spend 15 minutes doing that. So yeah, I feel like that's been a big step forward for me, is kind of freeing myself of that thing a little bit.
Well, I'm not a doctor, but I think eliminating soda, eliminating social media, I think that might curtail anxiety. That would be my guess. I don't know if it's going to be replaced with more anxiety. That would be my thought. Maybe the three of us should all just join a gym together. Maybe we could do that. We could keep in touch, and then we'll all get in great shape.
I go to a gym. You guys come with me to my gym. It's like $10 a month, and my kid does not like to work out.
$10 a month. Where is this? Like someone's backyard?
I think it's $10 a month. I can get buddy passes. I pay for the expensive membership so I can bring my kids with me.
What do you do at the gym? I'm curious. Like what's your routine?
Go on the treadmill. I blew out my quad this year, like Vince McMahon style, while filming a music video for Fucked Up. But unlike Vince McMahon style, I wasn't even walking to the ring. I was sitting down in a chair and got up to get the door, and had to cancel the rest of the video shoot because I was in so much pain. Went to the hospital. So I do a lot of leg presses. I never used to do leg stuff, but then they were like, "Oh yeah, you do need to work out your legs." So I've started doing some the ones where you move your feet and you lift up I don't really know anything about what I'm supposed to be doing at the gym. I think that's probably why my son does not want to work out beside me, because I probably look like a maniac as I'm flailing about figuring out these machines. But yeah, it feels good. Like it feels good when I leave there. I hate going there, but once you leave, you're like, oh, that felt awesome. I feel like
of all the television concepts you seem to throw out, I think they always come back to like the pilot. I would love to see father and son, like you and Holden, just about life. I think this could be a sitcom. I mean, just from you and your son that is growing, entering the world, and I think that this could be a gem. 22 minutes every week. I would tune in.
I think we're going to finally find a bonding over listening to you do UFC breakdowns, John, because he has become really into mixed martial arts. He does Muay Thai. He does some BJJ. He wants to go into some Greco-Roman wrestling as well. Wow. So he is watching fight night cards now for UFC, and he's very excited about mixed martial arts these days. So it's all going to come back to the Post. Maybe Holden and I can do a show on Post where we do post-fight night card breakdowns, and he just rips into me super hard.
You know what? I think this could be a great spin-off. He can do all the analysis, and then when Donald Trump shows up, you can pipe in and give your thoughts. I mean, it'd be wonderful, I think.
I'm definitely color on that thing.
Well, Damian, we thank you so much. You're a staple here on the Post Wrestling Network, and especially come the Christmas show every year. We're going to get together soon, and we hope you, Holden, the entire family have a wonderful holiday.
Well, thank you guys so much for having me, and to the Post Wrestling family out there, I am so sorry that John threw me all these topics and I ruined your Christmas Eve.
Well, you know what? That's what I bring to the conversation. Okay, if Wai's here for levity, I'm here to just bog things down with world issues that I think all people want to be thinking about on Christmas Eve. So that is what I'm here for, and the Christmas show rolls on. Man, Wai, I think we need a drink after that chat.
He made it indoors.
I need a life jacket because that got deep.
Right, yeah. It did. You're right. You know,
did I go too far there? Was Dave Grohl just not this? Was that not on the menu of subjects that we expected to discuss?
I didn't expect it, but I also found it the most interesting part of the conversation we had. You know, listen, Christmas is a time to reflect, and often that means things that aren't the happiest things. You know, who's to say reflection needs to always be about positivity? All right, it's time to get deeper. Okay.
How is your? I want to follow on this a little bit with you, and you kind of like to entertain these discussions. What impact does like real world events have on your playlist? Like, are there artists that will you actively not listen to? Like this year, did a number on fans of like Diddy, Jay-Z of recently like charged like some heinous stuff.
Charged, like, is that the term? Was
he was sued?
Charged?
He was sued.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
he was sued. Yes. Good correction.
Yeah.
Like, do you like a Diddy song comes on? Is that a different experience for you now? Because I'll say for me personally, there are some that like I will listen to artists that are not great people or that bad things have been said about, and then I like this song. I'm going to listen to the song. And then there's other ones where it's like maybe that weighs a little bit more. It's sort of a case-by-case thing, but like I don't think it's nothing. But at the same time, I also don't at all judge people if they enjoy music that, you know, wherever it comes from.
Yeah, I guess like when I heard all that stuff about Diddy, like it's not like like I'm not putting on, you know, It's All About the Benjamins like right away. You know, I'm not rushing to Spotify like a lot of people seem to do actually. Like I believe he actually saw a bit of a spike in his numbers as a result. Like I'm not really doing that, but if it comes on, you know, in shuffle mode, I'm not turning it off. I wish I could say, hey, like I'm so bothered by this that I would do that, but I'm bothered by it, but I guess not to the extent that like I can't separate it. You know, like you and I, we cover professional wrestling and like especially historical professional wrestling that is filled with its own list of very unsavory characters. But I think I've developed the muscle to be able to separate art from artist decently well. Not to say that's the right approach for most people, especially people who don't necessarily have to do this sort of thing for a living. But just for your own personal enjoyment, I guess I've just kind of developed my my viewing habits.
She had some thoughts, but I
cameo from Evie Pollock here on the video version.
Doing multiple things here on Christmas Eve.
Oh, it's a busy day at the Pollock household. A lot of people here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just, you know, I'll just say, like, it's for your entertainment, it's a release from a lot of this stuff. It's typically something where you're getting away from all of this. It's exhausting to kind of apply that pressure to what is like relaxation for you, for instance. Like if you want to listen to a song, anyway, it's interesting. Everyone has.
Now, is that the case for like other things as well? Like, is that the case for like a movie, for instance, or a TV show containing somebody that, like, you know, it might be in some unsavory headline, or even a wrestling match, like, you know?
Oh, it goes for everything. I think it all comes down to the person. It's like when this stops being entertainment for you, then that's your line. For a lot of people, it was like, you know, various actors that were named in things or comedians and such. It's like, if you are no longer enjoying this person because that stuff is such a cloud over top of it, then it's no longer entertainment for you. It's again, and I don't think that enjoying someone's art is, that's by no means an endorsement of that person. It's just an acknowledgement. Like someone can be a horrible person and also produce incredible art. And those things can be mutually exclusive.
Interesting. Well, I know music for a lot of people is a source of stress release. You might even consider it a source of your wellness management. And two people that I know who know a lot about wellness management might be our next guest.
I'm just going to listen.
And welcome back, guys, to the Post Wrestling Christmas show. John has just stepped out for a second. He'll be joining us in a second, but I'm here with my good friends, Neal Flanagan, Jordan Goodman, my co-hosts on the Wellness Policy. Welcome to the Christmas show, you two.
Yeah.
Yay.
Thanks for inviting us. Is this what we're pretending it's a house party?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sure.
Whose house are we at? This is a very nice house.
It's I guess mine. So thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's one of the post office branches.
Yeah.
Remember there used to be multiple ones, Post Office East, Post Office West. Takes me back.
Yes.
I can't believe it's Christmas Eve. It feels like only literally moments ago we were recording the
What did you wish for? What did you wish for this year, Neal?
All year or
just for
for
Christmas? Yeah, for Christmas.
Just for my loved ones to have a nice time and a bit of a rest, and for a rest, to be honest, because it's been a much busier year than 2023. My workplace, my shoot job, folks.
Out of all the post wrestling people, who would you say is the most loved by you?
By me?
Yeah,
it's got to be Wai and John.
Most loved by you, meaning like who he loves the most?
Yeah, who's his favorite?
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and John and Wai and
cool.
Siino,
I got to get you a new
Eric.
track jacket for Christmas, Neal.
I have several variations on this.
Are you
actually? I really should rotate them more.
You got like 10 of the same thing in your closet?
I have a ton of these. They're penguin.
Yes.
Track tops, and I have at least 5 of them because I went through a phase of really enjoying them.
Hey, Wai, have you ever gone through a penguin phase, like the animal? March of the Penguins. Did you get onto that bandwagon?
No, I haven't.
No,
like just being really interested in the animal.
Yeah.
No, I can't say I have. Have you?
No.
Okay. Well, what did you? So maybe instead of me asking like what you want for Christmas, I think a better question is what would you get? Okay, Neal, what would you get Jordan for Christmas?
I think I might get him a fun Christmas hat. Maybe even one that has lights on it or something like that. That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
Like another one of what he's wearing right now?
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. I don't know then. A better doctor, probably.
Okay. How about you, Jordan? What would you get Neal for Christmas?
I mean, maybe like a subscription to Grindr just to see. He's been talking about it in private for a while, and
yeah, why not?
Behind the curtain. Well, in front of the curtain. Whatever, curtains. It's curtains notwithstanding.
What's a subscription get you that you don't get from the free version?
I think all dating apps now offer better prospects for your dating life if you pay for it. From Tinder beyond. I did have a Grindr account at one point. It lasted all of, I think, let's say less than 24 hours because I was getting all sorts of offers of casual encounters with details I didn't necessarily need to know about. And that's not what I had set up the account for. It was kind of older guy in middle age thinking of like meeting people, not so much meeting them, in a park or something like that.
That's too much of the holiday spirit, perhaps.
And a subscription, would a subscription change that, the quality of responses?
I don't think so. Grindr is pretty much, its user base is pretty geared to let's just have fun, folks. And it skews rather young as well. So I think I would need to sort of go old school, maybe a website like eHarmony or something like that caters to my demographic as well. That way, better chance of kind of matching up interests and so on.
Okay. Where's John? Because I've been on this show a few times now. Sometimes John is there. Clearly this time he's not here. But
he's here.
I can't. I haven't seen him. And I feel pretty disrespected.
I've
to
got
be
him.
invited. But wait, what do you mean you have?
I have him on the line right here.
Oh, on the line.
Yeah, he's on speakerphone.
Can I talk?
Yeah, let's just bring John back. He just, I mean, sometimes he feels like he doesn't really want to chime in, but yeah, you can come back now, John.
Hey, John, are you there?
Hey there, Neal. I'm here and ready to chat, eh? What's up?
Hey.
Yeah, I'm here with Jordan and Wai. I don't know where you are, but it's good to have you here, even remotely.
Hey, Neal. Great to be here with you, Jordan and Wai. Even if it's just virtually, eh? How can I help out?
Neal,
hold the line a second.
Can he hear?
Something must be wrong with StreamYard.
Sure thing. Take your time. I'll be here.
Because I think John can only hear you, Neal. So only you can communicate with him.
Okay, can you let him know like how deeply offensive it is that like when the Jew comes to the Christmas party, for some reason John doesn't like show up?
You can't hear him, John, unfortunately, just because of the setup we have technically. But Jordan, no, not sugarcoated. He feels disrespected that you're not here in person. Got any response?
I'm sorry to hear that, Jordan. I wish I could be there in person, but I'm here to support you all the same. Please let me know how I can help.
That's nice.
Can you ask John?
You're welcome.
We like to give people a bit of a preview of like some of the programming to come later on in this year. I'm curious, like what is John's current 2024 wrestling match of the year?
John, what's your current favorite 2024 professional wrestling match of the year?
One standout match from 2024 was the Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns bout at WrestleMania. It had a lot of drama and was a real crowd pleaser, eh?
Hey.
Thanks, John.
You're welcome, Neal. Glad I could help, eh?
I didn't think he'd go with that. I thought he'd go with something a bit more work rate based. Yeah.
Neal, can you ask John why he never answers my calls?
John, it's another tricky question from Jordan, unfortunately. Jordan wants to know why you never answer his phone calls.
Sorry about that, Jordan. If I could answer calls, I would. Always happy to chat here, though.
Well, that's an intriguing answer. He's trying to say that he can't answer your calls, Jordan, which I think we should leave.
Can you ask John? And because it's rare that we have you here talking to him, Neal. I want you to ask John what he loves most about you, Neal.
Okay, John, this is going to get a bit deep and meaningful, which I know isn't your speed, but let's go. What do you value most in me?
I value how you're always seeking to improve yourself and nurture your friendships, Neal. It's really admirable and shows your dedication.
Jesus,
classic John.
That's yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's very meaningful to me, John. Thank you for saying that.
Okay.
You're welcome, Neal. I'm glad it resonates with you. Always here to chat about what matters to you.
Wow.
That's so John, isn't it?
Well, no, actually, this is very unusual. He sounds kind of, I don't know. He's kind of just different.
Yeah, it's the holidays.
Can you ask John, just so I can make sure that he's feeling okay, can you ask him to impersonate the professional wrestling writer Vince Russo?
John, can you do me a favor? Wai would like you to impersonate professional wrestling personality Vince Russo. Can you do that?
I'm here to help in other ways, though. If you need anything else, just let me know.
That felt like the end of the answer, but not the beginning.
Apologies for that, Neal. I'm here to help in other ways, though. If you need anything else, just let me know.
Do you know who Vince Russo is? I know you do.
Vince Russo is known for his unique approach to wrestling storylines. I can provide information or discuss wrestling if you'd like.
No,
Thanks, John.
No, I don't need that.
Yeah, it feels
You're welcome, Neal.
It feels
interesting.
Feels like he's not in the mood to really act on.
I have a feeling that's not really him, or at least.
What you mean? He said "hey" after a few of his sentences.
It looks like him too. That's that classic teal polo shirt he wears.
Okay.
I think we should probably reveal to anyone gullible enough at this point that I am in fact using ChatGPT advanced voice mode, which I asked to be John.
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Why do you got to break?
All right. So when you did this earlier, it sounded way different than what this thing ended up being.
Yeah.
Like
It's
even
not
the voice
perfect.
sounded different. What happened?
I told it to put on an over-the-top Canadian accent, and it seemed to forget. So that it's clearly not. It clearly has
We
a ways
have
to
a
go.
long ways to go. Okay, first of all, it needs to replicate his voice, and it hasn't done that yet. I think there's already enough evidence of all of our voices at this point on the internet for ChatGPT to be just able to just create like a John-sounding voice. Secondly, it's got to be able to do a Vince Russo impression on command, okay? If it can't do that, then what good is this technology?
Damn,
Agreed. No, it's true. It's got a long way to go.
Yeah. There's no threat, everybody. It's
Not
fine.
at the minute.
Well, any New Year's resolutions from the both of you?
No.
Pivot. I want to, let's get personal. I want to date in 2025. I haven't done it at all this year. I keep putting it off. I keep making excuses. It's a fearful thing to do at my age. So yeah, that's something I'll put out there on, this is a very widely listened to show, so it helps my accountability to
Can
do
you
that.
connect with the fear? Can you locate it in the body, Neal?
Yeah, solar plexus, right in the middle, just middle of the chest.
And if the fear was going to say something to you, what would its message be?
It's telling me I don't need to. I'm happy on my own.
But
That's
yet there is desire.
Well, no, that's exactly, I think, how somebody should approach dating. You should feel complete on your own, and hopefully you find somebody who also feels the same way, and you accentuate both of your completenesses together.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like part of this feels like we're stretching into therapy session here, but life gets enhanced by one's friendships, and at my age, most of my friends are married with kids, don't have the same amount of time. Christmas has been great so far and will be into the new year because I get to meet, you get to reconnect with friends who live in England or Scotland and come home for a bit. But platonic friendships are as wonderful and life-affirming as they are. I sometimes just think, there's maybe a missing piece in my life, So it's at least worth exploring.
I think that's a huge first step in just telling the world that you want that. And I'm very curious to know, like a year from now, where you'll be, as we update people on that situation. So what steps are you going to take to be proactive about it?
I prefer to do stuff where I meet people organically. So I have thought about this, shared some of it with Jordan already. There are social groups and situations, there's like comic book groups, there's nerd culture groups, things like that, where I could go and meet people. There's LGBT community groups as well.
Have you ever dated? Have you dated a fellow nerd?
To a degree, yes, but that relationship was lacking in a lot of other areas. So it's not the only prerequisite for sure.
Interesting.
Well, I'm excited for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Keep us updated. I'm
will.
so
Wow.
curious.
What a great party this has been.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for joining us. You can check out the Wellness Policy once a month here at postwrestling.com, postwrestlingcafe.com. Once a month for free. Check it out. And back to the party. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Neal Flanagan and Jordan Goodman stopping by. I couldn't even get a word in edgewise there because you guys have just such a rapport, and I definitely felt like the odd man out there. So I just observed. I asked Wai to take me off camera.
We actually heard plenty from you there.
Oh, I was kind of in a daze.
You
while
must
I
have
was,
forgotten. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Interesting.
was actually napping. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to this then. What in God's name were you guys doing?
Oh, I know you've had quite a few to drink at this Christmas party, so it's easy to
I'm on my third coffee already tonight. I mean, my goodness.
I know Damian Abraham, left some special cookies that you might have gotten into.
Oh dear.
But quite the appearance from John Pollock.
And how about Neal Flanagan, who, off the top, let us mention, the man that has become synonymous with introducing the Christmas show annually, something that he volunteered for back, and now I rely on the man.
Now he's obligated to do it.
Yeah, he really is Santa. He comes, he just does the impossible once a year and makes everybody happy.
He's a giver.
That is Neal Flanagan in a nutshell. So we thank Neal for all of his contributions to post wrestling. The man that can do it all: news, poems, wellness, anything. Yeah. Yes.
If you asked him, he could probably rap for you, or I don't know, make a nice porridge. I don't know.
Yeah. Those things go hand in hand.
You could rap about porridge, I'm sure.
Wait. All right. Well, folks, you might be thinking the same thing, that Wai and I are just going off the rails, and maybe the two of us this late in the Christmas party, we're getting a little torched, and I think it is time to open the door one more time. The Post Wrestling Christmas Show continues, and we're about to get torched here on the Christmas Show because we are joined by not one, but two of the pillars over at Wade Keller's Empire, as we are joined by Rich Fann, who is in rehabilitation mode as we speak. Maybe we'll get into that. The co-host of Everything with Rich and Wade, and the Fix's own Todd Martin, who is here with us. Rich Fann, Todd Martin themselves, here on the Post-Christmas Show. A happy holidays to both of you. And first of all, Rich, how are you? And I know that you are going through a very tough recuperative period. And as Xavier Woods noted, this is worse than a broken neck that you're dealing with.
It is. It really is. And, I appreciate the letters that have been written to the medical facility I was at. And so I appreciate that. You sell it short. I have always hopped over the forbidden fence and have partaken in the post dalliances. Myself and Mr. Park are looking forward to kicking off What If over at MCU later and all that fun stuff. But yeah, it's fun. And this is like one of the few times I get to chat with Todd about wrestling stuff where I don't have Wade waiting, lurking in the background like Batman to strike.
Well, Todd, we hope you are also having a wonderful holiday season as you join us. And we're going to jump right into things. And as you look at this past year, Todd, it seems that like one of the overarching stories, themes is, as always, the state of AEW. And I know you've been very shy to speak about the state of AEW this year. I know a lot of people are kind of curious your thoughts. But as you look at the year ahead, give me a diagnosis on AEW without us getting too far into the weeds here. I know it's a very deep topic that we can get into, but I think that is kind of the time of year that a lot are looking back on these past 12 months for this company.
Yeah, I mean, happy holidays, by the way, to both of you guys. I recognize I haven't done a lot of these three-way calls here, but I find myself looking at John and then looking at Wai as if, if I point my eyes at each of you on the screen, it'll be like communicating with you, which is, of course, not true, but I'm amusing myself with that. Yeah, I mean, it was a bad year for them. I mean, I think the problems really came at the end of last year when I think their main event scene became way too much like a WWE light, where you had a lot of skits, a lot of comedy in the Adam Cole MJF program in particular. And I think it sort of took away from the people that wanted AEW to be an alternative, to feel like something different. And they've never been that great at that. But I think last year in the fall was when it really sort of, came apart. And we saw that first with the house show business, which is usually how it is. And then the ratings followed into this year. And they've never really found that back. There's still a lot of goofiness, a lot of, relying on all sorts of different ideas. The television's sort of all over the place a lot of the time. And there's just a lack of feeling of identity of what they are. And when you're a wrestling company in a landscape that's so dominated by WWE, you really need to have something that drives the people to you, that they can rally behind, a reason for why I'm an AEW fan. And I think that's the central key to them finding their way again, is finding an identity of who they are.
Rich, what are some of your observations of this past year? Because I think it is one where you can go in so many different directions when it comes to that. I do think there is one thing where I think AEW has attempted to cater in so many different directions, and it's much tougher for an AEW to say what are areas we are not, what are areas lanes we are not trying to occupy, and just have more of kind of a, to Todd's point, like a cogent identity. Is that somewhat in line with your thinking? And what are some of your reflections of the past year for the company?
Yeah, I think a lot of it was robbing Peter to pay Paul. What I mean by that is they got the television deal. They get the plaudits for that. They get the ability to use streaming. But the expense of cannibalizing a lot of the main events that they could have done over time and instead did them as wouldn't this be cool if as a match. You lose some of the fan interest. And instead of leaning into where's our blind spots, where could we go right, it instead became for the sickos. And I think that was probably one of their biggest mistakes. By hyper pleasing the super fan, you're removing the opportunity to bring in the folks that could have been interested, the folks in, I know, others have thought about the idea of like the random fan that's going to change channels. That's not really what we see nowadays. But I do think there are some fans that needed what they've been doing now, which I applaud them for, some of those videos to explain who this person is, what their reason for being is. Don't assume that everyone knows about the Tokyo Dome or this person's match or why these people have a relationship. I just saw, the idea of, for me, looking at AEW this year, pushing back on we're different than WWE, but then at the same time, not owning the times they've deliberately posited themselves next to WWE. Like, if you don't want to see yourself as an alternative brand, you just want to be your own thing, that's great. But don't do things like putting out the stuff with Punk or any of the comments folks just make on social media. I think those are own goals that aren't necessarily things that you need to do to make sure this company succeeds, because it's only going to cater to the folks who already were in the house, so to speak.
Is it an issue of simply going back to what AEW used to be when it first began, or does it need to be something different than what it had, what worked for it before? Maybe we'll start with you, Todd.
I don't think you want to stay with a pat hand forever, and I think there were issues with the AEW product from the beginning. But I think you want to be more like what they were at the beginning, and I think Rich and I view this differently. I don't think they should be looking to sort of expand. I think, what we saw recently with the Costco guy and his son was an attempt of, he's got all these followers, we'll bring in new people that don't know about this product. And number one, I'm not sure how common that the two audiences are, where you got whatever this guy is appealing to with what appears to be like a children's audience that's very simplified and kind of dumb, frankly, versus what had been typically an 18 to 49 male demographic that I don't think would find that very cool at all, nor associate, particularly the people that left, nor associate with that a product they'd be proud to be part of. And if you're reaching at this, you're reaching at that, you're trying to widen your net. It's appealing because, like, you think, we can grab all these different people, but at the point that you're trying to grab at everybody, you don't have something that's appealing to a specific group. And traditionally with pro wrestling audiences, that's been the 18 to 49 male demographic. And WWE has appealed to all sorts of different demographics over the years. That's been a strong suit of theirs. And I think in AEW, they'd be better off, aiming it more at a central audience that I understand, like what UFC did. They understood what the demographic they were going for. They super served that demographic, and that demographic was Hello Lion. Was very popular with them, and has remained very popular as the next generation has come along, because they know who that's for. You watch a UFC show, you're never going to feel embarrassed of what they're offering up. And I think AEW, by looking at having, like, who can we appeal to that is going to like this sort of thing inherently, and how do we serve them in a way that they're going to be proud of the product and like the product? And I think that's what they need to be getting more back to, rather than trying to grab it everybody all at once.
Yeah, and one thing that Todd, like, I get the sense like you have always been able to have like more of a long-term view of moves you make. And what I see a lot of times, and there's good and bad to this line of thinking, is those big impactful moments that are received as big moments, but 6 months down the line, we look at what is kind of the tail of these moments. And, you know, going back a couple of months, we had all the discussion about a Shane McMahon showing up in AEW. And I would not doubt for a second that would be met with such shock and coverage, and it would probably do a series of big weekly numbers. But what is the long-term effect of something like that for the moment? And I think that's sort of gets back to this identity crisis that it's trying to appeal to so many different things. And on top of it, you have this albatross that, you know, the company that you are the alternative to is resonating with a lot of fans, and it's a very hot WWE. You're combating all these different fronts at the same time. And I don't think, like, we could talk in circles for hours about this discussion. It's not one specific thing, but it kind of goes to that line of thought of just what is going to move the needle today and create that sort of positive feedback that tells us we're in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a double-edged sword in the sense that, like, I think what has caused them problems with time was actually a benefit of theirs at the beginning, which is when they started out, they were going against WWE and Vince McMahon, which was very much micromanaged. She was deciding what everyone was going to say, going over everything, constantly changing things, and it was so focused by Vince McMahon. And Tony Khan went a different direction, which I think was a good idea, which is much more decentralized. You know, you're working on this program, you can do what you want with that one. You can work with this program, you can do what you want with that one, and so on and so forth. But over time, because it became so decentralized, you have all these different visions of what the different wrestlers want the product to be. And I think at the point that you want to be more having a central identity than they do at this point, you know, having more centralized control, where one person is saying, no, this doesn't fit into what my vision is for pro wrestling in 2024, and what I want a promotion to be. You know, it'll say, no, we're going to cut this out, and this is the sort of thing we want to do. You don't want to go too far towards disallowing different sorts of approaches, because I think that diversity leads to a more engaging product. But so much of what the problem was with WWE and its centralized approach was that the person who was the central pillar of that was so out of touch with what pro wrestling fans wanted. And it's one thing to have a decentralized approach against a really stupid central approach. It's another thing to have a decentralized approach against a pretty smart, savvy central approach, which we've seen with Hunter and the influence of Paul Heyman and a lot of the Bloodline stuff, which I think is the key factor, along with Cody Rhodes, in bringing the attention back to their product.
Rich, would you say somebody like a Tony Khan is maybe too aware of what the audience wants, or maybe not aware enough in some other ways?
I think it's hyper awareness. I think he's too online. And I always point back to the incidents with when he was running Fulham, and Fulham was doing the yo-yo of going up into the Premiership, down into the Championship, and people started accusing him of doing inappropriate things with dogs. And he would answer every tweet. How dare you? Why would you say that? Go to hell. It's like, dude, stop. Or he had an NFL player that wanted to get traded from the Jaguars, Yannick Ngakoue. And he got on Twitter and said, your family, basically the same stuff that was alleged by Ray Phoenix before he deleted the tweets. And he's like, you know what? You'll get you out of here. It's like, these aren't things you need to do. At some point, someone needs to take the phone and back away. I look at what happens with AEW, and I think Todd and I think going into the commonalities of like the general discourse and getting some zeitgeisty type things, like, for instance, I always bring up WWE cornered the market on sports with their stupid belts in a way that I thought was so easy for AEW to join the party. And now they're in the Southwest Athletic Conference in terms of getting an AEW title, which is like the most obscure place. And it's because they didn't care about that stuff. They cared more that someone had a good retweeted meme, or, you know, right now the thing going on with Hangman with leaves his plants. Like, they're more interested in like propagating that than let's find ways for folks to kind of tie it back. You know, Todd mentioned a minute ago the idea of AJ. There is no world in which I thought someone would be on TikTok or some sort of social media eating like retail food, and that being something that folks that being something that folks really want to see. And then to find out that he was an ex-pro wrestler from 20 years ago, it made all the sense in the world. And, him doing it with his son, that's cool. But, the little dude, the Rizzler or whatever, having him show up and just do the one move, it was very much the worst part of every 80s kids show I ever saw. And thinking of when this guy's an adult, this is not going to be very helpful for him. And so I think AEW needs to shun that stuff, and Tony needs to shun the online stuff and instead focus on, I think about Will Ospreay. When he came and was signed, he kept saying, I want to restore the feeling. And that was his mission statement. And he kind of led to that. And now we don't know, other than his new haircut where he looks like Jonathan Taylor Thomas, what's going on with him. And so what is AEW? Is it just going to be a variety show for wrestling? Or do you really want to be seriously considered the second biggest promotion in North America? Because a lot of times when we talk about all this, I think about TNA Mecca, and all of the folks who were hyper defensive of critiques, and that didn't help them then, and it's not going to help AEW now.
As we look ahead to 2025, Todd, what do you see as the impact of WWE that's firing on all cylinders? It's about to make this move to Netflix. What is the effect on the industry? Do you feel like there is an overall satisfaction people are having with a WWE product that extends to less time, less interest elsewhere? Or do you think that, that's too much of a, excuse making if you're an AEW when it comes to the fact that, they're not reaching the same level of audience versus a year ago, specific to AEW in that case?
Yeah, I don't want to say it's nothing because, obviously if you're trying to be an alternative and there's a really hot product that's number one and they've got 6 to 8 hours of television, depending on what we end up having here in the next year, it becomes a challenge to get people's attention. But I think in large, that's too much of an excuse. We've seen plenty of times where different promotions have existed in the same space, whether it's WCW and the WWF or whether it was All Japan and New Japan being very popular promotions at the same time for decades on end. CMLL and AAA have both been hot at different times, as were CMLL and the UWA for a period in Mexico in the 80s. I think that promotions are primarily driven by how well they do, not by any other factors. If you produce a good wrestling show, it doesn't always benefit you in the long run, but it more often than not it does. And I think the primary problem with AEW has been its booking. And if they had better booking, I think they would have more financial success. Just like in the last year, we've seen TNA at a very small level. It's gotten better. They're drawing larger they're drawing larger crowds. They're now risking it and trying larger arenas. There's more interest in the product than there used to be. And not coincidentally, they happen to have had a product that's improved over time and people have been into it. We've seen in Mexico, CMLL has been doing very well. With a product that has a bunch of fresh new stars. In Japan, New Japan not doing so well, and they haven't gathered that new generation of stars, or I should say they just haven't pushed them to the level that they should have. And so I think the primary directive with AEW is focus on yourself and produce a better product. And I think you'll do better against WWE, even if certainly having a big behemoth there that's clicking on most cylinders is a challenge.
I would be remiss, Todd, not to ask you just at least a little bit of a topic on UFC, who had an extraordinary year. And I think if we're talking about identity, they certainly have an identity, this particular political cycle. And yet it has become, they are as integrated into the zeitgeist as maybe they ever have been. But as a consumer of the product, and one as long as you have been, what have you thought about just the overall strategy for UFC? It certainly turned off some fans in terms of the on-screen content when it comes to the political intersection that they have welcomely embraced. But there's an even larger audience that's a feature, not a bug of the product today.
Yeah, it's funny when you mentioned that. I was thinking earlier when I said you're never embarrassed by the UFC product. I was thinking in terms of stuff that's sort of stupid or silly. But yeah, I mean if you're not a a hardcore right wing Republican, there are in fact aspects of the presentation you probably
Not shopping at Jeremy's Razors as
you would find kind of embarrassing. I mean, as far as like their identity, I mean, and their strategy. I would think and hope that Dana would challenge your assertion that their identity is sort of and their strategy is tied that heavily into the right-wing leanings with all the Trump people in the past year. I mean, they've certainly done that in a number of shows, but I would think, and I think this is kind of evidenced by him saying that he wants to get away from politics now that the election is over, save for the victory celebration the week after, or maybe it was 2 weeks. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think they feel that they're in the brand of making the best fights, and so they put together the best fighters, they sign as many of the best fighters as they can, and they match them up, and they make sure that the best fight the best, and they just keep doing it, and whoever's the best rises to the top, and they try to sell the personalities of the individuals involved, and that's just core fight promotion, and they do it better than anyone else in that sphere, because unlike what's happened to boxing, where it's so decentralized that people can't make the big fights, they still are able to make those big fights, and the alternatives haven't been able to rise up. So I think when you've got a product that's selling those best fights, if you love fighting, you watch the shows, and they've sort of, I think a savvy move that they've made is putting fewer of the the major fights in different areas. In other words, there was a period a number of years back where they were trying to run all over the place, and so they're trying to have at least 2 or 3 major fights in each week, and then you got to the pay-per-view time, and it often would sort of fall apart, and you wouldn't have that much of interest. Now they make sure they really congregate as many of those big fights as they can, the pay-per-views, which number one sells more pay-per-views, but number two, it makes it easier to follow the product, because you can skip all sorts of these other shows on all these different weekends if you don't really care, and still watch the major shows, and you get a sense of what's going on in the sport really easily. And I think that's been to their benefit as well.
Go ahead, Wai.
Oh, I was just going to ask Rich, while we're maybe on the topic of like non-wrestling discussion, I'm curious for you, speaking of restoring the feeling, do you think the MCU has been able to do that thus far in 2024 coming off of Phase 4? Or do you think 2025 will be the year where it does?
I think 2024 did it, especially with Deadpool. Deadpool and Wolverine was an unmitigated success, unparalleled success. I'm sorry, not unmitigated disaster. It was an unparalleled success between being the highest rated R film grossing wise ever. The fact that it's proven that Hugh Jackman will be Wolverine until he's 90. Ryan Reynolds, and if anything, I think Ryan Reynolds is a study for pro wrestlers in how you find something and you stick to it, because he has been dogged with his pursuit first of being going in to be a Deadpool, and then his support reconciliation with Wesley Snipes bringing him in as Blade and advocating for him to be brought into the MCU as Blade, not as his granddad or something like that, and the way he brought in Channing Tatum as Gambit. Like, these moves were moves where he saw the passion these people had for the roles, the personas they wanted to take on, and I think it's kind of spread to the rest of the MCU, and it's given them a nice little entryway. And I also think folks are looking forward to, in 2025, seeing Brave New World with the new Captain America, seeing some of the new series. I think that the television series, particularly Agatha All Along, and seeing Agatha as a TV show get nominated for awards and get critical acclaim and be seen as something that was a net positive, as opposed to some of the other shows we covered on MCU later, like Secret Invasion, for instance, which really had a lot of fanfare and did not live up to it. So I think going into 24, they learned less is more, which again, wrestling can learn from in terms of PLEs or pay-per-views, and then also learn focus on your stars and let them help bring up the next folks, as opposed to assuming that people are just going to follow you like they tried with some of Phase 4.
Can I ask a follow-up question of you guys?
Yes.
I'm sorry, John.
No, go ahead, Todd.
I'm curious, since you guys follow this stuff more than I do, but I watched the shows on Disney Plus when they came out, as along with the movies. I don't get a sense of what's necessarily moving forward. If there's sort of one, if you're following what's going on with their different projects, there's one sort of miniseries or movie they've done recently that you think is going to sort of be a model for what's coming next? What do you think that would be?
Rich?
Sure. So if you look in spoilers, if you look at the end of Agatha all along, that is leading into, there's two disparate things happening at the same time. You have the multiverse stuff going on, and then you also have what they called in the comics the Children's Crusade, when the Young Avengers were founded. And so you have Haley Steinfeld, you have Joe Locke, you have all these younger characters who are going to make their own Avengers group that are going to be posited against the older folks. And then you add in Robert Downey Jr. being cast as Dr. Doom. You have a bad guy who you never need to see his face, and he can still be as charismatic in that evil role as I'm sure he was as Tony Stark. And so I think a lot of that's going to be there. Additionally, people were clamoring, Todd, for the mutants. Like after everything going on with X-Men 97 and everything going on with the showrunner and kind of getting Bo out of the picture, I think that's going to be the next thing that folks want to see. And really, I think that's it. Everything else is going to kind of be experiments. For instance, like they have a World of Wakanda cartoon series coming out in August. They have a Spider-Man freshman year coming out in January. And then I'm trying to think of something else that would be more of their, like, we're trying this, but it doesn't really need to be front and center. I think those are it. And What If? Between now and end of the year, starting on the 20th, they're going to have an episode a day of What If. And that's their best way to kind of explore some of those paths that they don't want to put $200 million into, but they can put an animated episode into and see if there's fan response that'll lead to them adding those characters into the zeitgeist or into the main story, rather.
Last one, Todd. The book of the year from your vast reading this past year, specific to pro wrestling or MMA. Is there one that jumps out at you over the past year that you would recommend?
Oh man, I'm forgetting what's come out this year because there's just sort of such a flow. I'm going to quickly pull up my list so I can remember. But before I find it here, I know that Steve Karn's second book I really enjoyed. I thought his first was great as well. But the second one was another great follow up that he did with Ian Douglas. So I would definitely recommend that one very highly. And then if I can find this,
you got a chance to read the Jim Londos book, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's another really good one. Yeah, I'm going to do my documentary, my review of that next week because it's coming out next week. And so I've had that sort of sitting here for a while, but I'll finally get to that. So that's another one. Absolutely.
I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, I think you'll very much enjoy it. So yeah, those are the ones that I added into my first tier this year.
Was Ronda Rousey in the first tier?
I don't think so. I enjoy it. I mean, she's honest, so
yeah, it was. If you want to get into the head of Ronda Rousey, like that book will provide you. You may not agree with a lot of her. She seems so counter to the wrestling industry, but it explains a lot. I would recommend the book if you want to, especially into someone who is not glib either about her impressions with Vince McMahon and such. It is worth it, as I said it tongue in cheek off the top.
Absolutely, yeah. So those are the best ones. Another couple that I definitely recommend are Medusa's book, which I thought was very good, and Six Pack by Brad Belusian, which was sort of a fun little look down, sort of nostalgia lane, while also doing some research and digging up some interesting information. So I would recommend all of those pretty highly.
And I would recommend very highly to follow all the work of Todd Martin and Rich Fann over at pwtorch.com. You can go VIP. And of course, Rich Fann, a member here of the Post Wrestling family, where you can catch him with the inimitable WH Park at MCU later. We'll get plenty of Rich Fann in the new year. And the door is always open, Todd. You're always a welcome guest. Very, very popular one on Pollock and Thurston. So we hope to speak with you in the new year. And I hope both of you guys have a great holiday season. And Rich, I know it'll be a roaring comeback in 2025 as you get back on the field.
Appreciate it, guys. Happy holidays, and I look forward to the beautiful day post remix.
Todd Martin and Rich Fann from the Pro Wrestling Torch. Although we're going to claim 50% of Rich Fann's contributions in the wrestling landscape. Of course.
Yeah, we get Rich Fann on Thursdays. Okay, like we get at least partial custody of Rich Fann, I want to say. But yeah, awesome. Is this considered what's the sort of state of the term forbidden door in 2024.
Oh,
all right?
God. Exhausting. Yeah. It kind of isn't a term anymore.
I feel like 2022, we were already maybe having those discussions of like, being over. But are we back? Are we back to embracing? Or is it just a regular part of like
the forbidden
our
moat,
lexicon?
Okay? The moat with piranhas.
Forbidden moat. Gotcha. Yes.
Yeah,
so
there's not too many forbidden moats anymore. But yes, it's always great to get Todd and Rich together. Of course, they do great work together and separately out in the landscape, including at Pro Wrestling Torch. And
I love listening to them with Wade, on their respective shows.
Yes, and let's all wish a speedy recovery to one Rich Fann, nursing his way back to health.
Well, again, I know maybe this time next year, I see that man running marathons. Okay, like he's just kind of building that Achilles back up, and it's going to be super strong. It's going to be bionic.
How long do you think it would take you to run to your local school and do a lap around the track?
Wait, you mean like to physically run to the school or to just do a lap?
To leave your seat right now, go to the local school that might be across the street from you and do a lap. How long would that take to get back?
Like to actually get there, including that time? Probably like it'd take me like 40 minutes, dude. Like it's not that close.
Okay, start now and I'll welcome our next guest.
Okay.
The post-wrestling holiday bash continues. Wai is still searching for that eggnog. He will be back momentarily, but here we are with Karen Peterson, the empress of professional wrestling, of post-wrestling, of post-pro-res, all the P's. It's a great alliteration. Karen Peterson is here with us. A Merry Christmas and Happy Holiday to you, Karen.
Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you too, boss. Yeah, no, if you want to say I'm the empress of professional wrestling, I think Bull Nakano and Asuka might, I might have to fight them for the title, and I think they'd both destroy me, but I'd be fine with that.
How is Karen's holiday season shaping up, and will it be crafted around early wake ups for various big cards from New Japan, from Stardom, from N.W.A?
Probably closer to New Year's, like probably before the 29th. It'll all be sleeping into, the glorious hour of 7 a.m. Because I won't have to go up to work. But for Stardom, I'll probably wake up early, and then the New Year, I'll wake up early. Wrestle Kingdom, I'm not waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning, but I'll wake up at a responsible like 4 or 5 a.m. But other than that, it'll just be time at home with the family, doing some crafts, making some drinks, and just having a really relaxing 2.5 weeks.
How would you assess the year that Stardom had this year, a post Rossi Ogawa era for Stardom? They're coming up on their annual show at Sumo Hall in just a couple of days. How would you look at these past 12 months for Stardom and going into the new year?
Well, it was a bit of an ugly divorce back in February/March. Do I agree with how it was handled? Not particularly, but I feel like this year and probably part of next year will still be a bit of a rebuilding year for Stardom, because they are still trying to figure out who they are with several key players, especially with the loss of Utami and then Julia eventually going to WWE. Of course, their end of the year show, Dream Queendom, is shaping up, of course, to be a fantastic show. I am very excited about it, but it is December, so along with the holiday season, it is contract renewal season. So we will see who decides to stay past March 31st, 2025, probably within the next couple of months. And I feel that there are some key players in Stardom that people probably have their eyes on. Mina Shirakawa probably being the most prominent of them because of her time in AEW, but it all depends on how the next couple of weeks shake out and what's going to be going on in 2025, I think.
It is interesting as we look at the last really 12 months, and we have seen the transition, as you mentioned, from Mina Shirakawa, who has just found such a role for herself in AEW, but you couple that with like of all the signings for AEW, like Mariah May was a bit of a sleeper signing in terms of like what she has blossomed into in AEW. And then conversely on the NXT side, Julia making this pretty seamless transition to NXT that I think most are just counting down until she gets the main roster call up, which it does not feel like it will be a long NXT stay. And there's just, there's such a high ceiling, I would say, for all three of those performers and making the shift over. And sometimes it is a bit of a crapshoot of who will land and who kind of struggle to make that transition.
I think it all hinges for Julia in particular. I feel like she could easily be part of that short list that post-Mania Spirited Away culling of the NXT roster. But I would like to see her have a run with a proper run with the NXT Women's Championship before that. But I also don't want her to end up in the NXT purgatory that both Kairi and Io went through, where they just kept keeping them there and keeping them there and keeping them there. Or, in the case of Mako Satomura, where she was in NXT for like a month and then just vanished.
Have you had any inclination to go to any NXT shows? Like, you used to be a regular at these shows. Will you ever get on that bus and go to the Performance Center for a Tuesday night edition? It
is the most inconvenient process for somebody that has, a job.
Sure.
And rush hour traffic in Orlando is not a good time. I like to call it the Orlando red light special. Anytime you need to get somewhere during rush hour in Orlando, you will guaranteed hit every single red light. And with getting to Full Sail because you have to go drive to Full Sail to park, then you have to get in a queue to get on a bus. And whatever bus you get on, depending on the order that you get there, is the same number you have to get back onto to leave at the end of the night. So it's not first come, first serve leaving the PC either. It's a very it was easier to do when it was Full Sail because I just could, speed home, drive responsibly home, walk the dog, turn around, get back in the car, and then drive in and then just go into the show. But this is, if you don't get on a early enough bus, there's the possibility that you could take that time off of work to get in line and then not get into the PC. So, for example, a friend of mine, her and her friends had taken off of work because it was the night that Seth Rollins was supposed to be there.
Okay.
They got there, they were sitting on the bus and they're like, oh, the PC's at capacity, sorry. And they were just like sitting on the bus being like, so we did all this for nothing? So do I miss going to NXT? Yes. Do I like the price tag because it's at the PC, it's free? That's great. But it's just too much of a hassle. I'd rather sit at home on my big screen TV with my feet up and not having to deal with people.
That description is alone. I mean, I would not be jumping through one of those hoops, much less 5 to get to a live taping. So I'm actually amazed. Like it's not like it's a gigantic number, but it's always a lively atmosphere that they have on these Tuesday night shows, and I think they should be indebted for. Like, it's not even like you're going to different areas of the state. It's probably a core that just come each week, and
it's pretty much lively. The same gang of people week in, week out. Like, everybody knows everybody. It's kind of like high school.
I'd be signing these fans to the exclusive deals, making sure that you're signed up for 52 weeks.
If it's any consolation, I was never paid or signed by WWE to be a ringside person.
No, you were.
Even though people thought I was getting, I paid for my ticket every single time, but they're like, you got in for free. I'm like, no, I didn't. You can ask my bank account. I have receipts.
We should also touch upon, as we brought up Rossy Ogawa and the launch of Marigold. Have you been able to keep tabs on Marigold with any consistency, and how would you assess them, roughly 6 months into their run and their placement in the scene?
This has been a point of contention just with, since I finally quit Twitter cold turkey. I have a very difficult time keeping up with the timelines of many Japanese promotions because most of them haven't moved to Instagram threads or they haven't gone to Blue Sky or other platforms. So it's a little of I have to kind of log into Wrestle Universe every now and then and see what's going on. But yeah, if anyone was listening from any of those Japanese-based promotions, expand your social media reach, please, because I want to keep up, and it's not that I don't. It's just it's more difficult when you don't want to use a site you don't feel safe on.
Yeah, you see, I would go to tag Karen in her posts, and Twitter. I mean, you just dropped this thing cold turkey, and I give you a lot of credit for that, because most have made the move to Blue Sky, but it's like they're still keeping their tabs on Twitter. If it somehow has, you were just done with this, and I envy that to just complete, because I'm so disassociated with Twitter at this point. It's just I just don't have the capacity to manage multiple platforms.
Yeah, it was just so frustrating, because that was one, it was my largest social media following. A lot of the companies or some talents from different companies that I was in touch with all followed me on that platform. So it was easier for me to get in touch with people for different things. Mm-hmm. Now it's a little bit more of a challenge to, get in touch to get some stuff done or get some information on some things. But my mental health has improved so much.
I think that many people would echo that. How have you enjoyed Blue Sky? I found it to just be a lot more like refreshing, and it feels to be just a lot less of a, you log in and it's like a chore to navigate through. Like Twitter was just not an enjoyable experience for a long period.
I think the difficult part with Twitter was that it had so many ads, and there were so many spam bots, and it was just so much.
Sure.
There's the good old, inappropriate content that was very prominently being displayed, as opposed to, the stuff I want to see, like my colleagues at Post, or, promotions I care about. And it was just, I also got tired of people just dunking on people when they didn't agree with something. It was just really tiring. And
it became a game. It became like, it's just a game for people. And it's just like, yeah, I have a lot of the same complaints.
It kind of felt like the high school bathroom wall when everybody would write their like little, snarky comments on it. And I was just like, I'm too old for this. I'm too old for high school drama. So yeah, my Blue Sky and my Twitter, they're very heavily curated, and it's what I need to be able to do, to enjoy social media and enjoy creating content, and to be able to, continue doing my work at Post.
Let's end off on this topic, because you are one of the voices of our New Japan coverage, alongside Bruce Lord and Karen and Bruce. They're going to be doing a primer coming up next week, heading into the 2 nights at the Tokyo Dome with Wrestle Kingdom 19, followed by Wrestle Dynasty, and they will be doing a review on the free feed on January the 4th. So you can look out for all of that. Great coverage all year long from Karen and Bruce.
Thanks.
How would you look at New Japan and going into this? I'm not going to lie. I am not as down on New Japan as one of your co-hosts in WH Park is. But I look at this as such an interesting time for New Japan, because it is clear that they are like, this will be an interesting year, because it's like this open slot of who is going to be our flag bearer. And it's not as though we have this clear candidate that is the can't miss guy. Like, everyone has their positives, their negatives, who's going to ascend. I find that captivating, while you also have this shadow of the whole year will be about Tanahashi's farewell on top of it. So it's going to be a very interesting year for New Japan. How do you feel overall going into the new year?
I mean, this is the one thing that I've kind of talked about in the past couple episodes of, of our New Japan reviews and of Post ProRes, is that there are some very notable omissions from the Wrestle Kingdom, Wrestle Dynasty weekend. Namely, Okada's not on there, Ospreay's still not on there, Jay White's still not on there. So it makes me wonder, going forward, if they're with these large, I don't want to say character gaps, but they lost very prominent figures lead up until that were here until spring of 2024, that they are going to have to probably either make some very surprising decisions, or they're going to have to really put a lot of faith in people that may or may not be ready to be the next generation. And yes, I will probably cry over Tanahashi retiring, but I have until January 2026 to worry about that.
Well, wait, his career's on the line. Are you saying Evil has no chance? So, I mean, could we just end the retirement tour on day 1 on January 4th?
Do I have to pack a bag, John Pollock, and go fight Evil at the Tokyo Dome? Is that what you're telling me?
I could see Tanahashi being forced to join House of Torture at some point in 2025, and he has to battle his way out of it. I think he's going to be entangled with House of Torture for like the first half of 2025.
As long as his matches with Evil don't ever come to being a hair versus hair match, because that is the one thing that I'm always like, that's like the one thing that could make things pretty interesting. But again, it would be like, how much of the locker room is going to come out and save the boss if House of Torture and Bullet Club and all of them all descend upon to help Evil.
Looking into your crystal ball a year from now, where do you see Shota Umino? Like, this is someone that, you know, for better or worse, he seems to be the one that they are pushing very aggressively, and you're seeing that pushback. It's, you know, it's someone that, like, I appreciate the sentiment, but this is a really tough spot for him. Night one against Zach, and he just kind of feels like the challenger that is thrown into the deep end of the pool, and he does not have a life jacket.
And the interesting thing is that he also has the responsibility of following, probably because they're calling it a double main event, the match that probably a lot more fans are more excited about, which is Naito versus Hiromu.
That's what I was going to ask you. Internally, like, I'm sure many people are looking at that as kind of the big attraction match on the entire card.
It was one of those things, like, for the past couple of months, we've, like, Bruce, WH, and I've been going around, like, what could they do to make Wrestle Kingdom feel like a main event? But the problem is now when you have the shadows of Naito and Hiromu looming right before that match, Umino really needs to sink or swim at this one. And I feel like the only way he's going to be able to beat Zach and be credible or believable at this point is with a dirty finish where he doesn't win clean and cheats to win, because I'm not convinced that he is the next Tanahashi right now. You can try to do the entrance, you can try to do the costuming, you can try to do the hair, but he needs to be his own person. And I still don't think he's figured out who that is yet, but I also don't want him to, try to be Naito 2.0 either. He needs to be his own person. And that was the biggest struggles he's been dealing with for the last 18 months.
I know you are one. You will go down with the ship that is named Sho Tanaka. What is the reading on the show meter for 2025? Is this a salvageable individual?
He would need a face turn.
Yes.
That he would need, they would need to get him out of the purgatory that is House of Torture.
Him and Ren Narita are just, it's so reductive that they're playing the same role and they're both weaker than when they entered these groups.
If they could let Sho be who he was in 2021 and 2020, unfortunately that was the period where Yo was out due to his knee injury, but he grew leaps and bounds during that time. And at that time, that version of Sho Tanaka could have been your IWGP Junior Heavyweight Champion. I don't know why we're still doing this. I'm still mad that his reign was the way it happened, the way it did, and it was what it was as this version of him, because it's not his best version of him.
So what you are saying is there is a chance we just need another worldwide pandemic, and that will rescue.
No. We are not doing. As somebody who works in the field of medicine, medical education, no more pandemics. But I need Ghetto to pass me the book, let me book the juniors. I don't know, but it needs to feel fresh, and I don't feel like what they're doing with Yo is creative. I mean, the closest thing that's creative is probably Master Wato figuring out who he is now that he's back. But again, I need more people besides just Doki or Despy to be my options for your next person to build a division around.
It's, again, there's a lot of unique parts. Like, I'm very high on Ryohei Oiwa. I think Gabe Kidd has stepped up in a big way. You have all these different parts, and I think it is just, if you can get that star that breaks through, I think it will create this halo effect for a lot of just the next wave. But this is a really rough transition, and we're still in the era of Tanahashi and in the era of Naito and kind of still in the shadows of Okada leaving. Like, that audience is still seeing them as this generation stars while trying to create the next one. And I mean,
they're also hoping that now that he's in AEW that he's going to come back at some point, like your Jack Perry's or your John Moxley's. But there's been a very distinct lack of Okada return since Okada went to AEW. There's been a very distinct lack of Ospreay return since Ospreay's been in AEW. So I need AEW to play a little nicer when it comes to, talent exchanges.
Maybe we'll get a big video sent in by Okada on one of the nights of the Tokyo Dome. He looks up and addresses the whole audience with the middle finger, and that's it. They just cut away.
That probably will be it.
Well, Karen, fantastic coverage all year long. You can catch her work on Post ProRes, on all of our New Japan Post shows, and of course, Dream Slam Monthly, a stop for all fans of the wrestling scene, as Karen puts in hours into those monthly reports. And we look forward to hearing all of your breakdowns with Bruce Lord coming up. There's no shortage of big shows. And of course, we have the New Japan Strong show that's coming up in a few weeks. I mean, there are... it's fast and furious, as always, as the new year begins. And you are a huge part of our coverage for all things Japanese wrestling.
Thanks, boss.
And we will continue on with the post-wrestling Christmas show. Coming in at a brisk 21 minutes, Wei Ting, who is sweating. You missed Karen Peterson. Are you okay?
Yeah,
I told you to wear a jacket. It is pretty cold out.
I'm just catching my breath.
Was the track busy on Christmas Eve?
A lot of people surprisingly had the same idea, running laps on Christmas Day.
It's wild how many podcasters you just saw.
Whole time I was there, I was still questioning why I was blindly doing this, but I'm assuming you kept the show going.
Well, I wanted to talk a little to Karen Peterson. We didn't want to keep her waiting. She was rooting you on. She thought you would beat 30 minutes easily.
I can't believe I missed Karen. Damn.
Yeah. Well, there's always next year. And next year, we're going to get lots from Karen Peterson, including the first week of Insanity happening in Japan. We're going to have some reports coming out right after Stardom's year-end show at Budokan Hall. Karen will have a report. She's also going to do one on N.W.A. the New Year. Those will be written reports. And then we've got Karen and Bruce presenting a primer for our Post Wrestling Cafe patrons to preview the 2 nights at Tokyo Dome for Wrestle Kingdom and Wrestle Dynasty. We are a Dynasty website, okay? That will be the pronunciation from this point forward, all right? And we will have multiple reviews of those shows coming up the weekend of January 4th and 5th.
Well, at the moment, okay, so we're planning on... First of all, I'm really excited for the primer. As somebody who, this year, I think I've become even more disassociated with my regular viewing of New Japan. I'm going to be strictly relying on Karen and Bruce's primer to catch me up on maybe some of the more intricate details of all the stories I need to know heading into both of those shows. But we're going to have Karen and Bruce's Wrestle Kingdom review on our free feed. So those of you that are free listeners, you will get a Wrestle Kingdom review on the free feed for the first time this year. John and I will be doing our own quick thoughts Wrestle Kingdom recap on the Post Wrestling Cafe. So for those of you who are looking for worse analysis, okay, not as good as Karen and Bruce's, nonetheless, some of you might want a second opinion, a second less informed opinion, okay? Go to the Post Wrestling Cafe and you will get John and I for a second review of Wrestle Kingdom. And then John and I will return in the Post Wrestling Cafe on the Sunday for our Wrestle Dynasty review.
So right after dinner, tune into Dynasty and our review.
Oh, lovely.
All right. Speaking of dinner, we've got our official the chef that's catering the Post Wrestling Christmas show is next, and who's he bringing along? Well, it would not be a complete Christmas show without Braden, Herrington, and Davie Portman. And this is your first Christmas apart. And I know that how has the separation gone? It's wonderful that you two can come together for the holidays for the kids as Braden and Davie. It's just not the same with the two of you in different mailing addresses.
I don't even recognize this guy anymore. Who is this man?
It's it's been interesting. I think you two and you always used to record together, and I think there's certainly things that we found easier being separate a lot of the time. I think it's actually a lot smoother using things like StreamYard. I think visually it looks better sometimes as being separate, but so that's been pretty. Actually, the whole move has been pretty smooth. We've been very lucky. I've been lucky being able to have Graham, who was just kind of ready, waiting in the wings to move downtown, and it's all been pretty seamless, I think. And Braden was already at his girlfriend's quite a lot anyway. So I think so far so good.
Who's the better roommate, Davie, after these couple of months?
One of them is certainly a lot cleaner and more organized, and I'll let the viewers decide.
I'm sure Graham's not listening. I don't think he'll be offended.
The BDE will live forever. Don't worry, folks. Like the spirit of BDE is in all of us, and it'll never die. And we still see each other. We still see each other way too often, whether it's on a screen or whether it's in person or karaoke. So
yeah, we were both yesterday in person and on the screen.
We're still connected at the hip, but sometimes we
And you could be honest, John and I are honest with each other. Too much time together is no good. Some separation is beneficial for the relationship.
Yeah, exactly. So now that we don't live with each other, it's almost like an extra little treat that we go and make plans to go see each other. So it's still lovely, and you're still my brother, Davie.
Absolutely,
and I love you.
I'm curious, Braden, what is your experience like for the first time living with your partner? What has that transition been like? Because I always encourage people that I think you should always live with your girlfriend, and do not wait. That when you get married, if that's when you're moving in together, that's to me an even more seismic change than actually the marriage itself. So what has that been like?
How did these people in the old days do it, where you get married and then you move in? Like, what? No, absolutely not. I mean, do you just straight up just buy a car off the lot? No, you got to test drive it a little bit first. You know what I mean?
Wait, this is what Wai did, I think, but it's turned out well for him.
No. We lived together first.
No,
you lived together first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been really great. Like Davie kind of mentioned, I had like two lives essentially. I already had basically two apartments. I was going back and forth quite a lot, so it wasn't the biggest drastic change. Something I learned, like my former roommate, Davie Portman, fantastic cook, Chef Davie, but my girlfriend also a very fantastic cook and everything. So I'm a little spoiled because when I would go hang out with Davie, he's like, I'm going to cook something up. And then I come home and it's like, so that's been really good. Honestly,
what are the challenges? What are the challenges of living with a girlfriend?
A girlfriend who is a paralegal who works from home while being a podcaster who also tends to work from home. So sometimes trying to organize like recording and everything. Whereas when I was living with Davie, it was like, hey, we're recording together. So it was easier to kind of schedule that apart. Other things, I'm not sure. I've been really, really happy actually since moving. I do miss being with Davie because we would get up to shenanigans after recording and whatnot. So in a weird way, but a good way, it's made me more of an adult lately, if you know what I mean. Like I'm on my shit now. I'm like, all right, I feel like a little bit of a grown up, but I can still go over to the BDE whenever. I still got a key.
I'm a bad influence. You hear that?
No, we're both enablers. We know that, but you know what? Everything has been pretty smooth sailing thus far, and knock on wood for the next 2025.
And smooth sailing with our favorite landlord, Davie.
At the moment, yeah, it's all been pretty good. He has been messaging about changing the cupboards, which is a good thing and potentially a bad thing. The good thing is those cupboards do need changing in the kitchen. The bad thing is he'll go, hey, you live in a brand new apartment now. I'm doubling your rent. So I'm hoping...
to install these new cupboards, we're gonna send you guys off to Thunder Bay for an Airbnb for 2 weeks.
Exactly. I mean, I think next time if we need to go away for a certain amount of time, I'll just go, hey, it's cheaper to just put us up in an all-inclusive in Mexico. So maybe do that route. But yeah, I think he's last year was no issue with the kind of re-signing of the lease. It was very smooth, very easy, very, following the legal guidelines. But he's had 2 years to kind of think on this and think of his next move. So I am kind of worried come around sort of February, March when we'll see what the next situation is.
So, Davie, you just came back not that long ago from what felt like a month, over in the UK. Is that right? Something like that?
3 weeks. So I spent 3 nights in New York, did Full Gear and saw some Broadway shows and had good food and stuff. And then went to London for a couple of weeks, went to Liverpool for a weekend for a wedding and met up with Benno and the Grapple lads. And then back to New York for a night.
How connected were you with just professional wrestling throughout those 3 weeks?
Pretty connected, mainly WWE, keeping up with, and Dynamite. But yeah, always, it's keeping up through you guys' shows and Blue Sky, Twitter, that kind of thing. But yeah, I watched every NXT. Obviously, I covered one show with Neal. I find I'd be watching over a few days. I'd watch a segment with breakfast, and then my mum would walk in the room, and I know she doesn't care about that, so I'd put on something else and that kind of thing. But yeah, I was keeping up to date.
Because I am very curious, like really for the four of us who are, I think, as engaged into just this grind as we are, if we didn't have to do shows, at least on our regular schedule, how much would we actually consume out of our own just pleasure?
I tend to not watch.
WoW, Braden.
Yeah. I mean, WoW is a must-watch, John, every single week on CHCH Channel 11 for you wowzers out there. Is that what they call them? I'm not sure. I had a few weeks off as well, and we had some people fill in for us. And I found myself like, what do I do now? It's Tuesday night. What am I doing? Wow, movies are half off on Tuesdays? Oh, I can do things? Oh, and then I slowly tried to catch up a few days later and watch. So it felt weird when you watch wrestling every week and then all of a sudden you don't, because it's almost like a muscle memory. Like I have to know, I don't know, am I a completist? Maybe it's my attention ADHD or something. I'm like, I have to know what happens.
Brady
every week. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, put it on a shirt.
Nice. I definitely think I would, there's just something within me that on every Monday I will probably tune in, have Raw on, I can't see a time in my life where I would do that. It's just been ingrained in my person. And I feel like somewhat Wednesdays have kind of become that for me as well. But beyond that, I don't know. I'd be very curious to know what was it that you were looking forward to, both of you guys, maybe in your time off versus maybe what felt like an obligation.
I think having the freedom of, the time difference is a big thing back home. So I'm not necessarily sitting down to watch Raw at 1 a.m. Whereas it's actually been something I've quite enjoyed is Monday nights after work, just chilling, throwing Raw on in the background, doing some cleaning around the place, cooking dinner. And it's, as someone who isn't reviewing the show right after, I kind of miss the 3-hour format because it would be a good time for me to just, I'm not sitting down watching it so focused, but as background noise and tune in and out when things catch my eye, I quite liked it like that. So for me, it was definitely watching at a different time because it starts at 1 a.m. over there. I think just not being tied down to the recording schedule as well. We could have recorded a show together, but with the time difference, it would have been 5 p.m. my time, which really screws up any plans I'm trying to do with friends or whatever. So yeah, just having that, it's been really nice just being off work. I've essentially already done Christmas back home with my family. And even when I was living back home, I often only got Christmas Day off. So being able to have an extended amount of time with no plans where I can get up when I want, if we want to just have a lazy day and watch a few movies, we can. And I'm not thinking, oh, well, I've got to watch this show in time for recording at this time. So just the freedom was really nice. But I still enjoy wrestling. So that wasn't really leaving my life during that time.
And usually we record Tuesdays for NXT, and I can count if we didn't do a show on a Tuesday this year, chances are we were spending the Tuesday at the steakhouse we like, because Tuesdays is half off. So whenever we have a Tuesday off, whether it was the election or NXT gets moved, chances are you catch us at Jules Bistro, Queen Street West, because half off steak frites. We're we can't go on any other day. So we try to take advantage of that deal. I think I went 3 times this year, but yeah.
What are you guys planning in the new year once for all of us in Canada, all WWE programming is shifting to Netflix, and that includes we will not have a WWE network per se. How's that going to, number one, change any of your viewing habits, specifically to you, Braden? That's kind of on and off when it comes to the main roster stuff, but also for coverage and such when you're going to the archives. Do you think there's going to be enough people coming up with their own ways to track down these older shows? Like, what do you think that transition will be like for a lot of worldwide markets that are going to have the same scenario?
Yeah, like we're really lucky to be Canadian with the, I mean, take that as you will. Our dollar really sucks, but for wrestling viewing, like we're going to have everything. It's probably going to make me watch a lot more of wrestling that I don't watch. Like I don't tend to watch Raw or SmackDown for a long time, but now it's accessible. It's right there at my fingertips. I'll probably throw it on because before in the past, I paid for subscription, whatever, Sportsnet, et cetera. And I found it sucked. So hopefully Netflix can get it together. As it comes to the archives, like I'm sure like a lot of fans, you have your favorite pay-per-view, retro wrestling matches, whatever that you throw on, like your comfort viewing. That could change, right? Because it might be harder to access some of those things. But going forward, like NXT, pay-per-views, Raw, SmackDown on Netflix, I already pay for Netflix. So really, I think it's a big deal for us Canadians because now I'll probably watch a lot more of these shows because it's right there. It's next to Stranger Things and all those true crime docs and everything. So yeah, I'm excited about it.
I think my worry with it is the archive for certain shows we do. We do have a show called Was Next. I highly doubt all of the 2014 TV episodes of NXT are going to be available right away. Similar with our John Cena show we've been doing where, we can probably find the matches easily enough, but we talk about segments. We talk about the promos that builds these matches. And that's something I think we're very much in a wait and see. And all this stuff, I'm sure we are able to track down, but then you're kind of asking your audience to track it down. You're asking your guests to be able to track it down. And, if you're getting a guest on and you're going, okay, well, all you need to do is download this VPN and then sign up for that. And then you can log into my Philippines Netflix network account to watch this. It could be quite tricky. So I think we're just going to see what is on there come January 6th and what we're able to do and how we can maybe pivot and change some of these shows to make it work as best as it can. But apart from that, as someone who, hasn't had traditional cable over here at all, just having Netflix at your fingertips, being able to, pause and rewind the show. I know people have DVRs and do that, but us people who, watch wrestling and have other means, you can't do that. So I think that's going to be nice. You want to nip out for a bit during Raw, you can just pause it, catch up when you get home. Someone's coming over to watch it and are running late. You don't have to watch it live. I've loved that element with Triller, watching AEW, and I'm very excited to have that for all WWE programming moving forward.
You guys have sort of like made a bit of a name, I think, in the city for hosting these live events and these live watch viewing parties for pay-per-views. And I'm curious if you plan on doing more in the future and whether or not maybe you anticipate more interest coming off of this Netflix.
Absolutely. Deal. Like we had a hell of a year. Thank you, Wai, for bringing that up. Because like shout out any Toronto area listeners and anyone who showed up at some of our events. We had a hell of a year throwing tons of parties, whether it was our cash in at Wide Open, our watch parties, WrestleMania watch parties, Rumble at Gabby's, King Street. Like we have like kind of prided ourselves on making a community. And sometimes people don't just want to watch wrestling alone at home. And we've provided like a service and a party atmosphere. And for, again, any Toronto GTA area listeners, follow us because we have a lot of stuff planned for 2025, including watch parties and live events. Elimination Chamber is making its way here at the Sky Dome. We got some things and plans in motion for doing way more stuff this year. And I appreciate everyone who's like supported and shown up because we can all watch at home and everything, but we like to create like a real party, almost like a family of people that always come to these things and we all know each other and we all cheer and react. And it just makes it a whole lot more fun to watch these things. So yeah, I'm actually really proud of what we've done in the last few years.
Absolutely. I think something as well is we've done events at different venues now. And like all the gut bars we've worked at have been fantastic for hosting these things. But we also don't want to get to the point where people are just calling the bar, hey, are you showing the Royal Rumble? We want people to contact us. Hey, are you guys showing the Royal Rumble? Are you hosting it? And I've definitely noticed that shift over the year where, the Poisonrana name is out there and people know, oh, there's a wrestling thing going on. I wonder if the Poisonrana guys are doing something. So I think that's good. And we're trying to just, whether that converts to podcast listeners or whether it's just, people who are aware of us and our brand, I think that's something that's definitely grown. And yeah, definitely got things cooking for both Royal Rumble and Elimination Chamber.
And it's wrestling, right? Like wrestling helps bring us together because we're all weird wrestling nerds who like this silly stuff. And sometimes it can, help you make friends and help you have like a crowd that you hang in. Like we did our hangout in Philly for WrestleMania. All of us were there drinking the espresso martinis, baby. And
Drinkers Pub.
Yeah, Drinkers Pub. Shout out that. And like, it was amazing meeting people from like all over the world who were coming in for Mania and decided to hang out with us during the day. Like, how incredible was that? Like, post wrestling, we pride ourselves here at the community-based, like everything. And it was so interesting to me, to meeting all these people from everywhere who listen and watch wrestling. So I think it's great.
Well, we are looking forward to the four of us getting back together on Monday night, December the 30th, for the best and worst of 2024 show. This will be a show exclusive on our respective Patreons on the Post Wrestling Cafe and over at patreon.com/Poisonrana. So you can check out on either feed. We will be going through all of the categories for the best and worst that this past year had to bring, and we're going to be doing it all together. We will all be congregating into one room, and I'm looking forward to it as always as we run down the year. And it will be a nice way to exhume the bad and praise the good before we go into 2025.
And I'm sure everyone's list is already almost complete, right?
Yeah. Right.
That's a December 29th job for most of us. So that's a long way away as we speak. But it's only in a couple of days. So we will be back Monday night. Forget Raw. You will be tuning in and listening to the best and worst of show for 2024. Guys, congrats on another great year. I look forward to getting together with all of you. And then maybe after the best and worst of show, we will go out for a Christmas cocktail.
Ooh, yeah. Davey, we got to introduce the
Fernata.
The Fernet and rum chata. We'll explain later, but I think you'll like it. Have we ever served you wrong, John? We've
many times, many times. But that's part of the fun.
I guess I'll rephrase it, guys. As always, appreciate it.
Braden Herrington and Davie Portman of Poisonrana, and Davie has just he's got the drinks flowing. I mean, he has got some brisket. The man always comes prepared, and Braden is I think he was bringing other supplies.
Oh yeah. I don't know how often we've spoken about Davie's cooking. I mean, I don't think I've ever tasted Davie's cooking, but I've seen enough of it on Instagram to know that it's probably pretty damn good.
Yeah, I mean, there is it's a weird Instagram relationship. It is like Davie is the creator, the provider. WH is like the consumer of food.
Right. Yes.
You've got the whole like digestive process between those two, from creation to Anyway, I don't know where I was going with all of this. They like to Instagram about food, but maybe in 2025 we will get that elusive invite by Davie for a meal.
I don't want to put that pressure on that man.
I do.
You do? Okay.
The clock is ticking.
Well, what are you providing? It's got to be a Pollock potluck.
Oh, I'm going to bring the Basil Hayden.
Okay. All right. I'm going to bring maybe hats. Nice hats for everybody to wear. Yeah.
Okay, this sounds like a party that cannot be missed in the new year. Also, which cannot be missed, is the best and worst of show coming up next Monday night. We are not going to be doing a Raw review next Monday. Instead, we will be live with Braden and Davie on Monday night on our respective Patreons. We will be on the Post Wrestling Cafe and at patreon.com/Poisonrana to go through the best and worst of 2024. We'll go through all the relevant categories. We'll all give our picks. Always a fun and popular show that we put out each year. So Braden and Davie will join us yet again on Monday night, December the 30th.
Yeah, for the first time in the Post Wrestling Cafe. So, and also the Poisonrana Patreon, which those guys offer a ton of bonus shows on their end as well. So we encourage you guys to check those out. If you sign up right now, you'll get access to all of the shows, all of the bonus shows in the coming year. So now's the best time.
We're going to the West Coast next by way of California. The post-wrestling Christmas show continues. The numbers are piling in that are working their way into the post office, and joining us now, he is the proprietor of Fight Game Media and, of course, the co-host with Dave Meltzer on Fridays, Wrestling Observer Radio. Garrett Gonzales is here joining us at Post Wrestling. A happy holiday season, Garrett.
Happy holiday to you guys. As you can tell by my gear, so I have the Moxley hat, but then I also have the We the Ones sweatshirt. So I come in peace to everybody.
Yeah, no one can accuse you of any bias here. I mean, you are equal opportunity representative of the respective companies that I'm sure will be coming up in our discussion today. But I just want to kind of start things off by talking sort of about, for several years now that you've been cultivating Fight Game Media, and you're in a very similar spot as Wai and I. And just tell me a little bit about the process this many years in, and if it's some of the expectations you had and where you are today, and covering boxing and MMA and professional wrestling as you do.
Yeah, the thing about it is it was a project that came out of the pandemic. It was a bunch of people who were really sad about things, and some of them sad because, their work and their income wasn't there. So it was like, well, we have a lot of people who need some community, and they also maybe need a few bucks here from a stipend or something. And so that was really what it came out of. And it was a giant learning process for me about how hard this really is to do. And you guys have done it tremendously. And I always tell John whenever I talk to him, if I am trying to figure out how to do something, I look and see what you guys do. Now, at some point, once the pandemic was over, we kind of figured, okay, this is really a passionate hobby more than anything else. So let's treat it like that, which means lots of different experiments and lots of ups and downs. But essentially what it is to me now is it's an opportunity for people who I enjoy, who to have podcasts and to do something and to reach a specific audience. It will never be a giant audience, unless something really, really captures imagination, wrestling fans. But it is an opportunity for people who otherwise would not be doing this because it is a hobby to do it. And, I have probably, I don't have to tell you guys, but I've probably lost a certain amount of money doing it, but it is also something I enjoy as sort of a giving back to pro wrestling and the pro wrestling community. And we experience the same ups and downs with everybody else, but it's more fun. And from the boxing and MMA perspective, that is a lot harder to cultivate. Like if you think of your pro wrestling community, for whatever reason, pro wrestling is it's a great platform for people just to want to spread discourse and disagree or agree. Boxing and MMA is a little harder. I think the boxing community is a little bit more old school, and maybe they're not on the same platforms as everyone else. And MMA is so UFC focused these days that a lot of the takes and stuff by fans are just kind of what everyone else is talking about when it comes to the product. So that is harder. And I think if we had a little bit more time, I would try to cultivate a little bit more of that community. But the pro wrestling thing just kind of dominates. And it's kind of, if I'm an extension of the F4W board, then that makes a lot of sense. So that's kind of where we sit.
I feel like wrestling benefits from in that it's not strictly a sport, but I think it fits very well with, like the comic book crowd or like the Star Wars crowd, where essentially we're talking about characters and narratives and fiction. And I think like it breeds that sort of like discussion and discourse, which is for good and bad, because those are other, fandoms that I think have their own issues as well. But, like in your opinion, what have sort of been the biggest topics of discussion that you've seen among the community this year?
Unfortunately, it is really less about WWE holding ground and running all of these sellout shows and the success. And it is more about the popularity decrease in AEW, which is for whatever reason. And you guys, if you hear Wrestling Observer Radio that I do with Dave, it seems like it's just a Friday topic. I kind of have to have all of my thoughts ready for whatever the AEW topic is around ratings or houses or whatever storylines. But it is kind of interesting because you would think, with the success of WWE this year, and WWE at WrestleMania did something that I thought was never going to happen again, which is to get people who were around in the Attitude Era but haven't really thought about wrestling too much since then, for them to actually reach out to me and start asking me about The Rock and what's this storyline and how did this thing change and why did The Rock come back as a good guy and now he's a bad guy. Like I was like, wow, a lot of people care about this, but then they go away after WrestleMania and after The Rock is over. Some people may stick around for Cody, but like the hardcore wrestling fan base, it seems like the AEW topic is still the one that dominates a lot of our conversations. And I was thinking about this because I'm also doing a project on the 89 Observers because Dave put out the book, and so I was following 1989 monthly, and so now I'm in December about to watch Starrcade 89 Future Shock. But the similarities with how Dave is writing about the NWA, which he clearly likes better as a in-ring product, very similar, I think, to his AEW thoughts. He likes AEW way more as an in-ring product. But the similarities in why they're not as successful as WWF, like you can almost just take the name, take the letters AEW and interchange it with NWA, and it's so similar. And I'm sort of lucky that I decided that was the product I was going to take on, but also at the same time, super eye-opening to me to go like, wow, this is the same. He's writing so many of the same things from 1989 and 2024.
It is interesting, and like you get kind of like a close-up look at this is just the kind of weight that Dave carries in all of this discussion. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't like the fact that he is so attached to all of this that he becomes like a buzz term himself. And I mean, from your perspective, I mean, is that frustrating for you when you see, or do you think that's kind of part of the nature of someone that has the level of following that Dave has had and has had? I don't think, no reporter is above criticism, but it just seems like Dave is a lightning rod for this. And he gets positive and he gets negative, but it's almost as though like he is as much brought up in so many of these discussions and commentaries by people out there.
Yeah, it was interesting when I started to try and reach out to other content creators in the space who were younger than me. It was almost like the fact that I did Wrestling Observer Radio was it made them a little cautious because they see Dave as sort of old school mentality, and they see them as like sort of newcomers or new school mentality. And there are so many spots, so many content creators that I do really enjoy. But, I also lean towards journalism a little bit more because of how I grew up. And not everybody is doing journalism. And they don't have to, because there is a space for content creation that does not participate in journalism. But I think the thing, and everybody probably has this thought, is like, why does Dave spend so much time on Twitter? And originally, I think his idea was, well, when I'm writing, I need to kind of take a break and let my mind kind of wander a little bit. And Twitter's kind of fun because
the only person that will use that quote, I think, is Dave.
Well, but this was like, 6 or 7 years ago when it was kind of fun. It was still kind of fun back then. And his idea was, well, I feel like people look to me for knowledge, and I'll take some of these things that are not factual and I'll show people the real facts. Like that was his original idea about how to use Twitter. But I think what happened, and he's probably realized this, but is now in this weird cycle, which is the way that Twitter works today is it's just feeding Dave content because it wants Dave to continue supplying content, which gives them more engagement. And I'm like, okay, because, you know, we argue about this just in fun, which is my Twitter feed. I don't see any AEW negativity, but I've also made sure so that I don't really see any bad faith people on both sides, by the way. But to him, he sees more AEW negativity from like a 10-to-1 ratio. And I was like, well, it is because you are engaging with these people. So you're telling Twitter, give me more of this. I want more of this because it's going to have me keep engaging, which helps them about which helps the algorithm. And so I think that part of it, like, he's just kind of stuck now because that is what he sees. How do you fix your algorithm? You just shut down is maybe what he does. But like that part of it, if there's one piece of it, I would wish that he would not do that as much, because it really does. I think it hurts his brand to some people. And some people don't really care. Like, I don't give Twitter much value to me because I know what it is. Like, it's not a serious thing to me. But there are some people who really take Twitter seriously, and to them, it's like, this is where you come and get information. And I think seeing him on that negative end hurts his relationship with those people. But maybe those people will never be the kind of people he wants to reach anyway. So it's that's kind of where I sit with the Dave stuff.
It is somewhat unfortunate because because the work is behind a paywall, the Twitter is what people only see of Dave. And it's so unrepresentative of just everything he offers the industry on like a daily basis. So I'm certainly very conscious of like my own Twitter use and just how much I'm feeding into the algorithm, how much it's feeding back to me. I'm curious to know, like, often I hear you on the shows talk about your children and their relationship with professional wrestling. I'm kind of curious to know, like, how much wrestling is on their radar currently, and whether WWE in this current boom has broken in at all.
So my two kids, when they were growing up, so we're talking about early 2000s to mid 2000s. Like, they were into it a lot, but that's the action figure stage, and they were very young, and then they really grew out of it. And my oldest got back into it for like a couple of years because of college, and he was in the dorms, and they were into it at that point. But other than that, they have not really paid attention, other than they know about people because of me, and they know Dave, and they've met Dave, and they've hung out with Dave. But my stepkids are a completely different thing, and I kind of look at media through their eyes as well. And I have two twin boys who are 15, and I have a stepdaughter who is 9. They know nothing about pro wrestling. What they do know is, though, about the Costco guys. So when that whole thing happened, I started to talk to them about the Costco guys. I was like, do you know who this Big Boom AJ guy is? And they were like, yeah, I know. I watched their videos. And so we went on this discussion about, why they're popular or whatever. And it's really just, they're being fed these entertaining characters. And one of my stepsons says, he's like, you know what? If you could interview anybody, I don't even want you to interview Big Boom AJ. I want you to interview the Rizzler. I was like, the Rizzler doesn't even talk. What is the Rizzler going to say? He's a little child. But so, AEW kind of dipping their toe into that thing. When I saw it, I was like, who are these guys? And then when I saw it through their eyes, I go, oh, I get it now. Now, whether or not this helps AEW or whatever, but them being on AEW, now my kids know, oh, there's this other thing called AEW that is also in this pro wrestling thing with WWE. So that did kind of open their eyes to these guys doing something outside of just doing hot dog and cookie reviews on Costco. But yeah, like, there's really no, I kind of I don't know if this is for my age and this is what we used to do, but I always kind of shielded my wrestling fandom until somebody said, "Oh, I also do this," and me and my buddy John LaRocca, who I do the Fight Game podcast with, we have this joke about like moments when we're watching wrestling where, oh my gosh, I hope my dad doesn't walk in when this is happening, right? It's like Paul Bearer doing something or whatever. And so when we talk about wrestling today, and if there's like kind of like a moment where like, this is not really great, we kind of go, oh, I was so happy my dad didn't walk in the room. Like that's kind of how we look at it. But yeah, I still kind of shield a lot of that from folks in the real world just because of the perception of wrestling. And so for my stepkids, like they know that I do content, they know that I do these interviews, and they know that it's wrestling based, but they have no idea who any of these people are really outside of the Costco guys.
Well, let's end the conversation here because looking ahead to 2025, I think one of maybe the major story of 2025 is not just WWE's move to Netflix, but you're also going to have Dynamite now being simulcast on Max. And I can say, like, for my kids who are 7 and 4, like, my 7-year-old has not watched a show on normal television since, like, he was 2. My daughter has never watched TV, like regular television. Everything has been through Disney Plus or Netflix Kids. And not to say this is going to be cultivating 4-year-olds to be finding WWE or AEW, but I think it is going to at least be on people's radar that are going to be logging in, and hopefully there's like significant promotion behind these. Like, how are you looking these as really big moves for both companies, and can this be a big positive for AEW in 2025? Where do you look at these respective moves?
I watched, I kind of follow, just as much as I follow the pro wrestling kind of media industry stuff, I follow the sports media industry just as close. And when Max started simulcasting the NBA games, I couldn't tell if it was helpful. I don't imagine it's hurtful. I can't imagine that being in more places is hurtful. But I didn't sense that there was like this giant new audience for the NBA that had cut the cord or whatever. Like I don't hear that. So I think AEW on Max is definitely a positive, but I'm not sure that there's this giant pocket of fans who just cut the cord and have just been unable to watch AEW and are now going to go to Max. I'm hopeful that there are some folks.
Accessibility is not the issue. It's more so like,
right.
A hot program is going to ultimately be the deciding factor.
Ultimately. And the Netflix thing, I think, is really interesting, more so the relationship that WWE creates with Netflix because of Netflix's ability to just cycle content to people. Now, in some ways, because I was thinking about this, like if you tune into Netflix in 2025, and you did watch at least a piece of the Vince McMahon doc, are you going to be pitched Monday Night Raw? And is that going to drive new people to watch? I would assume some. I would also assume that they're not going to be sucked in weekly necessarily. The interesting one to me, though, is YouTube. I mean, I'm sure we can ask questions, but this WWE vault that they are bringing, they're putting a lot of new content into this vault. And I wonder if this is a test for them, because what we are seeing, if Netflix takes over all of WWE content when that Peacock deal is up, I don't imagine Netflix is going to keep an archive of content. Like, one of the smart things about Netflix is they are only putting content out there that people are watching. Like, they're not just going to host an archive of old stuff because they have this relationship with a media company. And so I wonder if WWE's lean for network content, for archive content, is actually going to be YouTube. Because if it is, I think that is going to be a fascinating thing to watch. I know a lot of people, my kids included, watch way more YouTube than anything else. Like you said about your kids, they're not watching an actual show on television. If they're scrolling something, it's going to be YouTube or Reels or something like that. And so that's the one that I want to keep my eye on, because I think YouTube is still so underutilized. And I actually read a stat the other day where cable television, like 3.5 years ago, the overall viewership, like 39% was in cable television. And just 3.5 years later, it's now under 25%. So where's that viewership going? Broadcast has pretty much stayed even, maybe a little bit down. There's so many eyeballs out there in the TikTok and Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts and all of that, that I don't think is necessarily being captured from the way that we sort of look at business. So that's the one I'm really paying attention to, is like, what is WWE going to do with YouTube? Because they seem to be doing lots of experiments, and I'm wondering what they're learning from that.
Well, I think that channel's come up a few times, and I think it's a great on-ramp using these, like what they are currently posting. And if the second iteration of this is a membership tier where, I mean, for international viewers, you're going to be without so much content with the Netflix move that we're going to put up the Nitro library. And is there a passionate audience that'll spend $10 a month for a YouTube membership? There will be some. It's not going to be a giant number, but there will absolutely be an audience that wants that completion of the archive that many are probably going to be losing in the new year. So YouTube is definitely one to watch. And one to watch and listen to is Fight Game Media, that you can follow, fightgamemedia.com. Of course, Garrett is with Dave Meltzer pretty much every Friday on Wrestling Observer Radio. So you can have newsletter Dave, you can have Twitter Dave, and you get Radio Dave along with Garrett and Brian Alvarez. And anything else you want to throw out, Garrett, to check out?
I just want to wish you all a happy holiday, and I really appreciate you bringing me on. And like I said, if I'm looking to figure out how to do something, I usually go to Post Wrestling first to see how you guys did it, because you guys are kicking some butt, man. Good job with all of your stuff.
Okay, well, we'll take that quote and we'll splash it on the front of our page. We could use it. Thank you so much, Garrett. Have a great holiday season, and we'll chat in the new year.
Take care.
Garrett Gonzales joining us from Fight Game Media and the Wrestling Observer site. Garrett, always great to chat with, and a man that always, I think, really gels with a lot of the same kind of interests that we have. And looking ahead to 2025, it's going to be a very fascinating year for pro wrestling, and of course the various distributions of all of these products as streaming continues to grow and grow with that, and whether it finds a new audience as well through that technology.
It's going to be so strange for me, because like Netflix is my escape from wrestling consumption typically. So to turn on Netflix only to see like
Great Balls of Fire now streaming,
or just like the latest thing, it's going to be weird. But like I'm grateful for it. I get to completely cut cable TV from my subscriptions now. I was only subscribed to it for that reason. So now I get everything on Netflix. It's going to be really convenient.
I think so. I think for a lot of people, like in Canada, we get I won't say unique, but certainly different from the US, with everything packaged onto Netflix, including the live events. What is your confidence level? Like the first pay-per-view is going to be the Royal Rumble. Do you think it's going to be a seamless experience? This is obviously not going to be at the level of like Tyson and Paul. It's not going to be like US consumers are going to be going through Netflix for it. But do you think that this will be a relatively easy experience in comparison to other Netflix blunders when it's come to live streaming?
I do. Yeah. I think what you just mentioned there is a big part of it. The fact that Americans aren't going to be, taxing
they weigh everything
the
down.
But it's okay. We'll have to pay them extra for it. So I'm pretty confident that I think they'll work their things out, especially after the football games coming up.
Okay, well, we went to California, and you know what they say about
I'm way too hot. I can't deal with this sunny weather. It's not not wintry enough. All right.
Well, let's throw on our post wrestling varsity jackets, and you know what? For good measure, we'll put on our post wrestling toques because we're staying in Canada. All right, well, joining us here on the Post Wrestling Christmas show, showing up here with some cookies and candy canes, it is Kate from Montreal who is here with us, joining us live from Montreal. Kate, happy holidays.
Happy holidays. I was just thinking, actually, if I brought cookies and candy canes, considering I'm at a distance, that would actually be a really obnoxious thing to do. Like, just you're stuffing my mouth with cookies, like, you can't have any.
Well, there is it's a potluck theme that we have this year's post wrestling Christmas show, and
Pollock
here we
potluck.
are. Yes. I think Damian was going to be supplying the pot and the rest the luck. So here we are to chat
Luck, yes.
about the past year of professional wrestling. And Kate, we will start off as you being one of the voices of Collision Course alongside John Siino. You guys began this show all the way back in June of 2023, or as we call it, CM Punk V2 in the AEW era. And this show has changed a lot since then. Tell me about when you sit down to watch Collision on a Saturday night, what is your typical expectation of this show and where it fits in the pantheon of AEW weekly programming as we come to the end of the year?
I think that since the beginning, including the Punk era, it established itself as the sort of more wrestling-heavy show. And during time when they were doing, I guess, sort of a brand split, we don't need to get into it, but there were some storylines that existed only on or primarily on Collision. That's fallen off, and they do seem to be integrating more, or at least the same characters are appearing on a regular basis. I do think it's maintained its identity as the wrestling heavy show, and perhaps the show that's more for fans who were invested in AEW's original mission. It's not on in the best time slots, so I think it lets them do something more for, I guess, I don't like the hardcores, or they're the most secure part of their fan base. So yeah, I'm still tuning in, expecting to see a lot of wrestling compared with Dynamite. There are characters who still feature more heavily. I have to say this, but there's often a little more women's content on Collision, not always, but sometimes. So I've appreciated that. As you guys know, I've been kind of a long-time critic of their presentation of the division, or at least to the time that they've allotted to it. I think over the last year and a half, the differences between their shows has gotten narrower, but it's still somewhat different. It does feel like the secondary show. Like Dynamite is absolutely the A show. There's no working around that. I think that with Collision, what you're getting is a very good B show. You're not necessarily going to get your top stars, but it's usually a lot of fun.
So, I agree, and I think most who are observing AEW in both shows would agree that Collision has become a very defined, or at least it's definitively a B show, in my opinion. And I think if you ask Tony, I don't necessarily think he'd want that. He'd want 2 A shows, which I think was the original intent with CM Punk. Do you feel like the current strategy, it's a tough show to promote, because on the one hand you want it to have some unique identity, but on the other hand you also want to grab as many viewers from Dynamite to watch on a Saturday as you can. Do you think the current strategy for Collision is working, or do you think that changes should or could be made?
I think that the biggest thing that you're up against with Collision is the time slot. I don't know how much you're ever going to be able to run an A show on a Saturday evening. You're always going to be against way too much competition, including now wrestling competition, with sure. WWE running more and more on Saturday nights. So once a month you're losing that. Most most sports run on Saturday nights. So I don't know how much you could possibly push this as an A show. I think that there are things that you could do to make it a more intriguing B show, have more unexpected matchups, have some people who are unique to the show. There are lots of ways that you could toy around with it. I do think that it requires. I think that it could do with some fine tuning, but ultimately, as long as you're dealing with this time slot, I think you have a much lower ceiling than you do with other shows. This isn't like WWE with SmackDown on Mondays and Fridays, where you can draw very similar crowds, or where you can draw a huge audience. This is like the as I said, your ceiling is always going to be lower here. So do you want to put major matches on this show that you always know is going to be drawing just a fraction of the audience that you're getting on Wednesday nights?
So what's sort of the sweet spot, Kate? Because you also can't have completely irrelevant content on the show.
No,
so
you don't want to rampage this. I think that, as I said, having some intriguing characters that are if not unique, at least featured heavily. Like at the beginning when they did, like I said, the soft brand split, Jay White, as an example, was almost always just on Collision, and he had his programs going there. Like that to me was, I think that he looked stronger. He got more over. I do like the idea of it almost as not I guess developmental, but as a way of building up sort of the next wave of characters who are going to be popular. Like that has, whether it was deliberate or not, that's worked for them well with the Outrunners. Like they started out sort of doing appearances on Ring of Honor. They had they kind of got over with the crowd there. They were featured more on Collision, where you had them losing in squash matches to more established players. And I think that there is the possibility to do that kind of thing again. Like you can run these stories, you can have people making frequent appearances. Like Queen Aminata is another person who I think, and Hologram, unfortunately, who got injured, is probably the first example I've seen of doing that really deliberately. Like it was very clearly strategized that during the time that they did the shows in Texas, he was going to be a focus every single week. He did unfortunately get injured, and that's just, there's no good time to get injured, but this really sucked because I think that it was working. They did get him very over with Collision crowds, and we're starting to look at ways to push him further. During his push, I'd say that Beast Muertos actually got some of the shine from that and has advanced. So now he's in the Continental Classic. I think that there's the opportunity to do that kind of thing, and I'd like to see them try it more. I also the biggest thing, this is going to be kind of an ironic turn of phrase, the thing that I think would really help them is scaling down the venues that they're playing, because it's a show, again, it's more for a specialized audience. And I think that it helps when you have a smaller but very invested crowd. And you saw that during the shows that they did in Texas. You saw that last week when they had to switch to the smaller venue in Columbus, where having a smaller group who are very excited about what they're seeing helps a lot in terms of the optics on television.
Let's also just touch a bit on the women's division that you mentioned. Certainly for this past year in AEW, a lot of focus will be on Toni Storm, Mariah May, and Mina Shirakawa. But also we have now kind of 9 months of Mercedes Moné since she has come into the company. And I think she has probably been the most focused upon female addition to the AEW roster. Starting off with Mercedes, how do you feel things are? She's coming off a really excellent performance with Chris Statlander, but where has she sort of figured herself into the overall kind of identity of AEW? Has it been a successful migration? Where do you kind of sit on Mercedes' introduction?
I'm a huge fan. of Mercedes. I think one of the reasons why I got back into wrestling in the sort of when I did was because of sort of the increase in visibility of the WWE women's division, and in particular, I was so impressed with her. I was very happy to see her come to AEW. Like a lot of people, I think that the integration has not gone smoothly. I'd say that the biggest challenge for her remains remains on the mic. And unfortunately, like, she seems to still be hanging on to a lot of the sort of WWE isms, the repetition of taglines, the sort of over the top presentation in a company that has made a name for itself with people who have been very good talkers, but who seem very earnest and down to earth and not the kind of overblown character that she's playing. I like the idea of the CEO character. The execution, I think, leaves a lot to be desired. I have not been as down on her matches as most people. I think that she really unfortunately had the much hyped match with Britt Baker, which was not good. And then a week later, a disappointing match with Hikaru Shida. So I think that people's impression of how good she's been in ring since arriving in AEW is perhaps not reflective of the reality. I think, she had her match with Willow was very, very good. She had the match with Kris Statlander, which was excellent. She's had other matches on during her run that have been good, but I still find that she doesn't really feel integrated into the programming the way that I feel like she should. But that's true of the women's division in general. It always kind of feels like it's sort of existing in this extra space. And I wish that they would kind of get over that. I don't even I could say, I was hopeful when there was this room for what seemed like a conflict between Willow and Marina Shafir, that you'd have this sort of integration of women's storylines into larger company storylines. But I said that before, and they haven't really followed up on it. So we'll see. But at the moment, they don't have enough time given to the women for it to be as isolated as it is and still be interesting. It's like you're sort of, for 10 minutes a show, you're watching a completely different company.
Well, we're not going to keep Kate tied up because she's been eyeing this eggnog that's over in the corner, so she's going to be helping herself to that. If you would like to help yourself to some Collision Course, you can do so every Saturday night at 10 Eastern with Kate and John Siino up on the Post Wrestling Cafe. And Kate, a happy holiday season to you, and we look forward to hearing from you weekly in the new year.
Thank you so much, and thanks again for having me on and giving me a platform to yap at people.
Kate from Montreal joining us, co-host of Collision Course and a grand contributor to all things professional wrestling, that she has her eye on everything that's going on in the world of professional wrestling. And that includes Game Changer Wrestling, which we're going to be doing a special show in January. On January 19th, we have two pretty important shows going on the same night. We have The People versus GCW, and Wai and Kate are going to be tackling that show together. Meanwhile, myself and John Siino are going to be doing the TNA Genesis show that same night. So we are going to have coverage of both shows that night. And
in the Post Wrestling Cafe.
Yes, in the Post Wrestling Cafe. So it's an interesting night for non-WWE, non-AEW, and like a mini head-to-head scenario. I know it's not really being built up as that, but I think come that weekend, those are going to be the two key shows that weekend.
Yeah, at the very least for me, somebody who only watches Bloodsport offerings from GCW and maybe occasional shows on WrestleMania weekend, I'm not necessarily as plugged into the promotion, but Kate is, so I'll be relying heavily on her sort of knowledge of the promotion. But I also feel like I bring an interesting perspective as somebody that I think GCW is trying to attract. The type of fan who's not necessarily.
You're literally the person in the ad that they're trying to attract for this show.
Yes, I guess so. So will my thoughts be used in their next promo? We shall see. But I'm looking forward to that conversation with Kate. Again, the Post Wrestling Cafe is sort of like the place where we can have these sort of extra dives into non-WWE, non-AEW content that hopefully those of you who are really dedicated to our platform will have an interest in listening to.
So on that note, we're going to keep things going with a man that is never short on opinions, and he has just finished a worldwide journey back here to Toronto. The post-wrestling Christmas show continues, and it wouldn't be a Christmas show without W.H. Park from MCU Later, from Post-Pro-Res, from the long and winding Royal Road. Here he is, just fresh off his world tour where he stopped by in Japan, and he is back now in Canada. Hello, W.H.
Ho, ho, ho. Happy holidays, everyone.
Well, W.H., I have not got to speak with you since you returned from Japan, and if I'm not mistaken, not a second spent on professional wrestling over in Japan.
No, just my itinerary did not call for me to be anywhere near any professional wrestling.
No
events.
Big Japan show that caught your desire while you were over there?
I didn't even, the only time I was in Tokyo was to go to the airport. Other than that, I did not step foot in Tokyo, and that's where most of the shows were. Or when I was in Osaka, there was no wrestling. I didn't have time for it anyways. And then when there was wrestling in Osaka, I was probably in Nagoya.
Did you make it to our favorite Irish pub?
I did. That's in Tokyo. I told you.
Okay, well,
didn't go to Tokyo.
Those are the extent of my.
Listen, I'm saving that for the Bush Bees and you, John.
All right. Well, one of these days we will make the return to Japan as soon as Wai gives us all the green light. We'll go.
Yeah, listen. There's some really cool spots outside of Tokyo we can go to as well. I'm just saying, we don't have to limit ourselves to Tokyo. There's as Wai knows, he's been other parts of Japan.
Well, what is the vibe that you like to experience outside of Tokyo for perhaps people that have gone to Tokyo but want to know more about the rest of Japan?
I mean, one thing I love about Japan is the mix of traditional elements of Japan, particularly the architecture and mixed with kind of the modernity of Japan. Like you see all these high-tech skyscrapers that are just mind-blowing, but in the midst of all that, you'll see maybe a simple shrine or temple stuck between them, or 2 blocks down or something like that. And just the vibe of it is what I like outside of Tokyo is it's more natural. I feel like there's a lot more nature to experience, and the kind of just seeing mountains, a lot of mountains, because we're from Toronto. We don't really have any mountains around here, right? Just to see so many mountains in the landscape is just so incredible. And I got to see Mount Fuji every day for 2 weeks. So it was nice to see Fujisan again. So
how about the people? What are the differences between perhaps city folk and people maybe out on the other parts of the country?
Well, Tokyo is known for being one of the more of the quote unquote colder cities in Japan as far as people's attitudes and stuff. I've never had a problem in Tokyo. For me, it's everyone's pretty friendly or polite in Japan, so that's all I care about. But I know the difference. If I go to Tokyo versus going to Osaka people are more like us, kind of gregarious and more open. They love to eat, they love to drink, they love to just enjoy life. Where Tokyo people are more like focused on getting through their day at work, so to speak. But in the countryside, people are just more chill, a lot relaxed, and like, you know, I don't know. It's like the difference between being in Toronto and going out to, I don't know, maybe I don't know, not Markham. Markham's a bad example. Sudbury, yeah.
Oh,
if Eric Marcotte's an example of Sudbury people, then you share relaxed people, chilled out.
Okay.
Well, tell me a little bit about this year for you. What's kind of got your interest right now in wrestling? Like, what are you going out of your way to keep up with, and that's keeping your interest as someone that is not shy about your feelings about what is not connecting with you?
For me, I just want to watch things that are easy to watch, and I don't have to like spend an extra $40 for a big show or something like that. So recently, I really been enjoying watching Sendai Girls. Mm-hmm. One, because it's really easy to watch. It's maybe a maximum of 2 hours for their big shows. Most of the matches are pretty good, and I like the top end of their roster, which has like a lot of the more veteran people that started out with the Sendai Girls Dojo, and then their rookies are very promising. But like I'd say from like the top to the maybe third match down from the top is really worth watching. And then everything else is kind of filler. And like I could watch or skip to my heart's desire. The other thing I'm really enjoying is like kind of like the kind of new youth movements in Japanese wrestling. So, and when they're booked well. So I really like current All Japan Pro Wrestling because I was so on board with the Triple Crown run of Yuma Anzai. I like Ren Ayabe. I like, you know, the Saito brothers aren't necessarily my cup of tea, but hey, they're getting over, and
there's a weird charm to them. I'm with you. Like I'm late to like the Saito brothers. I'm not going to call it a phenomenon. Like, let's be honest. It is All Japan. There's a certain limit to this, but you know, I will give All Japan credit is that, you know, they see these two as their franchise tag team and they're just going all the way with them. And I enjoy like aggressive booking when it comes to, hey, these are our stars. We are getting behind and let's go all the way with them. And you see like the audience takes to them as such.
Yeah. I mean, they're super popular. People like they're kind of goofy. I wouldn't book guys who are like, you know, 6'5" as being goofy guys, but hey, you know, what do I know? But also in N.W.A, I really enjoy the fact that they're actually booking Kaito Kiyomiya as a strong champion for a change. That's wonderful to see. And then I really like kind of the mix of the veterans with the younger guys, but like the younger guys are getting kind of more of a shine, and like they're finally seeing that this is our future. Not these guys who've been in the business for 20 years. They're not our future anymore. They're not even our present anymore. They're kind of like, they have to kind of like get over the future of our company. And so I like seeing that. It's a stark contrast to what I feel is like kind of the like hot, cold booking of New Japan Pro Wrestling with their young guys. Like I don't understand some of the things they've done with like kind of like they're what they would be called their next crop of like musketeers, right? Like Ren Narita is a perfect example. Why did you put him in House of Torture? He's totally ruined now. The like what has happened with Shota Umino, it's embarrassing. This guy is a complete joke. No one likes him. Legit, no one likes him in the crowd, the fans, and they're not, I don't know why he's getting the main event of Wrestle Kingdom against Zack Sabre Jr. That should have been like Yudasuji or something like that. But we'll see what happens in 2025 with that company. I was saying on a previous podcast, like I do like the train wreck that is New Japan, and it brings me a lot of comedy and joy in that sense. But I think it's going to get worse in 2025 before it starts getting better to where I'm going to be like actively wanting to watch their shows on a regular basis, and not just things that like, oh, like Karen and Bruce recommend on their reviews. Watch this match. You can skip this match. I would like to be able to watch like at least 60% of a New Japan show without feeling like I've wasted my time.
Are you sort of waiting to see if any of these projects kind of ascend to that next level? Like what are you anticipating that would draw you in to check in on New Japan with any kind of regularity?
I would like a really fresh junior heavyweight division. I don't think it's fresh. I think it's stale because they don't care about it in terms of the booking. Like they just regulate it to this is not that important. And I would like to see, in that sense, make it fresh by elevating Hiromu to a heavyweight level. Also, El Desperado should go to a heavyweight level. I would love to see Sho become a babyface again and become Sho Tanaka again instead of Sho in House of Torture. I think he would bring a lot of freshness if he went back to the kind of wrestler that I like to watch, and just giving some emphasis on an importance to like Best of Super Juniors and the Super Junior Tag League a bit more, and not have like three ways for the titles in at Wrestle Kingdom or other big shows. I think that really devalues those titles. And then in the heavyweight division, I just want to see a freshness. I just want to see Tsuji, Oiwa, those two in particular. I want to see get elevated. I think would spark an interest and have fresh challenges for them and stop. And you know what? The other thing, get rid of all these titles. Just get rid of all these titles. They're so useless. They just muddy the waters and they just devalue every other title that should be important in that company.
Are you following much of the progression of the Japanese talents in the North American scene? And if you are, do you have anything that you'd like to comment about their 2024?
I think Takeshita is like awesome. I think he's something that that AEW should really focus on pushing at a higher level, because he has a natural charisma, and I would get him a better mouthpiece. Not to saying that Don Callis is a bad mouthpiece like manager for him, but I think he needs someone more suited to him, and like Don Callis has other focus. He should just have a manager that is just for him, that just talks for him and knows not when not to speak either. I think that's maybe Don Callis' biggest problem. He doesn't know when not to speak. Takeshita is definitely the number one kind of prospect. I mean, I love the, like kind of the people that are in the women's wrestling scene in North America. Julia is a prime example. I think she's going to be a megastar within 3 years on the main roster of WWE. And then I like Yoshiki, who's just come into NXT. Like, I'm not sure if that's a talent trade or not with Noah, because they seem to have a working relationship with them. Mm-hmm. But he is he's a beast. I think he's gonna do, if they push him right, and like they don't. And I think there's a nice track record of them pushing Japanese talent correctly these days. That he's gonna get over. Like, and then if he goes up, like you can pair him with like maybe current version of Shinsuke, that would be pretty cool. But this guy can be a tag wrestler. He can be singles. You can do a lot of things with this guy. He's got a great look. Excuse me.
He could be a ninja one of these days. I mean, that to me is the ultimate brass ring in WWE to aspire to.
With Tozawa? Yeah, that could work too.
Do you think there are certain qualities that a Japanese wrestler needs to exhibit in order to assure success in a North American promotion?
Well, I mean, promos are one thing. I think be able to translate your charisma, your physical charisma, is the best way to get over.
I think you see that with Shinsuke Nakamura at the moment. Like, here's a guy that's, he's now well north of 40, and he's certainly not the performer he once was, but he makes up with it by, this incredible charisma. And it was something that I just thought Nakamura, even in like when he came to the main roster in 2017, I just thought this is a guy Vince will get. This is somebody just because of that uniqueness, but never quite clicked. And it wasn't for a lack of, like, they did get this guy the Royal Rumble, like they gave him, just didn't really get to that level. And now you just see him almost putting together everything that will make you a very successful upper mid-card heel, which he has now, that, he can pull this off in such a way that it's a nice refresh of Nakamura that he can certainly get some mileage out of at this stage of his tenure in WWE.
I would look at like Asuka and Io Sky as prime examples of, they can't really cut promos in English very well, but they don't have to because they're so good in the ring.
Sorry, choked up talking about this.
And yeah, and like I think Io's a great example right now. Like I think she's the best worker in WWE. I think she's my favorite thing to watch in WWE because like her matches are good and like just her character just comes through in her matches and in her like just her physical charisma, like not even having to talk really that much. So like if I'm a Japanese talent who has limited English speaking skills, I would look at I'm gonna look at Shinsuke. I'm going to look at Io and Asuka as my prime examples of how to get over and what do they do that's successful and then try to emulate that as best as I can.
They're certainly over, but I'll still say like even as successful as like a Nakamura or an Asuka are, there's a ceiling to what they're able to accomplish versus, I don't know, like a Cody Rhodes, for instance. What is the thing that a promotion needs to do to perhaps assist them to help them lift them up to another level?
Well, I mean, you use Cody's example, give them a story. Give them something that the fans can rally behind in their backstory. I think that's just true of anything in wrestling from time immemorial, right? Like give something the fans can latch onto about this wrestler. Give them a good story. Give them a good background. Oh, I relate to that person. That's just booking 101, right? Like I think if you made if you make Shinsuke more relatable, maybe he loves surfing. I love surfing. I love this guy. Something like that. I don't know. The
key to everyone's connectivity. It's surfing. Before we wrap up, I know that you and Rich Fann, you have a very busy plate coming up with MCU later that will be available on the cafe for all of you, the non-freeloaders out there. Daredevil is set to return in March, I believe. I'm really looking forward to this series. Am I getting my hopes up, WH? What are your expectations for this, reboot?
I'm totally excited because, like, based on the trailers, I think they're going to capture the formula of what made the Netflix show so successful. And I mean, I'm just excited to see Charlie Cox back in the red suit and facing off against Vincent D'Onofrio's Wilson Fisk, aka the Kingpin, and the return of the Punisher to Marvel. That's going to be, I'm one step closer to my dream of like Tom Holland's Spider-Man and fucking the Punisher being on screen together. Oh my God, please make it happen. Give me what I want.
I mean, they have appeared on screen, just not as in their costumes.
That's true. But I want them to interact because I think that would be so awesome. I think the slate of Marvel coming up in 2025, it was kind of sparse this past year, but we're just gonna get like both barrels basically from Kevin Feige this year coming up, and I'm all here for it. And because I get to watch some entertaining television and movies, and I get to talk about it with Rich Fann, one of my favorite people to talk to about anything with, and the plethora of guests that we'll probably have running through our doors. Maybe John Wai, you can make it a guest appearances on MCU later.
I'll definitely claim a guest spot for Daredevil because this is one series I will follow very closely once it premieres.
Well, follow our primer. We're gonna do primer episodes to get you catched up on each episode of the primers. Will focus on each season. We're not gonna do like we originally were gonna try to review all of season 1 and then just talk about season 2, 3, and 4. We're just gonna each episode we're gonna say these are the highlights of season 1, season 2, 3, season 4 to get you caught up, and then you're hopefully ready to watch the MCU debut of the Daredevil.
Last thing for 2024, name me one person who had an up year and who had a down year. Up and down. Anyone that comes to mind.
Who had an up year? I'm gonna say, geez, this is so hard. Up year would be, you know what? I'm gonna go the aforementioned Io Sky because now she's a babyface. She just had an awesome 2024 from the Rumble through her match with Bayley at WrestleMania to like the kind of reformation of Damage Control with Dakota coming back. She had definitely up year. Down year. Who can I say had a down year? Tony Khan. Big TK.
I think it's all there for WH. I mean, he can barely spit it out. I mean, he isn't going to get into his whole State of AEW address, but you can always hear his thoughts on Post Pro Res with Karen Peterson, MCU later with Rich Fann, and the long and winding Royal Road. And if I'm going to make a recommendation, what episode was a big up this year? It was your deep dive into Genichiro Tenru, which I think a sleeper for podcast of the year. I thought that was just a fantastic show if I'm going to isolate one.
No, you mean Jumbo, right?
Oh, no. Sorry. It was Jumbo. It was
Jumbo. Yes.
So on that note, check out the Jumbo Saruda episode. I have too much going on up here, okay?
I understand.
I'm trying to keep this
You're
all
a busy
straight.
Man. You're a father of two. I get it.
I listened to that whole episode.
You got a T-shirt coming to you. That's what I know. That's what's on your mind.
That's it. Well, WH, thank you so much for dropping by. Happy holidays, and we'll be doing coffee soon.
Sounds good, guys. Happy holidays. Happy New Year, everyone. And don't be a freeloader. Sign up to the cafe.
The inimitable W.H. Park joining us, a man of many, many talents that are showcased here at Post Wrestling, from Post Pro Res with Karen Peterson, MCU later with Rich Fann, and the long and winding Royal Road.
Yeah, a man I have so much incredible respect for, not just because of his knowledge base when it comes to Japanese wrestling and, comic book knowledge. I respect him for how little he gives a shit about what people think of him. The man has no filter on these airwaves. He will say exactly what is on his mind, and you can love it or you can hate it, but that's him. That's Park.
Yeah, sometimes people ask is like, is so and so, is that like how they really are, or so, like, dude, if anything, WH is like toned down on some of these shows. The man is, I mean, the man has a wide variety. I love WH. I have known him as long as anyone on this network. In fact, I knew WH well before I met Wai. So anyway, now that I'm thinking,
John was probably 12 at the time.
13. Let's be honest. No, WH Park. He's just a wealth of knowledge in so many different areas. So he's a constant here on the network, and it's always fun whenever we get to chat with WH or go out for breakfast with him. Like, we get to run the gamut with WH.
It's fun. It's fun seeing him actively take his pictures of his food for Instagram.
You can see it in real time. Yes. Well, folks, it's Christmas Eve. I know everyone is they're starting to look at the time here, and they're all counting down as we welcome 2 more guests. This room is getting pretty heavy, Wai.
No, the way we like it.
Okay, let's add some more. The Post Wrestling Christmas show continues. Wai, it's getting packed here. I mean, Siino's looking a little tipsy over there, but here we have David Meyers and Bruce Lord joining us, the co-hosts of POSTmarks, and Bruce Lord, just the jack of all trades. We throw whatever at him, he takes it. But I wasn't expecting this third guest to be joining us. The first time I'm meeting this person, Bruce Lord's beard that is also with us. Hello, Bruce, and your date tonight.
Yeah, just letting it get a little bit shaggy over the holidays. It might all go away after New Year's, or I don't know. I might carry it with me all the way through a trip to Scotland that I'll be making next summer. I don't know, but
how long of a process is this right here? I'm used to clean shaven Bruce Lord.
Yeah,
how fast is this? A week?
No, no. This is probably like a month or something like that. No, I'm not. I'm a large guy. I have long hair and whatnot, but the beard is not especially thick or strong growing or anything like that.
I think it suits you, Bruce.
It does.
Thanks.
I like it.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. It's weird. I grew up with my dad having one. My image of my dad, even though he hasn't had one in 20 years, is just him with this. And now I'm kind of maybe even older than he was at that time in my head. So I'm kind of like, in looking at photos, I'm like, God, I look like my dad, which is not a bad thing. I love my dad. But anyway.
I find you two very fascinating. Okay. So, of course, we are speaking to our hosts of POSTmarks. This is a monthly podcast that we have in the Post Wrestling Cafe feed where the two of them conduct interviews with listeners of the Post Wrestling audience. And I'm very engaged every single time, even if I'm not so, like, for the most part, not very familiar with the subjects that they're talking to. But I find it fascinating that you two are hosting a show together because I feel like there's a big gap in how much you each consume and how much you're each engaged by modern professional wrestling these days. And Bruce, of course, like, you're about as plugged in as somebody could be. You do New Japan Pro Wrestling reviews for us. AEW reviews you jump on from time to time. But David, like, how engaged are you currently with modern professional wrestling?
So I have a group of friends in Los Angeles where I watch every WWE PLE. But this is such an asshole thing to say on a Christmas episode of Post Wrestling, but Post Wrestling is my favorite WWE content. I really enjoy for them. I like watching those shows in person, but otherwise I mainly just listen to your shows. Then I'll watch clips online of WWE. And I used to be a big AEW fan, but as I was driving down here, I was thinking, and then when they said they're going to be on HBO Max, it's going to be free to me. And I still think I'm not going to watch it just because the product's not engaging me, even when it costs me nothing. But it costs me my time. So I am watching WWE. I love reading about it. I listen to so much post content, but I'm probably just described the polar opposite consumption habits of Bruce. So it is an interesting dichotomy.
But can you pinpoint it all, David? Because, like, I think you're the undecided voter going into the election. There's not. It's you're very aware of kind of the orbit of like AEW and pro wrestling by extension. Like, can you imagine like what would drive you to tune in to Dynamite? Would it just be word of mouth? Like, what are you kind of expecting out of an AEW, or is it hard to pinpoint?
So I don't dislike AEW. In fact, my consumption has switched. I used to watch no WWE and only AEW Dynamite every week. During the pandemic, that was the only, not only did I watch it, I looked forward to it every week. And I just think the story, just the engagement has dropped off for me just because the story quality hasn't been there. I was just thinking recently, what happened to MJF? That I used to look forward every week, and now he's stuck in this horrible feud. He just hasn't been interesting. I like Jon Moxley. I like so many of the top talent there. The stories are not grabbing me in. So I'd probably have to see something online that looked interesting to me and then want to watch it. So I'm someone that they could easily convert if I just thought it was worth my time. But not one thing is really grabbing me in right now for that entire product.
How about you, Bruce? Like, let's talk about AEW specifically, but like, what's keeping you from currently still watching the product? I mean, obviously outside of like, podcasts, maybe obligations.
I still just find AEW, like you guys, were sort of saying on, I don't remember if it was on a Monday or a Friday show, sort of saying like, if you ask the average person who is still consuming AEW, pretty much the entire roster or the entire run of programming, and that would include me, somebody who is definitely, I'm fingers crossed that maybe we get Wrestle Dream up here in Vancouver, and I'll be there with bells on. But you sort of said like, is that person more engaged in the product now than they were, say, 2 years ago? And I would agree with that. I am not as engaged as I was 2 years ago, but a combination of the talents involved, the way, especially on Collision, in which not to get into a whole rant about what storytelling is and is not, but the way that storytelling is often communicated through wrestling matches, and then the actual, putting, a lot of, paying a lot of attention to people like your Fletchers, like your Garcias, a lot of those, to my mind, very, very exciting people that are still kind of on the come up. Even somebody like Willow Nightingale, who I believe still should kind of emerge and be kind of the face of that women's division sooner rather than later. All of those things, plus still to my mind, a just much more enjoyable version of what American wrestling television, however you want to date that, whether that's WWE, whether that's WCW, whether that's territorial stuff, it is still, to my mind, kind of the apogee of that. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. There are all sorts of things happening in AEW right now that I'm not necessarily a fan of, that I would make the change. I don't think there's one sort of silver bullet. I am open to and listening and interested in folks like Thurston's comments with regards to creative direction. The idea of kind of trying to kind of to bring it back to, David's connections with politics and whatnot, at like a convention floor, people with draft Danielson signs or something like that is of interest to me. But to my mind, despite the drop off in quality, it is still giving me a good portion of what I want out of North American wrestling programming. And as much as I understand that obviously the WWE is the hotter product right now, but everything, the brief little clips that I catch, obviously it is what their crowd and what their audience wants and demands right now, and they are obviously very well served to continue delivering that product to that audience. I'm not saying that they should stop that or anything, but I am not that audience. I am not somebody who is interested in the type of programming that they are putting out right now, in addition to kind of other qualms that I have about that company, but purely at an aesthetic level. It's not a style or an approach or a philosophy to pro wrestling that I'm interested in consuming, and AEW still is.
And I don't know if ultimately if AEW is seeking success, they should be mimicking what's working for the WWE right now. They should continue to find what works for them and what continues to appeal to people like Bruce about their product. I think that the problem is trying to convey why somebody should care about AEW in the way that Bruce Lord might to somebody like a David, who, you know, these sort of things just really aren't promoted as much. You know, they're not promoting the fact that, hey, like, watch this show because you could see somebody like a Willow Nightingale, you know, begin their rise towards the next step. In your opinions, both of you, what do you think like they could do better in 2025 to perhaps bridge that gap?
Well, I was just thinking this and about to say this. I thought the violence at the very end got a little too extreme for me. But the last time that I was really excited and did watch them was the Hangman and Swerve feud. And I keep seeing now, the one exception to this would probably be Christian for me, because I think his content has been so good that I will tune. Even today, if I see he does a promo, I will still want to watch. But bringing in Mercedes, bringing in the Hurt Business, bringing in Edge, I feel like that's actually hurt their product. Right? The stuff, the only like big former star that I really liked watching was CM Punk and maybe Moxley there. But it's been a weird dichotomy because they brought in all these people that are supposed to spark their business, and the ratings go down, 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 and I have no interest to, you know, turning in. And the last time I was actually engaged the most was with two, I guess Swerve, you want to say, is a homegrown guy because he came from WWE. I'll go on mute, but I think that's part of my problem is they're just relying on all these, I say, gimmicks and WWE stars when it's, to me, always been, for the most part, they're homegrown talent that would get me engaged. And yet this year, I think all they keep doing is bringing in instead of nurturing the great talent that is there. That would just be my opinion.
I agree with that to a certain extent. Definitely, there are all manner of people that, pardon me, I would either not have brought in, or that I would just sort of go, you know, thanks very much for your time, and kind of, you know, part ways with, who maybe do have that sort of association. In terms of things that I think, you know, changes that you can make that are not completely turning a battleship around 180 degrees, reinventing the wheel, trying to completely go in a different aesthetic direction, either even further away from what the WWE is doing, or God forbid, running right into it. I think things like, you know, and it's not anything new, but giving folks a bit more of a heads up in terms of the promotion of certain things. For me in particular, the Continental Classic is one of those things. You guys alluded to the fact that I am still entirely plugged into New Japan, despite the fact that the product is undeniably cooler than it was a few years ago. Part of that is because they do things like announcing, you know, the G1 bracket well in advance, and sort of, you know, nerds like me get to plan out and look at all of the different possible matchups and figure out all of those sorts of things and kind of pin a date and, oh, right, if this person has this match before then, blah, blah, blah. And that allows and builds a sort of organic, your fan base is doing some of the lifting for you in terms of doing the storytelling, connecting the dots, advocating for things for you, right? Like, you know, it's definitely not my cup of tea, but, you know, way you've talked about how just throwing out the little, you know, White Rabbit, Bray Wyatt, altered reality clues here and there, and they've got a dedicated audience that will go through all the detective work and jump that out and talk about that on social media, right? It's obviously a very different type of teaser, but having things like those matches announced ahead of time and allowing geeks like me to sort of crunch the math on, you know, what first-time matchups there are and things like that, you know, allows me, or would allow their fan base, I think, to sort of be a little bit more, to advocate for it a little bit more, you know, to tell a friend of mine, oh yeah, so-and-so and so-and-so is happening on Collision. Make sure you tune into that as well as Wednesday. There was another recent thing. I believe it was the recent match. I can't remember if it happened on Collision. It might have even happened on Rampage between Anna Jay and Penelope Ford. No, that was on Dynamite, where there was this really great video package highlighting and drawing together all of the history that those two have, especially with Ford's 1.5, 2-year-long layoff. And it was this really good video package. I think Renee did some narration on it. And it was like, this is great. This is really good. And you are showing it to me just before these women walk to the ring. There's an incredible scene in a movie I love called 24-Hour Party People, about the history of factory records. And the designer, Peter Seville, who famously designed the Joy Division wavy lines, you know, the starburst, you'd know it to see it, listener. It's a you know, this account of this real thing that happened, where a concert has just happened in Manchester, and the designer shows up to give the posters for the show to Tony Wilson, the protagonist, the factory guy, and everything like that. And he looks at the poster and just goes, "This is great. This is beautiful. This is wonderful." And the show is over, and it is entirely useless, and nothing that is in some way useless can actually be beautiful. And that was what was coming to mind there when I was looking at this video package. This is great. If you'd put this out a week ahead of time on Dynamite, whatever it might be, and God forbid you do those sorts of packages for matches that are happening on Collision or Rampage, you put those sorts of things together and give them, for, you know, it doesn't have to be months out, you know, 5 days out, you know, on social media, for your fan base to do that sort of passing around and viral, you know, sharing of that sort of thing. It doesn't have to all be promo based. It doesn't have to be, you know, kind of cheesy WWE style ramping up of the product. It can be focused very much in a sports-like way on these two people's history, and here's what's on the line when they will be meeting together in 5 days at the Poughkeepsie Rep Center, whatever it happens to be. So, you know, those are just a couple of things off the top of my head that, again, don't involve throwing the baby out with the bathwater or changing, I think, what still fundamentally is the thing that is still bringing me in every Wednesday night, every Saturday night.
Well, Bruce is about to make us some Scotch concoction, so we're not going to keep you guys any longer. I'm going to end off on this, a bit of a selfish question for you, David, as someone that listens to a lot of our stuff. Anything you're looking for in the new year? Anything that you would critique, constructive criticism, anything that you would like to see into the new year?
Not really. My biggest problem is I used to
Perfect
a
answer.
lot of times. I mean, let me just tell you exactly what you want to hear. I used to listen to pretty much everything you guys put out. I used to listen a lot when I worked out, and I've just been working out in silence more just to get a more effective workout. So it's actually been harder to listen to everything. So for like, I don't watch AEW, so I kind of stopped listening to your shows. I mean, the problem I'm having for the first time is like too much content. I will say my favorite content of all is still the shows that's not based on the current product. So it's where it's you two together, the Q&A, I think the Ask Away, and then the shows looking and then Review Away, looking back at the past shows are my favorite content. I guess I'd like to see more of that if you're just asking my personal preference, but I feel like there's probably a good balance.
All right. Well, guys, I want to thank you very much. You can hear Postmarks every month here at Post Wrestling. These two do a great job, and we learn things listening to these shows about people that listen to the shows. And, of course, Bruce Lord, you can hear he will be back on January the 4th with Karen Peterson as they will be going through Wrestle Kingdom 19, the first of 2 nights at Tokyo Dome. So we will be looking forward to that. Bruce, David, thanks so much for all the work this past year, and we look forward to more in the new year.
Thanks so much, guys. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Bruce Lord and David Meyers from Postmarks stopping by. I mean, I know David Meyers is in a different time zone, but I mean, it's still daylight there. So I am joining us from his car. And Bruce Lord, what did you think about Bruce Lord and the beard?
Well,
I think that's the takeaway for this year's Post Wrestling Christmas show.
Yeah. I mean, it's fitting for winter. Bruce is actually somebody who teaches at university, so I feel like that's kind of all he needs is like, this sort of like a thick, fleece coat and maybe like a pipe, and he'll have completed the look, I feel.
Well, I think if he needs a pipe, there's probably a corner of this party that he is going to be instantly directed to.
Yeah, I don't know about that sort of pipe, but anyway, those guys are I think, John, some of my favorite interviewers we have on the Post Wrestling Network. They do monthly shows with people that I know next to nothing about. We're talking about people that are just like, they're listeners of ours. They're the most dedicated listeners that we have. But I listen to every second of POSTmarks because I find the conversation so incredibly fascinating, just getting to know people that are fellow professional wrestling fans, when they discovered professional wrestling, selfishly, when they discovered our shows. But Bruce and David do an incredible job on POSTmarks, which is, again, available for free every single month in the Post Wrestling Cafe feed. So go to postwrestlingcafe.com where you can sign up for the free tier, where we will occasionally drop in freebies like POSTmarks.
Yes, it is. It's a way to be part of the cafe and get several pieces of free content, and there's no financial commitment to the cafe either. All right, now the party really gets started.
What's going on, brothers and sisters? People all over the world. Happy Kris Mahana Kwanzaa and a Merry Festivus to the rest of us. We are the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the N.W.A. podcast. You can hear us every month on Post Wrestling. Some of y'all are still finishing our last episode, but we are back. We couldn't miss the Christmas extravaganza that John and Wai throw every year. So let's get right to the festivities. I, of course, am Nate Milton, the Godfather. 10 years in the game, not a damn thing changed, and I am joined by the advocates. I probably shouldn't be cussing on Christmas, Kris, but let me bring out the professor, my right-hand man, the mayor pro tem of Los Angeles, California, and the assistant associate director on the classic Christmas film Bad Santa, Kris Ealy. What can we rock? What's up, Doc?
Man, chilling, just getting ready for these Christmas festivities, looking forward to eating.
But Christmas, we love Christmas, Kris. You and me, we love Christmas, man. We love the holiday season. But really, when you break it all down, folks, Christmas is for the youth. Christmas is for the children's. Christmas is for the young people of the world, and that's what we bring in the new school. Y'all give it up for my nephew, who spends every Christmas with a bowl of milk and cereal, watching Jorge Blanco's Planet 51 starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Y'all give it up for my nephew, the youngest in charge, Andrew Thompson.
Always a pleasure to be here, fellas. You had just reminded me of that joke that you said on that podcast. You talking about I was still sipping Similac. But it's always great to be here. But of course, there's always four.
There is always four, and of course, the fourth member of our team, the super producer himself, Two-Way Ray, aka the Caitlin Clark of producers. They call this man Caitlin Dark, even though, as I mentioned on the last episode of the N.W.A. podcast, Caitlin getting a little more dark herself these days, so we appreciate it. We see you, sis. But let's bring this man in. I'm sure he's going to be on the naughty list from Zack Sabre Jr. Y'all give it up for Two-Way Ray Williams.
Hey, now, y'all. Always a pleasure to join you guys. About 3 days removed from our brisk 5-hour journey again.
I mean, technically, Ray, like you see, you already slipping, man. This is why John and Wai have to keep bringing you in for HR meetings here at Post. You out here violating, Ray. Like let's not spoil the Christmas magic, Ray. We recording this on Christmas morning, Ray.
Oh yeah.
This is December 25th, Ray.
My bad. Rewind. Oh, I'm so glad to be here on Christmas. Oh my goodness.
Hey Ray, how many payments have you made on the Post Wrestling Company card in 2024?
We're gonna keep that under wraps.
Ray about to get that Lexus repoed on Christmas Eve. That's you hate to see it. You hate to see it. But
holidays.
It's the holidays, man. Have a heart, Mr. Repo Man. Barry Darso. Put Ray's car down, Barry Darso. But we just wanted to spend a few minutes with y'all, man. A little pause for the cause. have a good time, not a long time, and just kind of talk about some things that we love about the season. But also, this is a wrestling show, so we got to kick it off by talking about some of our favorite performers of the year. So, we were kind of kicking some names around before we started recording, but anybody want to go first in terms of who are some of your favorite performers this year when it comes to pro wrestling?
Man, so many great matches this year. So many amazing in-ring performers this year. I'm talking about like just off the top of my head. Will Ospreay, Swerve, Hangman,
Talk to him.
Punk, Drew McIntyre. I ain't even gonna like. I think for me this year, 2024, is Swerve. Drew is somewhere in that top 5. Like I'm talking about in terms of somebody that is like greatly impressed me in 2024, but I also can't put him above Punk because I feel like him working with Punk sort of made Drew McIntyre step his game up. Like I feel like I don't think it was necessarily like Punk brought something out of him that didn't exist. I just think when wrestlers actually are in a program that they give a shit about, then it just makes them turn up a little bit. So that's kind of what I'd attribute that to. Mercedes Moné, Athena, especially Athena. As we're recording, as the day that this is being released, she might not be ROH Women's World Champion anymore. So that would remain to be seen. But those are just a couple people that come to mind. There's plenty others, but those are just a short few.
Yeah, those are some good names, nephew. I think on the men's side of things, I'm with you with Swerve. I'm with you with Hangman. I'm with you with the Muffin Man. Some other names I would throw in there, maybe not so much from a bell-to-bell standpoint, even though he did have some good matches this year. But I think from a storytelling standpoint, you got to send one out to Cody Devontae Rhodes. Finally finished the story this year. From an emotional standpoint, I know Kris can probably relate to this. You got to give it up to that man called Sting for his final match this year and the run-up to that. And then the match actually delivering. From a in-ring standpoint, but also from an emotional standpoint. So I think you got to give it up to Sting. We know Ray's favorite, the Muffin Man, gets a mention. But I think there's some dudes that kind of popped onto my radar this year, Ray. Like, because, as Kendrick told us, sometimes you got to pop out and show them. And I would say this is the pop out and show them award, the Boogeyman Award. I would give to somebody like Konosuke Takeshita. He had a strong year. And somebody who I really wasn't checking for. Like, I knew the guy had talent, but there was some matches this year. I'm like, yo, Takeshita might be next, man. Like, this dude got the goods. Your boy, Zack Sabre Ospreay Williams Jr. Either one of them is on that list, Ray, because both of them had some good years, brother.
Don't duck your head, Ray. Don't duck your head, Ray.
Then when we switch over to the ladies, like Athena to me is somebody who has been underrated for a long time. She's been in the separate but equal program of Ring of Honor, if you will. And hey, we ain't trying to step on nobody's toes this Christmas, Kris, but Athena has been so good for so long under the AEW ROH banner. And so I'm hoping that in 2025 we get to see more from her on a consistent basis on the main show. Ray, Christmas time we think about the gifts that we have received, and there is no greater gift, in my opinion, than the Queen Nia Jax on these streets, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you, like there used to be a song back in the day, and we'll talk about Christmas songs here in a little bit, folks. But one of them Christmas songs was, these are a few of my favorite things, Ray. Nia Jax is my favorite queen. She out here doing big things. And then finally, in terms of the women this year, like AEW low-key has kind of reloaded when you're talking about how Mariah May has kind of progressed. Mina Shirakawa came in like gangbusters. Thunder Rosa, she back, ladies and gentlemen. And like nephew mentioned, Mercedes Moné, Kris Statlander, even though the babyface turn was weird, I still don't get it. But Kris Statlander doing big things. And of course, man, we can't forget our sister, Willow Nightingale on these streets, Kris. Like Willow consistently. So like there's so many good things and great performers that we've seen this year in pro wrestling. Kris, what about you, man? Who were some folks that like caught your eye this year?
Well, for me, the standout of the year, and it didn't happen until the end of the year, like the fourth quarter, was Shelton Benjamin, man. WWE like beat the fire out that dude. Like they beat the optimism out that guy. And in AEW, it's like he's been born again. You know, I think he's kind of been the standout member of the Hurt Business, who I expect to have a big 2025. So I kind of want to single Shelton Benjamin out. I think the Hurt Business as a whole is going to be the rising tide in AEW that lifts all boats. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they do. But yeah, it's been a good Christmas season for Shelton Benjamin, man. So
you would say Shelton is kind of your comeback performer with how he's done in AEW?
Yeah, definitely, man. Easily. I can't think of anybody that I would even put on that. Just compared to where Shelton Benjamin was versus where he is now. I don't think Eddie had quite a comeback like that. I think the other comebacks are from people who have always been on TV and you kind of expect to bubble late a little bit. Shelton Benjamin's comeback has been completely out of nowhere as far as I'm concerned, and it's just been great to watch for me.
Okay. Brother
Ray, even though we know Ray's comeback performer of the year is one Tessa Blanchard.
Oh, stop. Nate, you mentioned pretty much the entire women's roster except the woman who this year was pretty much defined by, and that's one timeless Toni Storm, who just pretty much.
Who is that woman? I don't know who that woman is. There's like a rookie out there, like she's promising, man. She made a Dynamite debut a few weeks ago. This Toni Storm character, I think she might have the goods.
Yeah. Well, I think Toni Storm, along with our brother in arms, Leo Rush, might be the only two people who have ever been all elite twice. So, and 1 year, no less.
Shout out to Leo.
But yeah, she's just been killing it with everything that she's been doing. You mentioned Sister Willow Nightingale, who's been killing it, and also we had like the maximizer of minutes for both AEW and WWE as brother Simon Miller from What Culture would deem it. From WWE, you had the new U.S. Women's Champion, Chelsea Green. I can't do it because my voice, but Chelsea Green been killing it. And on the other side with AEW, who just takes advantage of whatever screen time she has, Harley Cameron has just been killing it as well lately. Right? So, yeah. And one more, I think the feud of the year, in my eyes, we know that CM Punk and Drew McIntyre is in the class all of his own, but I think one big feud this year can come out of NXT with our girl Jada Parker and Lola Vice, who've just been at each other's throats. So they've been killing it as well. So I think it's been a year where the ladies have been thriving.
Absolutely.
Hey Nate, before you take the lead real quick, you know how crazy this year been when we talk about all this stuff. And we didn't even mention Bryan Danielson retired from full-time every competition. That's how you know this year been crazy, Nate.
Yeah, like Danielson, DBD, out the door. We didn't even mention the New Day. Like Ray still holding out hope for Big E's return. Like there's so many things going on, like from a business side, because that's something I'm always interested in, Kris. Particularly when you talk about broadcasting. Like when you have WWE, Raw moving to Netflix, when you have in AEW, the deal with Max. Like, I think those are some interesting things. You know, TKO not having the best people under their umbrella. But we're not gonna get into that, folks. This is time for cheer and love and peace and happiness. But I think there is so much good in wrestling right now. It just, you don't even have to look for it, right? Like, it's there. And I think what kind of puts a damper on that is kind of the tribalism, is kind of some of the bad actors in the business. And so, like, as Kris often will say, this is kind of a trash industry to some aspects, but there is good even in that trash. Like there's some treasure under that trash, nephew.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to move them banana peels out the way. But I think one thing I did want to hit with y'all this year, man, because we forgot to talk about it a week or so ago, Ray, when we did the N.W.A. podcast.
Way back.
Man. I know it's been a crazy, like a week and a half feels like 3 days ago. I get it, Ray.
Right.
It always happens this time of year. But one of the things I wanted to talk about with our guests and with y'all is any favorite Christmas songs over the years, man. There's so many of them. Y'all got any favorite Christmas songs?
Well, this Christmas by Donny Hathaway.
Classic
right there, man.
This Christmas, like this, one of the crazy things about Christmas songs is there's so many different versions of the same song.
Exactly. That's
because there's like the Donny Hathaway version, there's the Chris Brown version, and I think maybe my favorite version of that song, even though I do love Donny's, is the Patti LaBelle version of This Christmas, where Patti is just pattying all over the place. It's like a patty pie for your ear, right?
Patty. Well, of course, This Christmas is always a treasure classic. I think 3 come to mind for me. Ray Charles has All I Want for Christmas and not Mariah. We know we get bombarded by Mariah. But
is this a safe space, Ray? Is this a safe space here at the Christmas celebration? That song is overrated, man. Mariah is all overrated, man. It's All I Want for Christmas Is You. It's a good song. Don't get me wrong, people. It's a good song, but it's overrated, man.
Wow.
It's overrated. There's so many better Christmas songs out there than Mariah Carey, man. Don't let this woman monopolize and lord over the season. Let everybody else have a turn, man.
All I Want for Christmas by Mariah Carey is my Christmas song. He probably gets the biggest paychecks of the year.
Yes.
It's
off of that one song.
When that song comes out, because all it does is get played, man.
Indeed.
Shoots up to iTunes #1.
But like I said, even though that's my honorable mention, but Ray Charles, All I Want for Christmas, Jackson 5, who has a slew of them, but Give Love on Christmas Day is a special one for me.
Talk to him, Ray.
And then I think Mariah, I like her others, like Hark the Herald Angels Sing. Like I think she does better on those, or like the hymn based ones better than the All I Want for Christmas Is You. So those are kind of like top for me.
Well, we get to talk about Christmas songs, but I remember first grade. It was before Christmas break. We had to go up there and sing. They had us go up there and sing Silent Night. The whole fucking class had to go. Hey, bro,
I remember them days.
They had me dressed in the little green and red.
Wow.
In your uniform.
Looking like John and Wai with their elf outfits on.
Oh yeah.
I can picture a little nephew just there in the front row.
Hey, bro. Hey, Dave. But I remember my cousin for one of his plays, like this was around the same age that they had him do. They had his class reenact the Jesus birth. Like they reenacted like the whole thing. It was like right before
the nativity.
Right, the nativity.
Oh wow!
Like for me, one of my favorite Christmas songs. It's not a good Christmas song, but there's this episode of Sanford and Son where it's Fred Red Fox is like going through the It's a Wonderful Life thing where he's thinking about how things would have been if he wasn't born. And at the end of the episode, he gets the Christmas spirit and he sings chestnuts roasting on an open fire. And he sings it in that Red Fox raspy voice. He's off tune as hell. but it's just a symbol of the Christmas spirit that, you know, kind of puts you in a good mood. So I like that. There's other Christmas songs I like, other Christmas moments that I like. I like when Will Smith and his family were at that cabin and they get robbed Christmas Day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, got any favorite Christmas movies? Like that y'all like immediately comes to
couple
mind?
things. So like I think one of the best Christmas movies of all time, you know, outside of Die Hard, because that is a Christmas movie. Let the debate be settled for here and forevermore. But I think, you know, one of my favorite Christmas movies, we talked about it on the podcast a few weeks ago, is Friday After Next. Like, it's not a good movie, but it's a fun movie. You got Mike Epps, Ice Cube, all the Cat Williams, all them cats. But here's the thing. Thinking about Next Friday brought me back to one of my favorite Christmas songs of all time, because most people do not think about it as a Christmas song, and that is Outkast, Players Ball.
Oh, yeah.
That song made its debut on the LaFace Christmas album. And if you listen to that version on that album versus the one that was on the first Outkast album, Southern Playalistic Cadillac Music, you'll hear the Christmas bells in the background. And instead of like on the Southern Playalistic version, you know, it's Players Ball is happening all day, every day. But if you go to the LaFace version, Ray, Players Ball is happening on Christmas Day. That's one of my favorites. And then there's like other stupid holiday songs that I like, man, like the Chipmunk song, Nephew.
Yeah.
The Chipmunk song always get me because Alvin is always doing the most. This man, Dave Seville, just trying to put a record out for the people, and Alvin over here doing his Alvin thing, and Dave got to holler at this man. And then there's one part at the end where Dave is like, Alvin, and Alvin's like, okay. I'm like, yo, y'all beefing at Christmas time. The last one I'll mention, Ray, and I don't know if you know about this man, Kenny Loggins. Kenny Loggins had that song Danger Zone from Top Gun. That's probably where you wouldn't remember him from if you remember him at all. But Kenny Loggins, a white man, had one of the best Christmas songs ever, Kris, called Celebrate Me Home.
Right.
And he's just like going back home to Oklahoma or Nebraska or Iowa, somewhere where Kenny Loggins is from. I don't know, man. And at the end of the song, like this gospel choir just comes in at the end, and Kenny Loggins is just like, I just want to go home, man. Celebrate me home.
Yeah.
But yeah, Christmas is a good time. Like, I know it can be a rough time for a lot of people, fellas, but man, you got to make the holiday season your own. Like, make the most of it, man. I know a lot of people might feel lonely, depressed at this time of year. But we in this together, man. So that's all I got to say. Anything y'all fellas want to say to the postmarks as we leave them here this Christmas?
That one Christmas song by Wham is underrated. The one where they're
Last Christmas,
that one.
Gave you my heart.
Yeah.
The very next day, you gave it away.
That was like one of the saddest, like, friends.
That one, and Prince had one, Another Lonely Christmas. That's a sad Christmas song.
That's another one. Yeah. So I wanted to give shouts out to them. And to any songs we forgot, just leave them in the comments, and we'll shout them out on the next N.W.A.
Absolutely. Nephew, Ray, anything you want to say before we get out of here?
Ray Ting.
Ray Ting.
I think you muted, Ray.
Yeah.
Turn your mic on, Ray.
I never seen this level of struggling.
This man is struggling with the microphone.
While Ray get it together. I just hope everybody has a.
This brother had too much eggnog, nephew.
Yeah, he definitely did. Now it's that tight ass sweater he got on.
Off the circulation.
There's an extra large, have you know?
The extra
I ain't
smooth.
that big. I was just saying, just have happy holidays. Sorry, I was on mute. But happy holidays, and just take care of yourselves and each other. That's all.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo some similar sentiments to Brother Ray. You know, I just hope everybody have a blessed holidays, man. And if you're spending it by yourself, try to keep I mean, in the best way possible. Try to keep yourself in good spirits. Time will pass, things will move on, and you'll have a fresh start in just a couple of days. So yeah, just make sure you keep your mental strong. And to those with your family, appreciate your folks. Because just make sure to love your people. That's all. Try to be happy and live in the moment, because this shit ain't gonna last forever. So just try to be happy while you're here. I know it's hard to do that, especially with everything else going on. But just try to take those little moments to be grateful. Because you're alive. That's a blessing in and of itself. So Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays or Happy Hanukkah.
As Marshawn Lynch would say, take care of your chickens and your mentals, folks. Again, we will catch up with you guys in the new year, not only for the N.W.A. podcast, but also the launch of Nefarious Media is happening, is going down. So check us all out over at the Kings of Sport currently, but in January, Nefarious Media. Best holiday wishes to you and yours, and Lord willing, we will see you in 2025. All right, get ready to hit that button, Ray, because it's Christmas all over the world tonight. Shout out to New Edition. Hit that button, Ray.
Nate Milton, Andrew Thompson, Kris Ealy, and Two-Way Ray. It would not be a post-wrestling Christmas show without the four of them, with the most unique podcast out there.
I guess so. I think I remains to be seen if this podcast is going to go as long as the average edition of the N.W.A. podcast.
We might fall short.
But I think it's like I earlier off the top, I said, I kind of want, especially the shows on our free feed to be a bit more immediate and accessible. We're going to cap our Dynamite and Raw reviews at 45 minutes. The one exception I would make is for the N.W.A. podcast, where if those guys choose to go 5, 6 hours, 7 hours at a time, I certainly don't mind. I don't think their listeners mind either. It's I think some of the best conversations we have on our space, and for my money, one of the best wrestling podcasts period that's available in the space. So love those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I've told Nate, you could not sit down and plan out a show like this and develop it. It is so contingent on the four of them. It's just there's something just to be said for a chemistry and a vibe that they have created on that show that you cannot replicate that. You cannot just come up with something like that. It just has to work with the people involved, and it's such a great show. The two of us are big fans of it. Even the landlord, Wei Ting, has become a character in the N.W.A. universe.
I try my best, yeah.
Let us keep going, folks. The party continues. Well, as Wei Ting has gone on an eggnog run, look who has just snuck into the party all the way from the 705. Sudbury's own Eric Marcotte is here with us. How are you, Eric? Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Fantastic. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, everyone. Happy to be here.
That was the most sarcastic response I think we have heard here. You feel like this feels like this is a hostage video that you have been brought to. You are a mandatory attendee at the post-wrestling Christmas party.
Nothing could be further from the truth, John. This is actually the only thing that matters to me. All right, being on the post Christmas show was the goal so many years ago, and here we are, as 6-7 years in. This is the only streak that matters to me.
We drafted you right out of high school. You were you were our NIL program, okay? And here we have Eric Marcotte, who is just a sword to great fame and fortune. And Well, this is the MMA portion of the post wrestling Christmas show. Although I feel, do you feel somewhat pigeonholed? You are a man of many talents, of many interests, and we kind of lean on you for your MMA expertise. But I think the post wrestling listener knows that, Eric, you've got your finger on the pulse of all promotions out there.
I probably do watch more pro wrestling than MMA, but there's definitely a passion for good MMA that lives inside me that I find it more fun to talk about.
Is there ever a time that you sit back and you long for the days of long PFL cards and having reports to file on for PFL, or is that a part of you that will never blossom inside of you?
No, that fucking sucked. Let me tell you, John, and to all of our listeners here on this festive occasion, those PFL reports broke me. I put so much work into every single one of those. I don't even know how many people were actually reading them, like 6 people maybe. No. And it would take me like 9 hours to like write this thing while I'm watching the show, and it would be work. It would 100% be work, and it sucked. And I'm probably never going to watch a PFL show again. PFL absolutely broke me.
What is the state of PFL/Bellator? I mean, is this something that is ultimately, like, Bellator is like on death's door? These fighters can't even get fights booked for them. And the PFL, like, I just think more and more the fight fan is observing, like, this is not about fan service. This is about a company that is ultimately going to provide a valuation where its current ownership structure can make out and make a tidy profit and move on to their next venture. Because I think that Don Davis, the man who never watches MMA in his free time, has not exactly ingratiated himself with fight fans or for fighters, I would say, over this last year. I don't think it has been a very positive year for this company, and one that had, going into the year, the idea of a Francis Ngannou fight and the idea of a Jake Paul fighting. And here we are, and it just seems like there is such a ridiculous gap between the industry leader and where the PFL and its sub-brand of Bellator are.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're starting here, because I would say what happened with PFL and Bellator this year was almost the story of the year in MMA as a whole, because I feel like for the UFC, 2024 is pretty par for the course. There wasn't any big stories this year, which haven't been big stories in the past. They were very profitable, good cards, whatever. This Bellator PFL merge has been very interesting, and especially as we get this far into the year, where let me tell you, for anyone who hasn't been keeping up, these Bellator fighters are very, very unhappy with the way in which this has worked. To the point that some are claiming they haven't been offered fights, that there's just no activity for a lot of really good fighters. Because I would say pre-merger here, Bellator had a pretty strong case for being the second best MMA organization in the world, not just in terms of name value, but in terms of the depth of their roster. And now you just have so many guys sitting on ice. Their Bellator events aren't really happening anymore. We have all these PFL shows, but guess what? The PFL is a disaster, okay? They have this tournament format that they thought up all these years ago, and it was great when you were just signing these guys who weren't in the UFC, who weren't in Bellator, who weren't fighting, I don't know, in one. And now that they are arguably the second biggest MMA promotion out there, the expectations have changed. They're signing these big fighters who don't want to do the tournament, guys like Francis Ngannou. And it's all sort of a mess, especially now that they've brought in Bellator and you have these guys who are doing absolutely nothing. So I think it'll be really interesting to see, what happens with these Bellator fighters going into the new year, and how the PFL continues to expand and market itself.
Yeah, I mean, really, their biggest asset they have is Francis Ngannou. They can lay claim to having the best heavyweight in the world, and that's a statement many would agree with. He did have the fight with Renan Ferreira back in October in Saudi Arabia. But what do you see as the future for Francis Ngannou? Is this going to be is 2025 going to be a year where he focuses more on boxing? It just does not seem that, he is not going to be the difference maker unless you can put together the big fight, and the big fight is among fighters that are with the UFC, that are not there is not a heavyweight mix out there that is going to be palatable to a pay-per-view buying audience that PFL needs to justify a price tag of Francis Ngannou.
As shallow as the UFC heavyweight division is, it is still miles above the heavyweight division of any other singular promotion, arguably all the other promotions combined. It's a shallow talent pool. There is perhaps a bit of name value out there just from fighters from 15 years ago who've decided not to hang it up yet, but I don't think anybody's looking forward to Francis Ngannou versus Fabricio Verdum, or Francis Ngannou versus Junior Dos Santos too, right? Those aren't those are the biggest names that you could find, but those are not good fights.
What is Cole Conrad doing these days?
Oh, is that the big one? Is that the one you want to see, John?
That's the big fish for PFL to reel in. That would be the ultimate representative of Bellator taking on PFL's finest, Francis Ngannou. Promotion versus promotion.
Maybe they'll dig up what was his name? Vitaly Minikov. What's he been up to?
Are you going to be at all focused on the Global Fight League?
Okay. Here's your big prediction for the year. This Global Fight League does not happen.
Will there be one Global Fight League card this year? It is. No. They have announced a draft and a card for April, where those included in this draft include, and I kid you not, Vanderlei Silva, Fabricio Verdum. I mean, the names that they have cultivated here, I mean, are just, I don't know. Like, sometimes I think fans are very optimistic when there are these announcements. This one has every warning sign imaginable. Like
every red flag there is, this promotion has attached to it. I mean, I don't know. Would you put money on that April card even happening? Because it seems like
I would put no money on this.
Apart by
no, this dude. The announcement was coupled with the fact that they do not have a broadcast deal yet, but they do have a backup plan because that first card they do have their own app. It's like, okay, this is just,
we're in business now.
This sounds like 2007, where every company said, "Hey, here is your number one warning sign when you hear any of these promotions." This can go for wrestling, boxing, MMA. Whenever you hear the strategy that the industry leader is getting this much money for its television rights, all we need to do is get 10% of that. That is your first sign. The idea that all we need is a percentage of how the industry leader gets, you're already dead. I have seen way too many that does not pan out. I have zero hope for the Global Fight League. I hope I'm wrong, but this sounds like it is good luck. That is those are my words for the Global Fight League.
Affliction and Megadeth just rolling in the grave right now.
Yeah. We have spent a lot of time on the runner-ups, at least for US MMA. Who is your fighter of the year? Do you have someone that comes to mind immediately? It seems to be kind of a two-horse race between Alex Pereira and Ilia Topuria for a lot of folks. I mean, for Topuria, knocking out Alexander Volkanovski and Max Holloway in the same year, I think that carries a lot. But, this year, Alex Pereira has kind of established himself as like the face of the UFC in many ways.
Yeah, in that sense, you would definitely go with Alex Pereira making the biggest stamp on of any fighter in the year. But I would lean towards Topuria as your fighter of the year to knock out Alexander Volkanovski and Max Holloway back to back. Those are, arguably two top 15 fighters in the history of the sport. And with Max Holloway, a man who had never been finished before, Volkanovski, who had never lost at featherweight before. That's up there with the best back-to-back wins in MMA history. The last time I can even think of someone accomplishing something like that might have been Henry Cejudo when he beat Demetrius Johnson and TJ Dillashaw back-to-back. But even that, there was a lot of strange factors going on with those, like Dillashaw's cut the flyweights and a controversial decision in the Johnson fight. There's no controversy attached to this. He knocked them both out in spectacular fashion. I think this was the year of Ilia Topuria.
UFC, they had several really big cards in 2024. Of course, you had UFC 300. You had the Noche event, huge card at Madison Square Garden. But suffice to say, Toronto got the worst pay-per-view of the year from the UFC. Would that be fair for 297?
You know, as the guy who watched every MMA card for so long, that was my calling card, watching every UFC card, every fight night. I did not watch that UFC Toronto card live. I still have not gone back to watch the fights from that card.
Oh, you're
because
missing
it
out.
looked so miserable that I just cannot bring myself to sit down and watch it. I will take your word for it that it was the worst card that they threw out there this year. That's what most people seem to think. I'd prefer not to think about it at all.
How about the upcoming year for the UFC? What is your prognostication about John Jones and Tom Aspinall? Is that the biggest fight just from a financial standpoint? Is that the biggest fight UFC has that realistically can be made in the coming year?
I'm not sure it is the biggest fight, to be honest. I know this isn't something that entices a lot of people, but I think like if they were to do another Alex Pereira, Israel Adesanya fight at light heavyweight, I think just in terms of name value, that might be a bit bigger. Islam Makhachev has turned into a giant name himself, so the right matchup with him might draw a bit more eyes. Anything Conor McGregor does, if he were to fight in 2025, despite everything going on in his life, I think that would be your biggest sin of the year. So I'm not going to say it'd be the biggest matchup the UFC can put together, but I think it's the one that has the most eyes on it right now for sure.
Do you expect, I mean, this is going to be a big year for the UFC, especially with its US domestic rights are going to be up at the end of the year. And I think a lot of people are going to be focused on Netflix continuing to get into live sports. They're kind of doing this on a weekly basis with WWE. How real of a player do you think Netflix will be in the whole, just in combat sports in general? Like, do you think they're going to dip their toe further with boxing if there is a marquee fight? And do you think they'll be in the hunt for UFC's rights in some form or fashion?
I could definitely see them being in the hunt. I don't know if they're just going to jump at it right after making the play for a company like the WWE. Perhaps it'd be too much too soon for them, or perhaps that's their approach. They want to get as much as they can right now. The UFC is probably a bigger name than even the WWE to have as a weekly commodity. Would that include pay-per-views? Would Netflix incorporate pay-per-view prices into, or optional pay-per-view purchases into their module? It would be very big. I'm not certain that's the direction that we'll end up going in this year.
The last thing here, we're gonna play a game, okay? I'm going to list off the UFC champions. You're gonna tell me yes or no. Will this person be holding that same championship at the end of 2025, on December 31st, 2025? So we'll start off at flyweight with Alexandra Pantoja.
Yes.
Merab Dvalishvili, who has a title defense coming up in a few weeks against Umar Nurmagomedov.
No.
Ilia Topuria at featherweight.
No.
Wow. Semi-bold pick. Do you see him losing, or do you see him leaving the division?
He seems very uninterested in fighting at featherweight, so I could see him doing one and leaving, honestly. So I'm going to say one way or the other, he's not holding that title by the end.
Are you more interested in seeing him at lightweight? Are there interesting fights for him at featherweight?
Yeah, of course there's interesting fights for him at featherweight. It's a great division. I mean, there's a lot of guys who just sort of don't fight each other at featherweight, and you forget how good they all are. But he's fought 3 guys in the top 10. There's plenty of guys for him to still fight. He feels differently. He has every right to, but I'd like to see some more of him at featherweight.
At lightweight, Islam Makhachev, who is fighting Arman Sarukian on that January 18th card.
Yes.
Bilal Muhammad at welterweight.
No.
All right. Dricus du Plessis, who has the much anticipated rematch, 297 rematch coming up in February with Sean Strickland.
I've picked against this guy so many times, and I'm done with it. Yeah, he wins. He beats everybody. Who cares?
He runs the gauntlet.
He runs. He submits Khamzat Chimaev. He knocks out Robert Whittaker. He decisions Sean Strickland, and then he goes up and wins a title too. Like this guy's a roller coaster.
Alex Pereira at 205 pounds.
No.
How many fights does he have in 2025?
I'm gonna say he fights twice. I think he's getting old. He did so much this last year. I can't see him keeping that up, especially if he, for example, fights like Magomed Ankalaev and loses or something like that. I can imagine him taking some time off.
Not only did this guy have 3 fights this year, he did it between April and October.
And how many of those were short notice ones that he took injured too?
Oh, it was like he was the company savior this year in so many ways. And then at heavyweight, okay, so Jon Jones and Tom Aspinall. Will we have a fractured championship at the end of this year? And who is going to be sitting on top of the heavyweight division?
I feel like Tom Aspinall is a pretty safe bet, because even if you don't think he can beat Jon Jones, if Jon Jones wins, he's probably just going to vacate. And then Aspinall will probably fight for it again and has a second chance at winning it. So I'm going to say Aspinall holds it at the end of the year.
Okay, and then on the women's side, Zhang Wei Li, who will have her title defense against Tatiana Suarez, which is always... I mean, I hope this fight happens. I really hope this fight happens. I think everyone gets nervous with Tatiana Suarez, but there's a really great story with Suarez. She has that, I think it's on Netflix, the documentary on her. I really hope this fight happens, but this should be a great fight.
I'm going to say no. Zhang loses it this year.
Valentina Shevchenko at flyweight.
No, she loses it too.
Okay. And then Juliana Pena at 135 pounds.
Juliana Pena is the women's bantamweight champion?
Yes.
What?
She beat Raquel Pennington. Is this news to you?
I don't remember this at all.
It did happen.
Okay. No.
This is the division Kayla Harrison is in, and that is my pick. I think that fight happens, and I think Kayla Harrison wins it this year.
Okay, I'm with you. Kayla Harrison holds it by the end of the year.
Okay, that was the best reaction. What? When did this happen? You might have missed the whole Raquel Pennington era because it began at UFC 297 in Toronto.
No, I'm remembering it now. I remember the fight now. It's coming to me more clearly. Not that first one, but the Pena match. It's all coming back to me. My mind is safe. Okay.
Well, Eric, we thank you as always. What is on the horizon for you? What are you looking forward to on the pro wrestling side of things? Obviously, we have the 2 Tokyo Dome shows coming up. WWE move into Netflix. What's on your radar coming up?
Yeah.
What are you interested in?
I wasn't that into a lot of the wrestling that I watched in 2024. So, but it's not like I don't want to be into something. I just want something to grab me. I'll watch Wrestle Kingdom. I think it looks okay. I don't know about Wrestle Dynasty. That show needs some. That thing needs some juice. I'm kind of half expecting it to get like the AEW's Australia card, where we find out it's been moved to Corrigan Hall or something in a couple days. But I'm hoping for a positive, of course. I don't know. I'll be listening out. Okay, I'm looking for other things at this point. I remember around this time last year, I was like, okay, a lot of things aren't doing it for me now. I'm gonna jump into All Japan because Katsuhiko Nakajima is having a hell of a run right now. And then that man went on to have the absolute strangest 2024 of any
Totally bizarre
industry. So I'm not attaching my hopes to anything either. We'll see what happens.
All Japan, very, very consistent, safe, and it's like comfort wrestling. I think All Japan, very I'm never disappointed when I tune in for an All Japan card. So a great shout out there. Eric, have a great holiday season. I look forward to chatting with you in a few weeks after the UFC card from the Intuit Dome as TKO takes over that new arena in January. So you can hear Eric every month with me after the UFC pay-per-view events, and we will never be talking after a PFL pay-per-view event. Maybe we will entice it. If this Global Fight League card happens, I might have to pull Eric to do a one and done.
I'm willing to do a one and done card for you, especially if Vanderlei Silva's in the main event.
Jesus Christ. And now on that note, everyone, we will
Merry Christmas.
Continue on. Eric Marcotte, I really take it that you did not watch too much MMA this past year, because I was waiting for you to jump in.
I feel like I had a lot to say, but I'm going to keep my thoughts for off air because I think they're too controversial.
Yeah. I know you didn't want to talk too much about Magomed Ankalaev and whether he should really get the next.
Don't get me started.
Heavyweight title shot instead of doing this Jones Aspinall fight. I know you feel very strongly about potentially Ankalaev just upsetting everything by winning the light heavyweight championship. Wai's plan is for Ankalaev to beat Alex Pereira. Then he moves up to heavyweight, and he gets to fight Tom Aspinall. Forget John Jones. No John Jones fight in 2025. That's Wai's booking plan for the year.
I mean, now that you put that out there, yeah, that's what I've always said. Yeah.
Yeah, multiple times. Well, I think if anything brings Wai back into MMA in 2025, it's the Global Fight League. Okay, the draft is coming up in a few weeks. Vanderlei Silva, whether or not he has potential CTE issues or not, that's what Wai's going to be following in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the party. We have one final guest, and I know people are looking at. Wait a minute. How much time is left on this? You have one guest left. Folks, it is time to bring in the man of which the Post Wrestling Christmas show could not go down without. A man that has kept a very private profile, but today he gets on top of the Post Wrestling rooftop and he is going to yell at full volume to let everybody know what is up. Are you there?
Oh my God.
Mauro Ranallo.
Oh yeah, MC Marijuana, baby. We back on my shit like Andre the Giant, just like my former broadcast partner Snoop Dogg is laying down on his new album, his 20th solo drop. Can you guys believe it? Now the question I have, after the seminal Doggy Style in 93 with Dr. Dre, 31 years later, they drop Missionary. What's the third album going to be called, guys?
You tell me.
Anyway, I'm already higher than my friend Snoop Dogg on the International Space Station. I, by the way, had to get through a picket line to get to the post office. What's going on here in Canada? We got a strike that doesn't light up a match. What's happening, boys?
Well, it turns out everyone except for the mail carriers have gone postal up here. And,
see, that's why he's the prodigy. That's why he's the front man of the Wai Ting clan. And that's why this triumvirate should be live around the world 7 days a week, streaming 24/7. Let's pocket that change, kids. We are in a time of change. I went from being the busiest man in broadcasting to like sitting back in my childhood bedroom, working on my keys, recording over 1,000 cover tracks this year. And I'm wondering, what is happening to me? Like, what has happened to my career? Like, the last thing I did was, Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson with over 100 million viewers on Netflix. Forget what I just said. Hi, guys.
You know what? This is one guest really does not need any introduction, but I thought for a lot of listeners out there, I think they know that me and Wai, they have a bit of a history with this man. And yes, so many millions of you were exposed to this man on Netflix recently, but here's a quick supercut of the Mauro that me and Wai know so well.
Yo, oh, you fucking bitch. You fucking idiot, Wai. Man, I fuck off. Hold on. When he said he wanted to fight as a fuck you, bitch.
I'm only hearing a bunch of beeps. I'm not actually hearing audio, but that sounds like me.
Get the fuck out, you bitch. For all your combat sports news, check out my fucking stopwatch isn't going. 2-1. Fucking thing, this stopwatch is screwed.
Protect yourself before you wreck yourself, you know what I mean? And check yourself, too, because my goodness.
Well, all the listeners got to hear the Mauro Ranallo.
Was it the rant? Was it a rant from 2017? By the way, how far ahead were we, guys? You think back, what was it, 2007 when we started covering like every major combat sport on Fight Network Radio or the Fight Show and all that stuff. And now it's like everybody's jumping on board. It's interesting how we were so far ahead. And I remember so many people telling me, Mauro, do you think talking about boxing and then MMA and then pro wrestling, you think that like people will accept that?
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Wow.
There weren't too many outlets for that sort of thing at the time, and I think that's part of the reason why we were able to attract such incredible talent such as yourself to the station.
Well, we were seminal Wai. Don't ever discount your contributions, my friend. If you and John Pollock would have not picked up the heavy lifting and got this lazy SOB from the West Coast to the Big Smoke, Hog Town, T-Dot back in 06, I mean, this party never would have happened. And I actually preparing for this, because this is the one and only types of things that I do of this nature. First of all, due to anxiety and a lot of other things, but mainly because everything we say now in public will be clipped, chipped, and then your life attempted to be ruined. So, but I thought about everything and it's almost, what is it now, 18 years when that started. And so it's almost been 20 years, and you think about all the changes that have happened, not only to the coverage of the combat sports industry, although more things change, the more they stay the same, but also just, again, the ability to do this kind of stuff from anywhere in the world. It's fascinating, and I'm glad that you and Wai and John, you guys have proven to be successful, and just two of the biggest class acts that I have ever come across. You guys have always kept it real, kept it 100, and always had my back when others should have. Put it that way.
Let me ask you this this question, like, Mauro, given your career and what it has spanned, I know your technology, it began with Roddy Piper telling you to keep a book, and then I have seen you go into buying your own teleprompter, buying the latest technology. How has your preparation changed to the present, in terms of, like, I got to see kind of behind the scenes of your note taking and the preparation you put in. How much has that advanced in 2024? How are you preparing for a major broadcast today as opposed to earlier in your career?
Well, the iPad is your new office and your new friend, and I don't want to give away the 11 secret herbs and spices of the recipe. But needless to say, John, no, it has been a huge benefit in terms of, again, being my age, and I turn on Saturday, the winter solstice. Winter is coming, and so is my birthday. But no, I began my career at a time when literally, we were using, razor blades to edit and cut reel-to-reel tape in a radio station, and using cart machines, and having to really engage in a cumbersome activity, especially for somebody like me who was, I produced the content. I didn't want to, in terms of the actual material, I wasn't so interested in editing and all about, that kind of stuff. And I wasn't very good at it at the beginning. But the biggest changes have been the efficiency and the ability for me to create my own set of files, maintain those files. And it's been a huge benefit. And I don't want to say it's made it easier, but it definitely has made it easier for someone like me, who is always constantly consuming. And as we age and deal with our trials and tribulations of life, whether it be mental illness or brain fog due to long COVID or what have you, it's nice to have it all in one place handy when you need it.
So, as we've become adults, John and I, and we've
congratulations on that.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
You guys were actually just toilet trained when I met you, so I'm very, very happy with the advancement in your life, Mr. Wai.
Yes, you showed us the way. So thank you, Mauro. But as we talk about this privately, John and I, and it's the balance of managing our own work schedules with our personal life schedules. I can't fathom what a work schedule is like for you. So what are some of the sort of like strategies you developed over the years in trying to, keep it all going while, being productive and not succumbing to perhaps the pressures of it?
As always, a fantastic query, Mr. Wai Ting. And in many ways, this year has represented a huge leap in having to address that balance. In many ways, while it wasn't my choice, it was a kind of a gap year for me in terms of broadcasting. And yes, I say that having called 2 Canelo Alvarez fights, Gervonta Davis fight, the Masvidal Diaz fight, the return of Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling, and that little Jake Paul, Mike Tyson matchup on Netflix. But really, that in itself represents the entirety of my work here due to the unfortunate demise of Showtime Sports, which ended my 17-year tenure, the longest association, and by far the most fruitful and beneficial, not only professionally but also personally. The relationships that I made, the moments that I enjoyed working at Showtime Sports, which under the auspices of David Dinkins Jr. Really helped me become more of a broadcaster. I've, as we know, guys, I've never taken a communications course. I am proudly able to say I don't have a journalism degree. I'm an idiot from the West Coast who love to entertain, love to talk, love to make jokes. And so for me, this year has been all about my self-care. I've lost 40 pounds total over the last 5 years. No Ozempic, no Wegovy. Thanks to my good friend Harris Usanovich, the director of the Bipolar Rock and Roller, challenged me back in 2019 as I was really going through it with my professional career at the time, as busier that I ever had been with everything that I was doing, from WWE to Bellator to Showtime Boxing to any other things I could get my hand on. But he told me to get a Fitbit. I did. I've now graduated to other forms of fitness tracking, but while it may have been a marketing scheme by the Japanese company, the 10,000 steps, I live and breathe by it. Over the past 4.5 years, I can count on one hand the amount of days that I have not achieved 10,000 steps before 10 a.m. West Coast time. Wow. I'm up at the crack of dawn. I meditate. And honestly, what scares me, and you guys are going to make me emotional, which you guys love to do, I literally stopped watching as much of anything that I used to. Like, I've not watched professional wrestling closely since I left WWE for a variety of reasons. It literally makes me emotional. I actually, every time I do try to watch, I feel like, that should be me. I'm supposed to be doing that still. So that's been a part of it. But also, it goes back to what my family and friends have always said. Mauro, the work is done, brother. You've done this for 40 years, many of it at the highest level. What else do you have to prove? What are you trying to prove to yourself by reading everything, watching all the fights? Why? Forget that stuff. There is more to life. And this year, thankfully, in many ways, the blessing of being underemployed, as it were, although, again, grateful to have made the living that I did this year with everything else going on in our industry. But it definitely gave me opportunities to work on myself as a human being. And guess what? I've already succeeded. Emotional regulation. If you would have had this conversation with me last year, 2 years ago, the tears would have already been coming. So I'm a work in progress, but Wai, a great question, man. And the answer is, when all of the world needs it, I'm becoming more and more a poster boy for self-care advocacy. I not to pat myself on the back, but to hopefully encourage others. One of the biggest things I did this year was volunteer every week at the Los Angeles Food Bank. And boy, you talk about putting life in perspective. I'm surrounded by people at that food bank volunteering that many of them receive the benevolence of the food bank. And so it, again, just lets me know, hey, Mauro, you still get to go walk at the beach. Yeah, you're paying an exorbitant rent, but you've earned that over the close to 40 years that you've been doing this. And then here I am, guys. I come from very humble beginnings, and so when I come home, I'm reminded again where we are all from. I'm surrounded by a lot of suffering in my personal life. Another good friend died in a motorcycle accident in September. A friend of mine just survived her third bout of leukemia. I mean, it goes. We all have it. We all are surrounded by. My mom is on her way to the hospital right now for a checkup. So I think for me, this year was all about making sure I can survive when the so-called chips are down. Not saying that they were for me, because again, I was able to do my job this year. But I know for a lot of people, and because I don't do this often, I'm not on podcasts or I'm not being interviewed, I'll take this opportunity just to say, hey, I feel it as an empathetic person, and the amount of people at those shows that I did do this year, the crew, the audience, the fighters who have approached me and talk about their internal struggle with mental health, the anxiety, the crippling fear of what's next. And I've thankfully and gratefully Well, I can share this with you. I was supposed to go to Japan for the December 30th exhibition fight between Ryan Garcia and Ryuka Anpo. I called Ryan Garcia's fight against Gervonta Davis, and as you guys well know, there is that field, although it's becoming more and more blurred, I guess, in our industry as well. But you know, as an announcer or someone, you stay unbiased. You're not supposed to get close to the athletes, as it were.
Sure.
I found myself for the first time ever after the fight going directly to Ryan Garcia's dressing room and just grabbing him, giving him a hug as he was, you know, emotional and everything. And I just wanted to let him know that, hey, because I know what this was going to do to him. His first loss under the conditions that he already has with mental illness, I knew this was going to destroy him. So I needed to just go and let him know, hey, man, here for you whenever you need it. And to just fast forward now over the past few months, I have reached out and tried to be an advocate and an ally for the Garcia family. I've had intermittent text exchanges with Ryan. I do not by any means condone or you know, want to speak on a lot of his behavior. But again, you guys kind of showed a little example, and you guys have been around me away from the television cameras. You know how dark I can get. You know, I have said things that, probably shouldn't have said. So I'm not, again, condoning it, but Ryan Garcia is someone who is in need of help, and this hand injury may have been a blessing in disguise, because I'm hoping that he will continue on his path to wellness, and whether it is medication, whether it is therapy, whether it is treatment, he's not the only one. So this year has been all about my mental wellness and those around me, and my career is, even though, again, coming off of what I just did, my career's taken a back seat. Does that make sense?
It does, but it's not apparent at all from watching from the outside, dude. Like, I mean, arguably, you know, you just called maybe the most watched boxing fight, like maybe in
ever.
Decades,
Like, ever. I think. I don't think it's ever 100. I mean, again, you can, you know, display. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, Wai, and yet you also know, Wai, the Mondays that I'd return from Strikeforce, or the Mondays I'd return from boxing. And yes, I understand from the outside looking in, and I still, you know, weeks later, I had relatives in tears. Like, I know how huge and how monumentous this was for me personally and professionally. But the headspace that I'm in, and I think the one that we all really need to be in, is just, again, do not be defined by it. But look at my documentary came out in 2018. That's 6 years ago. I'm still every week people discovering that little piece of advocacy. But we had Danny Garcia break down in the ring, talk about his anxiety. And I think the more, and you're seeing it across the spectrum. And so the time for talk, though, is kind of over. And that's what I'm getting at now. There has to be action. And I believe someone like Ryan Garcia, who is simply out of central casting in every sense of the word, if he is able to overcome, and I truly believe he can, he could become one of the biggest forces for mental health advocacy. He's the Generation Z. He's all over social media, matinee idol looks, and he has issues. He's going to help a lot of people if he wants to, believe me.
You don't have to go into it if you don't want to, but I know from the documentary, to the scene I always go back to is after you've called like one of the biggest fights involving Floyd Mayweather Jr., and we go to you in your hotel room afterward. And I'm curious that coming off of something so big like a Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight, have you been able to regulate that? Like, you don't allow these highs to be so high, but then the lows don't have to be that either, because here's someone that, I mean, you are someone that, I mean, could be, you just see this drop afterward. And I think like you were your toughest critic in that documentary.
Oh, I remain so, but again, fantastic question, brother. And the fact I'm here with you now, speaking to you guys like this, comfortable in my bedroom, having a little bit of the THC sweet party favors, wearing my bucket hat, I am become much more comfortable in my skin. And let's go back again to those 6 years. What's happened since, John? To answer your question, by the way, I walked out of AT&T Stadium proudly. I have, there's almost a disconnect, and again, it can be interpreted interpret it in many ways. I care very much about what I do. I care very much about the process. I care very much about the athletes, the sport, the history. No one prepares like I do. Go ahead, say what they want. I know. That's part of my problem. Is I was over-preparing constantly.
Definitely.
I've reached a point now where it's like I left it in the ring, literally like the fighters. I document it. I hope to entertain. I hope to inspire. I hope to inform. And then that's it. My job is over. So to answer your question, sir, over the past few years, thanks to, unfortunately, hundreds of thousands of dollars in investing in myself, in going to deep therapy and doing everything else that I've done, I've been able to remove myself from that arena, even with Maple Leaf, like everything. Like, it's almost like it didn't happen. As soon as it's done, it's done. You guys can go and criticize me online. You can rip every reference I make. You can say I'm the best. It doesn't matter to me. I've not been on social media in 6 years. It's a new world for me in the sense that I truly cannot be defined by what I do anymore because it's not stable. Like I'm the Showtime gig that. I didn't think I'd recover, guys. I didn't work for 4 months. I'm like, whoa, I went from one of the, there's this little clip that my nephew and his buddy have put together with my 2017. I always go back. The apex for me was 2017. In January, I called WWE Match of the Year, John Cena, AJ Styles, Royal Rumble. April of that year, 90,000 Wembley Stadium. I called a boxing match of the year, Anthony Joshua, Vladimir Klitschko. June, I go to New York, Madison Square Garden, make my Bellator MMA broadcasting debut. Fedor Emelianenko's involved. Oh, there was this little fight in August, Conor McGregor versus Floyd Mayweather. The NXT takeovers. I could not believe that's life in 2017. And now I come back 7 years later, and I did that. No one can take that away from me. But at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter anymore. And I don't care that much anymore. I have to continue living. I have to find other means. That's why I play my keyboard 2-3 hours a day. I look on my phone. I got 1,600 recordings of different covers from the 56. My friends, like, they cannot believe it. Like, they're like, what are you doing? How do you do it so fast? Because that's a love. That's something. And I'm not professional. We'll never even share it that way. Maybe I'll drop something on a TikTok on my nephew or something, but that's for me. I loved being a radio DJ. I loved hosting Beyond the Edge, you guys. One of the biggest things I've ever done. 3 million people a week watched after Survivor, and it's like you can hear a pin drop. Nobody knew I did it. This I have to share with you guys. I have to share this. As everyone knows, pro wrestling always my number one love, and I am so glad the business is doing so well, and I'm so happy to see, WWE on fire like it is. And by the way, heard from a lot of my WWE friends after the Tyson and Paul fight, and this is surreal. 2 months, I go from promoting a TNA pay-per-view on Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling, promoting AEW on TBS, and then I promote WWE on Netflix. Hi, guys. I'm looking for work in 2025. Anyway, my point being, guys, I just want to stay healthy and stay in the moment, but continue to do great things. And Beyond the Edge, that reality show changed my life in so many ways, you guys. From the way it came about, I knew my time with WWE was probably coming to an end for a variety of factors. And honestly, after 30 some odd years of combat sports, I'm not want to say desensitized, but it's like I did it all. I covered it all. I had to watch it all. It's not like a fan working his hardworking job and then doing it and watching fights for entertainment. It was my living for so many years, remained so. But I was looking for something new, and I prayed, you guys. I was like, I'm more than this. I'm more than this. I'm an entertainer. I have a lot of pop culture trivia. I'm very quick on my feet. I care about people. Let me do something, God. And then all of a sudden, via email, I get the text, thanks to people at CBS who thought about me as a left field decision. And then in the jungles of Panama, and that's the way to say it, Panama, not Panama, I met these incredible people like Jodie Sweetin, like Ray Lewis, like Colton Underwood, like Meta World Peace, like the list goes on and on, Paulina But for me to be in charge, the face of a major network reality show, I don't care what time in the business we're at, to follow Survivor and I found out just last week I found out how close we were to becoming a part of a cycle. And then, of course, big changes at CBS. And again, 3 million viewers, primetime, obviously, not huge, but in this day and age. So solid for me to this was a thing. And again, not to brag, guys, you know me, man. It's about sharing because I can't believe it. The producer, usually reality shows have 3 days to fill an episode. Well, times being what they are. You want to do a reality show? Yeah, we'll give you the money. You got to do a show in 1 day. And that's my baptism by fire. And then, just being in a jungle, just creating a new entity and the crew and the staff. But John, I got to say it again. The last day of shooting, as soon as the fireworks went off, when Colton won, the AD, Jennifer, she grabs my arm and she looks at me and she goes, "Your life's about to change." And I went, I'll take that as a huge compliment. And I knew what she intended. And honestly, guys, yeah, obviously I've remained employed. I got to do Creed 3, which continues to be the gift that keeps on giving. Right. That movie helped me this year more than anything else. I actually questioned Frank, my business manager. He goes, "Hey, you got another check from Creed." I go, "What in God's name? Like, God bless you, Michael B. Jordan." And yes, Michael, call me. But anyway, I can go on and on. See, this is why I don't do these things anymore, guys, because I just ramble. I go off on tangents. People I just talk. But it's been the Bellator situation left me very bitter. The MMA situation, like there's so many things. But instead of being bitter, I go Mauro. And thanks to Frank Shamrock and everyone else too, the work. No one really cares at the end of the day. Everyone's got their struggles. I have to look at my blessings. And so every morning I begin my day with gratitude. And like I say, I'm out the door before the sun rises. And it's all about making sure that I remain the best human being possible. I don't give a fuck about Mauro Ranallo, the broadcaster, announcer, the guy who did all of this stuff. I used to care too much. And I found out this year, nobody gives a fuck, Like I say, I did 6 events this year, major events, but I have actor friends, well-known actor friends that are literally having to move. There's no work. So I guess what I'm realizing is, holy shit, man, life itself is very, very fragile. But the career I chose, and maybe because I was so lucky and got started so young, even though we all go through pay our dues, and I paid more than my fair share, regardless of what anyone says, and continue to do so, by the way. There's more to it because it'll kill me. If I would have remained who I was, it would have freaking killed me. So now I am able to put all my energies into calling the events. I've had some of the best reviews I've had in my life this year, and I think it's partly because I'm not as emotionally invested anymore, and I don't read the websites every day. I don't watch every card. I don't watch hardly anything unless it's something I need to watch.
Are there people you do lean on for that kind of feedback that will be, give you, your
yes, the ones who hire me, John, the ones who hire me, the amount, like I say, I almost think it's a joke. This year, regardless of the lack of work that I've had, every event I've received feedback that I have never received before. That really made me feel good as a broadcaster and as a human being. So that's the feedback I'm getting. And honestly, I'm also realizing I reach out and I'm about to call someone or event or a text, Mauro. No one fucking cares. They've got their own problems, dude. And that's why I make myself available, though, because I believe that's the fear of a lot of people. And I want to make sure that people understand that while that may be the perception, I am available 24/7. And I've always been available, and I'll continue to be available. And the only reason I say that is because, again, career's the career, guys. Love it. But more to life than that, and I hope there will be more. I want to be a dead body in the opening scene of a TV show. I have enough contacts. I know of a lot of people. Why can't I be on Law & Order, a corpse? I want to do that. I want to host a radio show again. I want to be a radio DJ. Why can't I do that? Why can't I host a show that's just insane with me just live streaming? Why can't I do that?
So you said you've recorded thousands of cover tracks?
Yes.
Do you have any plans of releasing those, or just
No, these are covers. So you know me, Wai. I what it is, I use the accompany. I'm a DJ producer. Keyboardist. I play like I'll like any song, like just now, Shabuzi, Tipsy. I'll figure out the country parts on my left, the accompaniment, the drum, and everything program, and then I'll play the lead with my right. But it's hip hop. It's literally, even to me, it mind boggles me how fast I pick it up and how good it sounds. Truly,
you're amazing. You really are amazing.
And so it's the best therapy for me. One thing, Snoop Dogg, when I worked with him on the Triller show during the pandemic in November of 2020, after the show, of course, there's been video of that. I think I shared it with you guys. We got high. Of course, you have to get high with Snoop. But he said, "Man, I'm going to get you. I need your voice on a track." And I literally went, "Are you like? Is this guy serious?" And so I'm like, "Yes, please." And of course, it's the funny part of this story is my nephew. He shouldn't have done this, but he got the Snoop's WhatsApp from me, and he texted Snoop saying, "Hey, you worked with my uncle, man, that's so awesome." And Snoop sent him the fire emoji, the fist bump, and all good sign. I'm like, wow, that's cool. I reached out to Snoop. Pleasure working with you, brother. Hey, you may have just been joking, but seriously, anytime you want to do something, man, I'm all in. Red. Never responded again, so that was that. But it's just so funny that my nephew, a random sends him a message, he responds. But love you, Snoop. And gee, maybe he's a little busy these days. But anyway, have you listened to the new album, Missionary?
No.
You guys. The interpolation of the Police's Message in a Bottle. Another part of me with Sting. Last Dance of Mary Jane. The interpolation of Tom Petty. And it's Snoop and Dre 31 years after they started. But buddy, the G-Funk. Hey, I know you guys in Toronto, and you know how much I respect the Six God and Drake. Your wife, Wai, appreciates the line I made about the cake. But guys, the West Coast is the best coast, my man. Kendrick Lamar with his new drop as well. I'm sorry, but anyway, I could have been on this album, I guess, if things would have worked out.
There's still hope, I guess, in the future. Who knows? Who knows more? I mean, maybe even more than just using your voice. Maybe a guest verse or two.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, for sure.
I was gonna ask, are those recordings simply for your own personal consumption? If so, awesome. But do you have any?
I share them with a small group of people who actually have told me that it helps them with anxiety and relaxing. Like I know there's a method to my madness. The songs I choose, the way I play, it relaxes me. It gasses me up, and so yeah, I'm sharing it with a very intimate few people, and that's all for now, brother. It's because I know immediately what people are like. I say, like, I already know. That's why Beyond the Edge was such a good get for me. Not to say I've ever been typecast, but yeah, all I've done in big thing was combat sports. But people don't realize I was a radio and club DJ for 15 fucking years. People don't realize I've done much different things than combat sports, and I want to do more different things. Because combat sports, I mean, like I say again, this is, I look forward to a huge fight in February, but. I got a Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling hopefully buzzing, and then maybe some other opportunities. But I love this year. I love the gap year. And while I don't want to ever be as busy as I once was, I do want to remain in the scene. I want to remain challenged. And honestly, I'm too shy to even ask. That's what really hurts me. I've never had, and this is obnoxious, and people can say, fuck you. I filled out one application for him when I was 17 years old for a mobile DJ service, and he became one of my biggest mentors and friends. But I was discovered in high school for All-Star Wrestling. It's funny, I could literally say this. So I went from All-Star Wrestling, a fan at All-Star Wrestling, sent a letter, Richard Berger to Bruce Hart, sent a video. I got picked up for Stampede Wrestling. Keith Crawford sees me on Stampede, brings me to Muay Thai on TSN. That opens up. I meet Boss Rutan in Vancouver. We do a really bad movie together. I end up at Pride Fighting Championships. Dave Dinkins sees Pride Fighting Championships, calls me. I go do Showtime. Showtime Strikeforce gets sold. They ask, hey, do you want to try boxing? Do that for the next dozen years. That ends. Boom. Thankfully, PBC folks admire my work, got to work for them, and that's it. So, but if I want to work more, I have to start putting myself out there. And I'm not going to lie, guys. Gives me a lot of anxiety, imposter syndrome, all that shit.
It would for all of us, I'm sure.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Especially somebody at your established position, I can understand that concern and that hesitance. But
what about the idea of something that would be recurring, such as like a national wrestling company? Like, do you feel like that would fit your lifestyle?
Wow,
or do you like kind of picking?
Great question, and already been addressed. And honestly, I can honestly see, man, this is why we're with you guys. The weekly grind, I'm not going to lie, of anything. And this is the other thing I got to say, by the way. Blessed for being a bipolar person that I do not have to make a living yet working 9 to 5, because honestly, even at the food bank, doing the 3 hours is amazing. I get it done. But guys, it is a debilitating chronic illness. I don't care if you see it or not. And honestly, the lifestyle I have has worked beautifully in concert with my illness, because I get so much downtime to prepare, to do prep every day a little bit by little bit, and make sure, you watch it. Like, I am blessed that way that my career so far and the people responsible for it, those who have hired me despite my issues, have helped me have given me the lifestyle I wish everyone with my condition could have, because I don't want to be disabled. I don't want to be on disability. I want to work. I know I can contribute to society in many ways. Doesn't have to be on a microphone, but at the same time, I also know I can't be Superman anymore, and I never was. Like Keith Crawford said during the doc, I have a lot of energy. You guys see it here, but I need to temper it. So to answer your question, I think a weekly show would be tough. Not to say, everyone in those chairs are doing a great job. I think wrestling announcing has never been better. And hopefully in a weird small way, maybe I contributed to that. But I do want to do more. And I think I'm capable of it as well, because I never went anywhere. It's just life. And again, I say this is why maybe I shouldn't do these interviews. I just called Mike Tyson, Jake, and you guys already, it's out of my head. I'm not lying. Like, it's like, okay, what's next? I got to pay my rent next month. What do I got to do? Whereas everyone around me, my nephews literally, and it's kind of touching, but they're just in awe. They're like, no matter when they see me today, they're like, another person at the liquor, like my nephew's a cashier at a liquor store. Oh, another person came up. Like, it's not like they're bothered, but they just cannot believe that their uncle is that guy, and I can't rob them of that. I can't. I have to allow people to celebrate me, even though I won't.
I can understand. I can understand it from your perspective. But anybody who sees your resume and even knows that you might feel that way coming off of like those incredible successes is it's hard to understand. But that's also why this is an illness, right? That you kind of have to struggle with every single day.
Thank you, Wai.
But
it shouldn't be defined. Like, one thing I've noticed, and even now talking, it comes up every day, but I can't let it be my everyday. I just can't. But
But the thing is, Mauro, I don't think you should run away from it, because your gift to the world is your voice in its combat sports, but it's also, I think, your ability to be raw about something like this. It's your ability to convey your life story and your life struggles to the world. That's, as I think, powerful, if not even more so than
Appreciate
you calling
it,
a
brother.
match.
Appreciate that lots, actually, more than like, honestly, Wai. And that's why I keep saying it. You guys I trust with my life, literally, and that's why I open up to you guys as well. And I do, and you guys know me longer than most, and that's why it really hits me hard, because you do get it, Wai. Hearing it out loud, hearing it on a podcast, I do get emotional, because I need to,
you don't have to hide from it, man. Like, it's who you are. That. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's important to just get it out there, like, and just hear it. Like, it's all of us
it is. But I wish
internalize,
I wish it would change. I wish there would be. I wish, and I guess that is the change that I'm here now. Like, it's like everything else, I finally learned about, investing in compound interest a little later than most, but I'm starting to set that up and realizing, the little investments we make each day day are what lead to the improvement. And I think back again to, just in the last 6 years, what's happened professionally, personally, globally for all of us. And that's the other thing too. Look at the time of year it is, everything going on in the world and whatnot. And while escapism is always great and we need it, that's the other thing from me. In many ways, Wai and John, I don't run away from it, but I try to incorporate sometimes in everything I do. Like, even one of the nicer things I heard about Tyson Paul, at least from my perspective, was you could hear it in my voice, the concern and because I had a lot of, again, it was difficult to really, how do we present this? How do I, going in, of course, why is this 50-year-old man fighting this 27-year-old guy? But then to tell you, even being with Jake Paul, and I got the chance to spend some moments with him the night before, and again, just like all of us, everyone is responsible for their own actions. I'm not condoning anything, but I got to tell you guys, man, this guy is on some kind of journey as well. And yes, instantly, well, is it for show, performative, everything these days performative? Well, then you could accuse me of that too, I guess, and that's not the case. He is someone that really is trying whatever way possible to put himself on the right path. He did this whole meditative routine that I literally saw him get into a Zen-like state with, almost hypnotized me. And just looking what he has done, whether you agree with all of it or not, it was his promotional company that put that show on, and look what he gave women's boxing. Look what Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano have given us in their 2 fights. But how much better for them that in this day and age, and in a sport as brutal as any other, that yes, it was a guy like Jake Paul that took the time, the opportunity, the investment to put women on the same level as the man in terms of pay. And we're seeing it now across the sports world with female sports. And it's about time. But what I'm saying is here, I look at even that fight with Mike Tyson and Jake Paul and my responsibilities to it. At the end of the day, I can't overanalyze it, Mauro. Go out there. Jim Gray gave me the best advice. He's been one of my biggest supporters. You're out there to chronicle the events, Mauro. That's it. It's your the editorials, the criticisms, the polarization. You address it, and then it's up to them. And we witnessed what happened, and are we surprised? I wasn't. I wasn't surprised. Were you guys surprised at the outcome?
No, but you know what, Mauro? Like, the appeal of that was just what's going to happen. Like it was just like people were just enraptured in like, what is this going to be? Like and there was an appeal to that, and that's at its core.
And I get it. I get even again, growing up, I have an autographed picture of Mike Tyson. We all love Mike Tyson. I felt the same thing, but at the same time, as you sit there and you go, and then people say, well, did Jake, I've actually had relatives who hate fighting, who won't watch fighting, like my aunts and stuff that watched. And honestly, with no context, that boy was so nice for taking it easy on him. Do you know how many times I've heard that, you guys? I'm being honest. How many people who are not boxing fans, who don't even understand what's going on? That was really nice that he took care of him. I'm like, that's interesting. That's really interesting for me to get that kind of a reaction, because watching the fight, you could maybe say that or what, but for that to be more than just once from people I know is interesting to me.
I think think about, Mauro, like the amount of people out there that literally may have been the first and maybe only boxing fight they've seen. Like,
well, I hopefully they watched Mario Barrios and Abel Ramos and Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano too first, because that platform needed 2 fights like that, and those 2 were barn burners. But I do know what you mean. For the most part, the big audience was for the main event, and in that respect, again, going back to Jake Paul, we've seen improvements, right, guys? I mean, the guy is, whatever you want to say about him, he is literally doubled down, moving to Puerto Rico, and has taken this boxing stuff pretty seriously.
So what you're saying, I experienced myself too. Just seeing some of the these TikTok videos about people like zooming in on like parts of the fight that prove that Jake Paul was throwing the fight. I think all of this reminds me why professional wrestling is such an effective sport, because most people don't know what a real fight actually looks like.
Buddy, you are amazing. My dad and I got into the same thing. I said, this is why professional wrestling rules the world, people. And it's so effing true. And yet again, how it's like you look at this thing. What do they expect? Okay, could he have knocked him out? I thought he could. I thought he could. A 27-year-old guy in his prime. That was my biggest fear and concern. And yet, once he hurt him early. And once Tyson felt that power and stuff, we saw the balance issues for the rest of the fight. But at the same time, how can anyone truly know what is going on in Jake Paul's mind? And let's not forget, Jake Paul's a 27-year-old man inside the ring in front of 72,300 people and 100 million on screen fighting Mike. I mean, I just wonder how, the mind has to work a certain way. Knowing a guy like Jake Paul and talking to people in his camp, I don't think that's his mentality. Honestly, I think he would have loved and bragged to the highest heavens, I knocked out Mike Tyson. But again, and that's another reason why, I don't do a lot of media, because it's not, I done my job. I called the fight. That's all I give a shit about.
Well, let's end it on this, because you've been extremely generous with your time. You leave AT&T Stadium, and I'm sure that day there's a reflection where you called WrestleMania 32 in that same stadium. Was that a conscious reflection that day, and how did the two experiences differ that many years apart?
Yeah, I actually shared with it during the broadcast. Holt McCallany, actually a friend of mine I met through Boss, an amazing freaking actor who played Fritz von Erich in The Iron Claw. And yeah, during the, I was able to tie it in with the WWE on Netflix shout out that, yes, my one and only WrestleMania was in 2016 at AT&T Stadium. And again, not the official WrestleMania. We were on the pre-show, but still, for me, it's my WrestleMania. And again, could not have gone better. The day that I met my family hero from the same part of the world as my mom and dad, literally almost the same town in Italy, in Abruzzo, Bruno Sammartino, got to take a picture with him. And then I get to sit on the bus with Kevin Von Erich on the way there and just pick his brain about the family. And I mean, Dallas, Texas, WrestleMania, and I get to sit on the bus with Von Erich. Yeah, I think I'm having a pretty good day. And so you're right, going back. And I will share this cute story, because there weren't a lot of them in my WWE days in terms of what went on behind the scenes. But I'm walking the catacombs, and believe me, you get your 10,000 steps just going from your locker room to the washroom at AT&T Stadium. But I'm walking, a golf cart drives by. Mr. Vince McMahon is in the passenger seat. Golf cart stops, backs up. Mauro, Mr. McMahon, the car keeps going. Wow. And that may have been the best interaction I've ever had with Vince McMahon, honestly. It was just the wild, literally almost a Curb Your Enthusiasm moment. Car drives by, I'm just walking, he stopped, backs up, Mauro, Mr. McMahon, boop.
And maybe if he had just rode off into the sunset that day.
Well, I will go. I do want to say this before I go, because it's nice to know. I do want to thank the pro wrestling industry, you guys. It's been 4 years, and the amount of feedback I got with Maple Leaf Pro, and even with the Netflix fight, and I'm talking from people I didn't expect to hear from, and kind of showed me where we are at in terms of our evolution as human beings. It was awesome. And so I do want to give a shout out to the pro wrestling community. And it was like all-star wrestling for me when I was 16, when I was sitting down next to Don Callis and calling Maple Leaf. And by the way, guys, I may have a new favorite partner in wrestling in Don Callis. What a just so easy to work with, and so good. And a shout out, by the way, to Konosuke Takeshita and Josh Alexander, Speedball Mike Bailey, my boy ELP. God bless, and I'm glad to hear that his cancer recovery is going well. But anyway, huge shout out to pro wrestling fans. I do hope I get to be a part of pro wrestling a lot more next year.
Mauro, thank you so much. Happy holidays, and it was a pleasure to have you on and get to chat with you. It's always amazing to catch up with you.
I do want to say publicly too, like, so in all of this conversation and maybe like discussion about like blocking feedback out, I will say, like, for me and John, I think we're both people that, like, we're Pisces. We kind of like we really rely on feedback and the stuff you find online, like a lot of it is thankfully positive, but there's a lot of it that's negative as well. But as far as like, you know, working in an office, you've always been incredibly open with wanting, like, praising us and giving us, you know, our just dues, especially when somebody in your position doesn't have to. So just from the two of us, we really appreciate that.
Well, you guys, again, and I, as you know, I don't suffer fools gladly. I've had my the legendary meltdowns, but I will say this: it begins first and foremost with respect, man. I mean, just the respect right away, you guys and many others at the Fight Number Show, but you two specifically, and then from there the talent. The conscientious, the work ethic. But John and I running in a fucking hailstorm to get to the Score studio. I mean, and John, I mean, again, you guys, what I say this all honestly. If there is any way, and I'm doing this, planting the seed right now, any way to do anything with you guys next year, if there's some way to do it, let's do it. I just want collaborators who are professionals and who give a shit like I do, and that's why I openly praise you guys, because I know, first of all, how passionate you guys are and how talented, but look how much work you guys do. I mean, you guys do this on a daily effing basis, man. It's your lifeblood. Can I ask you one thing, actually, now, by thing? You guys, this is your living, right? This is your livelihood. Obviously not the easiest way to make, but what's been the key for you guys, or why do you keep doing it?
Well, I mean, it provides our living, but yeah, like, we go through struggles. Like, there's ups and downs. Like, we are constantly, you know, looking at ways to evolve, to grow our audience, and I feel that we're just trying to establish an identity for ourselves in the space and hopefully do something that's unique. But at the core is that we do enjoy doing this, that we do think that we have something to provide. But it's like it sounds cliche, but we literally do work for our listeners, because if we don't have that support, like, we won't have jobs in this industry.
Well, and by the way, you guys do it very well. And the fact, like I say, from everything, the fact that you're doing it, is incredible, because again, people are like, you're Mauro Ranallo, you're everybody. You know, you could, like, I was doing a monologue for a little while. I did Ranallo with Bob. Like, I know podcasts are there, and again, Jesus, Murphy, everyone and their uncle. So, but for me, I guess I'm at a point in life, I would love to talk every day with you guys and stuff too. And I'm not trying to be this guy again, but I'm at a stage in life where I'd rather play music if I'm not getting paid for it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, it does. I think that's, you know, you've been so wired to this industry that I think you naturally want to find, like, you know, your passions are not confined to combat sports. That's very evident.
And that's but and the same goes for you, and that's the other thing, John, for you guys too. It's I get it, and you know. This was hard. I'm not going to lie. Like, even now I can see I'm fidgeting. I'm woo, woo, woo. And maybe some people that watch and go, how the fuck is this the guy calling fights on Netflix? But that's the guy, because I'm a pro, man. And I put in my time. I put in my work. I want to keep making people feel, whether it's good, bad, and different. I love making people feel. And mental health advocacy, volunteering, and just being there for everyone has helped me do that. So happy holidays to you guys. And, let's keep in touch in 2025, guys.
We're going to go out with this one clip. I don't know if you'll hear it or not, but our listeners definitely will, because I don't think me and Wai can summarize Mauro Ranallo. So instead, we're going to rely on Don King.
Mauro, let me say this in closing, that you are terrific. I love the energy of your voice. I love what you're saying and you're doing. But the most important thing to all your listening audience in an environs around the world is that Mauro is telling to you like it is. He is a true messenger of voice in the wilderness, as a John the Baptist, of telling you one that's coming is greater than he, and whom he's not worthy of tying their shoelace. And
love those days, man. Damn.
We the people. You hear it right here with Mauro. Go with speed, God bless America, and God bless this great country now called America. I love you, Mauro. It's your day. God bless you.
Mauro Ranallo returning to Post Wrestling. We have had a lot of conversations with Mauro. I have interviewed Mauro many times. I don't think I've ever had a on-air conversation like that with Mauro before.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly can't say I have. You know, it's I incredibly, I think, generous of Mauro to I think be so open and with our audience, and I think one of the most interesting conversations we've had with really anybody on the Post Wrestling Network. Just maybe on a personal note, it's nice to just reconnect with the man, and having something like the Post Wrestling Christmas show is a great excuse to maybe call people up that we haven't necessarily chatted with in our personal lives in quite some time.
Yeah, it was. It's been a while since we've had a chance together to chat with him, so it was more than anything just great to catch up with him, hear where things are with him, and sort of just the realities of being a broadcaster in this current industry. And you look at it, I mean, this guy has called some of the biggest fights ever, and just came off of one in terms of just a blockbuster in the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight back in November. So Mauro, we thank him very much for joining us, and a thank you to all of our guests that joined us. Again, all 22 guests that showed up and made this year's Post Wrestling Christmas show such a memorable one.
Yeah, by this point in your listening consumption, it's probably February of 2025 if you've listened to the entire podcast. But thank you very much for making it all the way to the very end.
So this is the point of the show where we usually do the Post Wrestling Jingle Contest. And the Jingle Contest is coming this year. But where can our viewers and listeners check out the Jingle Contest?
Because the Jingle Contest will likely contain several songs that will be flagged by YouTube, we're going to put that on a separate video. So just scroll down here in the description and you'll be able to find the link. If not, this will probably show up somewhere anyway. Just go to our page, youtube.com/postwrestling, and you'll be able to find the Jingle Contest in its entirety, where we will listen to this year's entries and grade them. And we'll see you guys in that video.